Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what's showing on mine.
But once again on here, like literally, like look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
I have reason to believe that we're not buffering.
So, is somebody able to tell you that?
Is there anybody in here that can tell us whether we're buffering to hell and back or if it looks okay? Oh, they can't hear me. Remember, this is the computer that the audio doesn't work.
Well, why is it not picking you up over your phone?
Because this computer, like I spent
So,
forever.
do I need to get your other computer?
Oh, here, I have an idea.
Would someone be so kind as to tell us whether we're buffering or not? And can you hear me?
Oh,
So, you still got the camera plugged in, the GoPro,
mm-hmm.
but it's not working, right?
It is. But like I said, for some reason with this one, it just doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sure why.
So, I mean, that's what I'm doing. So, I don't know. Usually, I pull you in if you're coming through.
You can hear and see? Oh, that's amazing.
They can hear and see?
Yeah. Am I buffering real bad? Because on our phones, it's buffering really bad, but on the computer, it's
Perfect.
absolutely perfect. Which, if it's perfect, like, we don't have to switch the computers back. Like, I mean, it's no big deal. The
If
reason why I wanted that one is because this one had audio issues last time. Remember how I had that headset
mm-hmm,
and, like, threw it up on top of this thing?
right.
You're on PC? So, is that buffering? Or, like, am I skipping and, like, is it fucking up real bad?
They're on a PC. No issues. Okay.
Really? So something's wrong with our phones.
Maybe I'll just power it down and start over. Maybe it just.
Like,
So, where's the picture coming from? Your phone?
mm-hmm.
Okay. Hmm.
Oh, I mean, like, I guess I could. I'd have to start the stream over again. I'm just gonna go off the phone.
That's what I do. Leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get mine going.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Cool.
That's awesome. Enjoy.
Thank you for helping. We made up technical issues, I think. I just wonder why, like, so we have Verizon, and for some reason, like, on our phones, it wouldn't pick up at all. So we switched, like, I have 2 laptops, so we switched to a different laptop, which is one I have in front of me right now. And both times, like, on the computer, it seemed fine. So I don't know. I'm just glad it's working. Sometimes this thing can be like a huge headache. Maybe I can do a fire later. Because I bet it's going to get kind of cold. Kind of chilly. I'm going to go grab... Let's see. Phone is in and out slightly. Not a good signal where I am. But not too bad. If anybody else in here has feedback, I'd welcome it. Beep. I just put chat on there so it'll pop up. Let me go grab something real quick. BRB. So what's the temperature like over there? You just had to restart your phone? Because you're saying it's perfect. That sure was a lot of hubba-baloo for no reason. Uh-oh, now the computer's buffering. Okay. I feel better now. Now I can do my Amazon shopping. feel a little bit more centered. A little bit. Just a little bit. No buffering whatsoever. Oh, this will be over here. Cool, now it's porch time. What I'm typing is coming over with the first letter by my name. Oh, it is, isn't it? Let me get my sleeves rolled up and I'll fix it. You're live though. I know. Isn't it good? That's not what I wanted. Ooh, I can turn it sideways. What do you think about that, huh, punk? Yeah, you like that? I wish it didn't wrap around. Like the sentences, I tried to figure that out. I'll have to probably Google it. Ooh, I have another idea. Ta-da! If I make it a little bit bigger, at least the short sentences won't look so jacked up. Oh, that looks cute. Okay. Now it's time for Amazon shopping. Yeah, maybe Monday can be our internet day. Okay, have fun. Not sure what you did, but it's perfect. I don't think I did anything. I just needed a little bit of feedback. I'm actually pretty sure that the hotspots work too. Like the little one. Hmm. And I don't think I've ever heard my neighbors before. But tonight they're partying. Porch time, come in and chill. Jacked up start to each stream, basically. Maybe it was just supposed to happen like that? Ooh-doo-doo. What kind of tags exist? Not travel. No limit, 100%. Extra life, solo. One-shot adventure. Oh, outdoors. There's that. Finance. If anybody wants to listen to music, just you can request something if you want to. Dragon Con is on here. That's depressing as fuck. Easy mode. First playthrough. PvP. Early access play. Playing with viewers. Ooh. Body painting. Ooh. Hairstyling. Ooh. No major glitches. These are hilarious. Latin music. All bosses. Maybe you need to be more conservative and things will work better. No. I'm gonna torture the fuck out of myself until I give up. And then try again the next day. like that kitty. Where'd you find him? That's good enough. Here, let's do It's Porch Time. Come on in here. Done. On your message line. Oh, he's so cute. Okay. Amazon time. Amazon time. Unfortunately, since I'm not hooked up to the computer, people can't see what I'm buying with my money. How does Amazon know everything I want? Like, I don't even talk about this shit. Unreasonable. Okay. Now I'm really moving over here. That way you guys can't see me at all. Perfect. I just wanted to have one more little joint that I can bend on. Not right. Guess that's how it's gonna be. I have another brilliant idea. No one can wait to see what it is. I'll put my little slippers on. Look at what I found. Ooh, that's a big ass mattress, basically. Almost. I did it. Broken out, but it was worth it. What do echo frames do? I wonder. I need the Swiffer dusters. Oh, it does look like I'm buffering. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Oh, that was a good pop. I had to. Oh, that was nice. I need garbage bags. Hefty, hefty, hefty. Oh, no. I don't want to subscribe. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to subscribe. GoPro cover Hero 7 Black. I want the mount thing to be on the top. The tip. Hmm. I'm gonna go check out my friend's stream. Here we go. I'll unmute him real quick. Hopefully it won't be super loud. Let's turn down the volume just a little bit. Turn up the volume a little bit, actually. Not, that sounds weird.
Metric character of the poetic form is one another human dimension. Do you respond to poetry? Well, sure. By the time you read it. does it make you think differently? So what goes on in your thought process? Well, I don't feel competent to say, but it's a topic that has been discussed quite intelligently. So, for example, if you read, say, not by me, I have nothing to say about it, no one pretend to. But if you read, say, William Dempster's 7 Types of Ambiguity, you get an intriguing account of why poetry makes you think, in part because it's so compressed, and you only get hints of the reader as to impose a lot of structure. You have to put your own self into it, and in part because the formal structure itself imposes a challenge to the intelligence. If you just try and paint around randomly, it's not a work of art. But when it's done within the framework of a humanly constructed system of rule, at least you got the prerequisites for a work of art. It still may not be. Whatever it takes, whatever creativity is, and that's not understood, that has to be there too. But certainly I have nothing to say about these topics. I'm going to pretend to bring up another area you can claim you have no expertise in, and that's the use of humor. We respond to people who use humor in communication, yet it's not taught in grade school. We're not taught how to be comedians, but we respond to it, and that seems to be the case in almost every language. I don't think that has too much to do with language. We can be humorous in other ways too. A clown can be humorous without using language, and nobody teaches a child how to laugh at a clown. I think we're going here to interesting topics, but topics where nothing is understood. There's no doubt in my mind that there's something about human nature, the basic structure of the human mind and brain, which makes certain things comical and other things not. Just as there's certain things about the human brain that make some things come out to be human language and others not, or they could be a Martian language or something. And at its root, it's, I don't think, fundamentally different from the fact that we grow arms and not wings. Now, we don't know why we grow arms and not wings, but you assume that it's got something to do with the human genetic endowment. And I think the comparable assumption is true in all these cases. Part of the fascination of the study of language is that it's one of the few examples where you can really get some insight into how it works. These other topics that you're mentioning, say humor, should be subjected to the same kind of study, but so far it hasn't been clear how to do it. Words are endlessly fascinating, I think, because it's amazing how somebody can walk in a room, hear a few words, and walk out crying or angry or this whole series of emotions simply with a few words. Doesn't that constantly amaze you? It's not just words you need. It could be a fleeting picture. It takes a caricature. You see a few lines, and it brings to your mind a person in a situation, maybe a tragic situation or a comical situation or whatever. And the human mind is a very marvelous thing. It's got an extremely intricate and complex structure, which, at least at a scientific level, we understand very little about. But what you're pointing to is a central part of it. Little hints here and there succeed in evoking in us very rich experience and interpretation. And what's more, it's done surprisingly uniformly for different people, which means, and it's of course done without any training or very minimal training. Nobody would know how to train people to do this. So it somehow must be the only logical possibility, aside from angels or acts of God, is it's something rooted in our nature. I mean, qualitatively speaking, these phenomena are very much like physical growth. The nutrition that's given to an organism, to an embryo, is not what determines that it's going to be a human or a bird. What determines that it's going to be a human or a bird is something about its internal structure. And what determines that we are going to be the kind of creature that can speak and that can interpret a sign or a line, a couple of lines or something as evoking an emotional experience or whatever, that's something in our nature, but it's so far beyond what we know how to study that you can only wave your hands at it at the moment.
How should parents react with respect to exposing their children to language? Should they expose them to all aspects of language, or should they simply let them develop any way they develop?
I suspect there's very little that parents can do to change the course of language development. We know from experience. Again, let me say, I'm not speaking about this from any expertise. I don't have any more expertise than personal experience. There's nothing in linguistic theory that gives answers to this question. But experience suffices to indicate, in no cases, that you can create an environment in which a 5-year-old will sound like a college professor, and it's kind of comical, but they'll use big words and complicated sentences and so on. I suspect you're probably harming the 5-year-old, but it's possible to do that. Children can be molded. On the other hand, if you just leave them alone, they're going to pick up the language of their culture. Typically, they'll pick up the language of their peers. Quite typically, there are exceptions, but typically children will learn the language they heard in the streets. So take me. My father spoke with a Ukrainian accent, and my mother spoke with a mixed New York-Lithuanian accent, and I spoke urban Philadelphia, because that's what the kids were talking in the streets. And undoubtedly, if you really took my speech patterns and so on aside, you'd find influences from the parents and the uncles and so on, but overwhelmingly it's you pick up the peer culture. Why this happens, nobody knows, and how that. But there's something about humans, children, that gets them to grow the language that's roughly that of their peers, and it's a very rich system. It's an extremely rich system. They don't try. They can't prevent themselves from doing it. They can't make it happen. The parents can enrich the children. Anyone who has a 2-year-old knows that the kid is running around all over the place trying to find out what the name of everything is. What's that? And you can help them, and you can read to children and show them pictures, and they're all fascinated with it. They're periods of very rapid language growth where you just can't satiate the curiosity fast enough.
Amazingly so.
It's unbelievable, in fact. What actually happens is really astonishing. I mean, there have been, for example, at the peak periods of, forget the structure of language, which is complicated enough, but just take vocabulary acquisition, the simplest part. At peak periods of acquisition of vocabulary, learning new words, children are picking them up at maybe a rate of 1 an hour or something, which means that they're essentially learning a word on one exposure.
And the adults go into adult education and die trying to learn a new language.
Oh, yeah. But, if you think what it means to learn a word on one exposure, the way to understand how amazing an achievement this is to try to define a word. So suppose you had an organism that wasn't equipped to learn the words of human language, and you really had to teach it those words by training. Well, you'd first have to define a word. What is the meaning of table, for instance? Nobody can do that.
You have to define the definition you're using to define the word.
But, you see, what we call definitions are not definitions. They're just hints. If you take the Oxford English Dictionary, the one you read with a magnifying glass, and they give you a long, detailed thing which they call the definition of a word. In fact, it's very far from the definition of a word. It's a few hints
that a person who already knows the concept can use to understand what's going on. But remember, the child is picking that up not from the Oxford English Dictionary with its whole array of hints. The child's picking it up from seeing it used once or twice. Now, that can only mean one thing. It can only mean that the concept itself, in all of its richness and complexity, is somehow sitting there, waiting to have a sound associated with it. Now, that can't be quite true, but something very much like that is probably true. That's why you and I will have essentially the same concept of table and the same concept of person and of, nation, or all sorts of things. They're not complicated things. I mean, really simple things like person, for instance, or thing. We'll have that even though we all have very limited experience because basically we started with those concepts. We're getting down to the end of the show. Do you ever see a time when the study of language and linguistics will not fascinate you? Well, I suppose it must come sometime when your mind deteriorates to the point where you can't deal with hard questions. I guess that'll happen.
Professor Noam Chomsky from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a guest lecturer at the University of Washington. Upon reflection.
Jammies. Jammies. Jammies.
To see more UWTV classics, visit uwtv.org/classics.
Noam Chomsky, if one were to judge by his books, is not one, but two people. There's Noam Chomsky, professor of linguistics, probably the most famous expert in the world on the nature and structure of language, whose contributions to this esoteric science have not only been original, they've been revolutionary. And then there's Noam Chomsky, the polemicist and political philosopher, whose articles and books on American political policy in general, and the war in Vietnam in particular, have aroused intellectuals and given support to both the anti-war and draft resistance movements. Both Noam Chomskys are resident at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he's professor of modern languages and linguistics. Dr. Chomsky, what is the relationship between thought and language? You know, I vaguely have the idea that when I think and when I dream, I'm doing it in words. Does this mean that if a person didn't know a language, he couldn't think abstract thoughts?
Well, I don't want to pretend to give any expert answer to that, but on the basis of my own introspection, I'm sure I think in language, but I'm also sure I think in visual imagery and in other symbolic forms as well. I would think that clearly if you don't have a language, you can't express a very rich range of thought. And I assume that contributes to thought.
Does that suggest that I think in words because the words are available? If they weren't available, that would be a thought process that went on in other kinds of symbols.
Well, I think, for example, you'd have no difficulty imagining a scene. Imagining something taking place in that scene, even without a verbal comment.
But how would I deal with such things as truth?
Well, there certainly would be so sharp limits on the range of thought if language were not available. But I think those forms are
What about the language in which a person does think? I suppose it's the language which is most natural to him. I asked one guest what language he dreamed, and because he spoke 6 or 7 languages, his answer was that it depended upon the character he was talking with. It's a language which was appropriate. Is language tied to, can one think more facilely in one language or another?
Well, certainly it's difficult as adults to acquire another language so readily with such facility that one can really think in it. easily. There are rare individuals who can do this, but children on the other hand can master quite a number of languages, deal with all essentially in speaking languages, they can drink, so on.
Really, almost be unconscious of what language they're using at any given moment, I suppose, internally.
I didn't grow up this way myself, but friends who've grown up in multilingual environments say that as very young children, they were even aware that they were speaking a language. That you spoke one language in the street, and another language to your grandparents, and another language to someone else. They didn't really identify them as different languages, just different ways of speaking.
So a person who's not multilingual, particularly one that didn't grow up in a multilingual family, it would almost seem that it would be more difficult to think in another language because of its structure than it would to think in this language, for example. The structure seems to be easier to work with.
Well, unless you're lucky enough to be able to acquire a language in a natural setting, whatever that means exactly, it's extremely difficult to really internalize it, to make it really part of yourself in the way in which your native language is. And I suspect there's little doubt that that's just a property of the human brain. There's a way of developing a system which is really part of their thought and life, and there's another way of acquiring a system that remains at a certain distance from us. We can handle it intellectually,
But there is a barrier to as you say, internalizing it easily.
it's a great barrier, and in fact, the barrier gets much more severe probably after, I'd say, in adolescence or later than that. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to pick up a new language that's really integrated into the internalized language.
Does the nature or the structure of language tell us anything about how human mind is?
I think it tells a good deal. In fact, my own feeling is that's, for myself at least, that's the major interest in the study of languages. That I think use of language is plainly a very distinctive human property, and one which is
It is distinctive. That is the in fact, we can teach a bird to say words means nothing.
Well, you can teach. I think the most interesting work recently has been with chimpanzees who've been taught extensive symbolic systems. As far as I can see, these are complicated associational systems, and I think very different from language in the way they function. There's much controversy.
Yes.
I think by pursuing that kind of line of investigation, in fact, one may in fact discover in more precise detail what are those unique, I'm sure they are unique properties of language that make it possible for a human child so readily to acquire the system of vast complexity and to use it.
It is vastly complex.
It's incredibly complex, and it does contribute immensely to the possibility of creative thought and expression in a way which is totally unique to human beings. And I think that by looking at the detailed structure of language, we have an almost incomparable way of gaining some insight into the specific nature of the human mind as a unique biological structure existing nowhere else as far as we know.
So what we discover will be transferable probably to other areas of learning beyond language.
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to try to. In fact, there are a good deal of modern cognitive psychology, so-called, does try to use linguistic models in investigating other domains of intellectual competence, and that's, I think, very fruitful and a rewarding path to follow. It's very difficult in other domains to gain such insight into the complexity of structure as in the case of language. Language is not only uniquely human, but it's also uniquely easy to study among the various kinds of intellectual achievements that a person develops. For example, you also have a very complicated theory of physical space that you've developed somehow, every human has, or a theory of human interaction, or a theory of personality, and so on. But we don't externalize these as we externalize our
Language is there to be seen, measured, everything.
And therefore we have lots of possibilities of studying it, and through studying it, gaining, I think, considerable insight into the nature of mental capacities, cognitive structures, and human intellectual achievements in general.
There are a good many people, specialists in the field, as you know, who believe that language is simply a matter of training, that a child can be trained to to speak, and that there's nothing unique about this. You, I know, feel that there's something more than simply training. Why do you feel that there's something more to learning language than simply training?
Well, first of all, it's worth mentioning that most overwhelmingly people learn language without training. I mean, if you simply immerse a child in a situation in which language is spoken, it requires assistance.
But it's more than a response to the stimuli of the person around him speaking.
Well, the most obvious and sort of gross fact about language, which shows that, I think, is the innovative, creative character of it. And every child is capable of understanding and producing very complex structures which have no simple relationship, no point-by-point relationship, no relationship on the basis of analogy, let's say, with the experience that he's presenting.
Generative, creative structures of language.
Just that you can, as we're talking, we say new things, which
language is, as we talk, there's very little repetition in what we say.
Well, if you really were to see how little repetition there is, you can, let's say, take a book or a newspaper or a library.
Oh, we're still looking at Chomsky, but we can turn him off now. It has something even worse. Something horrible.
Horrid.
The nature of evil.
Are your family memories trapped on VHS tapes? Well, this rad VCR is
Asahara. Shoko Asahara was born under the name Chizuo Matsumoto. Matsumoto was brought up by a large
that's a great
family
debate.
of tatami mat makers. He was born with a condition that caused him to lose sight in his left eye and partially blind in his life, which caused him to enroll in Kumamoto Prefectural School for the Blind. His parents had faith that he would be able to make something of himself despite his condition, but Shoko Asahara ruthlessly bullied other students and took their money. But at the same time, he became somewhat a leader of other children because he was the only one that could partially see. He wanted to attend medical school but wasn't accepted due to his impaired eyesight. He then aimed to enter law school but failed the entrance exam. As he grew up, he eventually graduated and studied acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. He also married a woman who birthed him 6 children. But in 1982, Matsumoto was arrested for selling fake Chinese medicines at a pharmacy without a license. He was fined $2,000 and given a brief jail sentence. He filed for bankruptcy and became even more obsessed with fortune-telling, yoga, Buddhism, and divination. Eventually, he asked himself, "What am I living for? Is there anything absolute? Does true happiness really exist in this world? If so, can I get it?" As his obsession with divination and religion grew, Matsumoto claimed to have been meditating on a beach in Kanagawa and that a god descended from the sky and said, "I appoint you as the god of light who leads the armies of gods." A photograph was published of Matsumoto seated in lotus position, levitating in the air. Along with this, he published a book claiming he could levitate, control weather, and had telekinesis. Not long after, Matsumoto went to visit the Dalai Lama and had a photo taken of them that he would later use in his books to make his work seem more legitimate. He started a religious group called Om Shinsen no Kai, which later got renamed to Om Shinrikyo, which translates into Supreme Truth. It was after this that he decided to change his name to Shoko Asahara. The reason for this name, he thought Asahara was a classier family name and Shoko was a word that means offering of incense. Asahara went to the government to apply his group as a legitimate religious organization. Authorities were reluctant at first, but eventually granted them the legal recognition, and Om Shinrikyo was born. Om Shinrikyo had beliefs that tied in bits of Buddhism, Hindu, and Christianity. They believed the end of the world was imminent and that they alone would survive. The followers were told that Japan would fall and there would be a nuclear war. There were also hints of murdering the emperor. Their
Hi,
belief was
nurse.
simple:
We're doing
accept
circle of
Shoko
iron
Asahara
things,
and
and
you would attain salvation. Asahara
here
continued to publish
I
books
was
claiming
forced to
many
open a
things. In his book
GoFundMe,
titled
so
Declaring Myself the Christ,
if nobody
well,
can
the title becomes
contribute, it'd
self-explanatory.
be nice
He
if you
claimed to be
checked
the Lamb
in
of
and
God who
just
could absorb bad
literally
karma of his
accepting
followers.
prayers and
He would
well
tell the
wishes.
people that if they
My
rejected
situation
him,
is
they would be
got
destined to be
critical,
born
and I
as
finally
animals,
just went,
hungry
fuck it.
ghosts, and end up in
Mr.
different
Geek's
hells
gonna
due to
help
their
promote
bad
it.
karma.
I'm like,
To become
oh my
a part
god.
of any society, you have to go through
Now I gotta
initiation. And in the case with Om Shinrikyo, Asahara was considered to be so
profile
pure
picture
that people would actually
correct.
eat off of his plate, drink his dirty bathwater, touch his feet, and other things that would normally be deemed very unhealthy for a person to do. Some would even brew his hair in their tea. And you couldn't just walk in for free and go through this initiation. To become a member meant paying a hefty sum. One member claimed that he had paid $8,100 for the blood initiation that involved drinking Shoko Asahara's blood. The ironic thing about all of this was that the cult was taught to stray away from materialism.
Oh, good.
Some less disgusting initiations involved being put through physical and mental obstacles, such as immersion in hot baths and living underground.
Yeah, I need, it's, you know, I tried to keep it low, but I'm trying to, you know, with GoFundMe, it's like if you don't meet your goal, they cancel it or something, or how does that work?
To listen to a tape like this for hours on end.
I think you can withdraw money even so. But I'm hoping 100 people have $27 or 50 people have 60 or 27 people have $100. I have 27 people the announcement went out to. So I'm literally over here passing the hat around and going, who has $100? It's 2,700 total is what I'm going to end up with. Because it just every day, more and more is happening. It's getting worse and worse. So, the carburetor on the generator in the RV went out. Oh, fuck.
They had collected members of various skills. Many of them were students at elite universities, and normally this is rare, but the students signed up because of the pressure of being successful, and the cult promised them a more meaningful and stress-free life. But all of this was a disguise to recruit great minds to help aid the cult's popularity even further, while at the same time breaking their confidence. The cult even managed to get members in Japan's military forces. This was especially useful to Shoko Asahara for his plans later down the line. In the meantime, life was going good for Shoko Asahara. He was garnering fame and money from television.
So we're doing Circle Baron debate praxis.
One report claimed
I hope you guys are joining in. Mr. Geek said he would come and be a sparring partner. He's a big debate bro, so if you want to see what it's like to sit with them, get your licks in, I think you guys will enjoy it a lot.
Anime was growing rapidly in Japan, so an anime called Shoetsu Sekai was produced with the intent of recruiting anime fans and otakus into their cult. It must have worked considering that there's about 272 of you that signed up according to my anime list.
I bit the bullet, did a GoFundMe, now I'm shamelessly like going help, help, help. Mr. Geek's gonna help me promote it. Fudge Wick said he might. Thank you so much.
By the cult themselves. The game was called The Story of Kamukushiki Village, where you play Shoko Asahara.
On the case. On the case. Super cool. I want to follow her. She's so cool. I want my shit to look just like this.
It was purely satirical and created by a Japanese internet troll who wanted to take jabs at the cult. And to Japanese people playing, the way the story is read makes it actually very obvious this game is satirical. So if you ever see any YouTube videos telling you otherwise, know that it isn't true. Now back to the cult. Not everyone, of course, was a fan. As the cult grew, more and more people started disappearing.
Sakamoto family murder.
Some were killed in secret by the cult, and some were threatened to stay. Friends and families began protesting in concern for their loved ones' whereabouts. Because of this growing outrage, a man by the name of Tatsumi Sakamoto stepped in. He was an anti-cult lawyer who sought out to rescue members of the cult and reunite them with their families. He had previous experience in bringing down cults before, and Om Shinrikyo was next on his list. Sakamoto started organizing.
We're getting very fond of you, and you're so mad. These three people right here I've grown very fond of very quickly. Oh, hell yes! Wick, when do you have time to sit with Alessa? Alessa, give me your availability. Yep, absolutely, but not, what time? It's gotta be like 5.
And somehow Sakamoto was able to
anytime after 6? Alright, I have East meets West on Tuesdays. It starts at 7, runs till 9.
potentially
Can you
did
guys sit in
Soon
after that?
the lawyer filmed an interview with a local news station in Tokyo.
Say
about his
8:39,
doubt
and we'll
efforts
go
to
right to
expose
Circle
the
of
cult.
Iron.
This was it. All that needed to happen now
DM
was to
me,
air this
and then
interview, and Asahara would be exposed
I want
tomorrow.
to. Okay, I want to.
Unfortunately, before the
I
interview
picked the
could
topic.
air,
My
someone from the
challenge
news
is that
station
you
showed
have
the
to
footage
debate
to
what
the cult
I
members,
debate.
and the news station was pressured to cancel broadcasting it. Not long after, some of the cult members, including
So it's got to be a
chief
heavy-duty
scientists,
one. The
got
gun
together
debate,
to eliminate
we shouldn't even
Sakamoto.
debate
They
it.
packed
You know,
syringes
we already
filled with
know.
potassium chloride
But let's
with the intent to
find
knock out
something.
the lawyer and
It's got to
wait
be
for
a
him to
good,
come to the
strong
train
topic,
station.
but it's for
Sakamoto
training.
never showed up.
I'll sit in
So
and
the
train you.
members pursued Sakamoto
Actually, I
in
take it
Tokyo.
back. I can
They
train
found
you
one
on
of the
anything.
doors
I'm
unlocked
sorry,
and
take it
snuck
back.
in. When they
So,
walked into
how about
the
you guys
bedroom,
both
they
can
found
do that?
Sakamoto, his wife, and a 14-year-old month baby in the crib next to them. Sakamoto was smashed in the head with a hammer, and his wife was beaten.
9
While
p.m.
another member
EST?
injected the baby with a syringe filled
No,
with potassium
I'm gonna
chloride.
train
They
you.
later
Now the
injected
training
it
is
into the couple.
different.
The wife died quickly from
It's
the
very
toxins,
different.
but
It's a
Sakamoto did not
process,
as
and we
much.
just
So
go
instead,
with
the
it.
cult
You'll see
strangled
when
him
you
to
sit
death.
down.
Afterwards,
You just
their
gotta
bodies
take
were placed in
guidance.
metal drums, and the cult separated
Mr.
their
Geek may
bodies
come in
into
and sit
three
with you
separate
too,
prefectures.
right?
They hoped that by doing this, the police wouldn't be able to make a link between their murders.
But let's pick
Not only
a
that,
pick
their
a.
teeth were smashed
We have a lot of
after
topics in the
their
coup.
bodies would not be
Yeah, go
found
check the
until
coup and
gases
drop
were
me
seen to come
a thing.
6 years
Okay,
later.
see you. Good
Some
luck.
believe that this was the cult's way of intimidating other lawyers.
Wick, if you want to jump into my voice chat with me and Nurse Answer as well, because we're gonna do this today. Go into my voice chat and then look in the coup, the channel, the text channel, and look at those motions. Same with Nurse Answer. If you're still here, babe, hop in. I'm dying to hear Nurse Answer. I can't wait for her dad and her to sit down. I get to host them. I'll be like, yeah.
Luckily, it was not
Okay.
successful, and he was hospitalized, making a full recovery. Om Shinrikyo's true colors were beginning to unravel each passing day. Asahara continued to preach that the apocalypse was coming and no one outside the cult would be safe. He continued to use fear and manipulation on his followers. In 1990, Asahara decided to run in a House of Representatives election with 24 of his members. Despite their best efforts at overshooting their confidence, the cult only received a little over 1,700 votes and lost the election. This was thought to truly spur Asahara's hunger for power, which began his pursuit of overthrowing the Japanese government. So, he began a project. Asahara and his most loyal followers built a facility where they would begin experimenting with chemical weapons.
I love
The intent
this
was to use these weapons
floating
against
by.
their
I love
enemies
this way
with the
this
cult
looks.
on top. As they were testing out chemicals, a foul odor
Nurse
began
Answer,
coming
what do
out
you
of
want
the
to do? You got your
facility,
dad up?
disturbing
Let's sit
the
down and
neighbors
work through some
nearby.
practice.
The fumes inhaled would cause symptoms such as nosebleeds and convulsions. When citizens protested in front of the facility, the cult blamed the U.S. Army, saying the United States had released poison gas on the area. The
Fantastic,
residents
thank
all
you so
gathered
much. I
together
missed
and
you
provided
already. I don't
hundreds
even
of
barely
photos
know you
proving that
guys,
the
and you
cult
guys are
was
like, I'm getting
responsible
very
for the
fond of
horrid
you.
smells and that they were up to no good. The evidence was removed,
Yeah,
but
if you
the
want your
cult
dad
decided
up.
to move their facility to a sheep
I would
station
love
in
for the three of you to sit
which
down.
cost over $50
But you have to
million
learn
to
a
develop.
new
Some truly
method.
question how lacking the
This
security
is
was
training.
over
We're
watching
not
the cult.
expecting
There was
you to
even a
actually
member who was
go
fined
at
for
it, you know?
transporting the chemicals hidden in
You have to learn the
sake
Cree
bottles.
rules.
One of the members, who was a chemist, helped create the sarin gas that would be used in the cult's murders. Once the sarin gas was made, they decided
We can debate
to test it
nature
out.
of evil.
Before I move on, there's some things that you should know about sarin gas. Sarin is an odorless and colorless gas that has a power to kill quickly and painfully. Imagine the worst cramp you've ever had in your life. Now times that by 100, and instead of in one place, it's in every part of your body, including your eyes. Sarin causes your nervous system to go haywire by flexing every muscle in your body until you get painful cramps that are so extreme that it can even disrupt your diaphragm, preventing air going into your lungs. It's an extremely painful way to die.
Oh
and
my
anyone
God.
in contact with it is at risk of dying in just under 10 minutes. It's been classified as a weapon of mass destruction and is banned for use in modern warfare. No thanks to the chemists and military personnel that were involved in the cult, this is how they got their hands on the substance. Asahara ordered his first attack in an apartment block in Matsumoto, Nagano Prefecture, Japan, where he sought out 3 judges living there. He was paranoid that these judges were out to rule against him in a lawsuit. Not to mention, Asahara was also angered by residents where over 140,000 signatures were signed in a petition against the cult's wishes to establish a facility in their city. It was a warm evening and most of the residents were leaving their windows open at night to let the fresh air come into their homes. But as they slept, the cult released the sarin gas in the neighborhood. 7 people died and hundreds were injured. One of the victims went into a coma for 14 years and died shortly after awakening. The police investigated the area and found dead fish, dogs, birds, and caterpillars surrounding the neighborhood. Despite tip-offs, the police did not link the attack to the cult. Little did anyone know that at the time, the Matsumoto gas attack was an experiment for the cult's biggest terrorist attack. Fingerprints from the Matsumoto gas attack linked one of the cult members to the case, and the police set out to raid the cult on March 22nd. But Asahara had friends in high places. 2 cult members just happened to be inside Japan's armed forces and warned Asahara that the police were coming in just a few days. So Asahara acted fast and ordered an attack on the Tokyo subway lines close to the police department. Some believe that this was a desperate attack on Asahara's part to begin the apocalypse. The attack was set to hit during rush hour at the absolute busiest part of the transport systems. It's March 20th, 1995.
This is why Japan doesn't have trash
Thousands of
cans.
citizens board the trains during
Because
rush
of this
hour
guy.
to go to work. Among them were 5 cult members that
Incredible,
carried out
huh?
Asahara's orders and split up to different trains on one of the
I'm
busiest
sitting in the
lines
queue,
in
enjoy
Tokyo.
this. I'm gonna
Each of
get
them
some
is holding a
coffee.
plastic bag
Looking
filled
forward
with
to
liquid
speaking with you
sarin
all.
wrapped in newspaper.
I'll be right
They
back,
boarded
guys.
the train
Hold on.
and set the bags
Anybody
gently on the
waiting?
ground.
I'll be right back.
As soon as the train would come to a stop, the cult members would stand up virtually at the same time as if to exit the train. They would use the tips of their umbrellas to puncture the bag, which leaked out the sarin. As the members exited the train, they would meet with an accomplice in a getaway car just outside the station and return to Ulm headquarters. As the cult members drove away, the liquid would quickly...
I'll be right back.
Warning, new Cracker Barrel shredded cheese.
I may end up doing a little debate thing, but I'm gonna go see what my dad's up to and make a little drinky.
Please do not operate heavy machinery
So.
while doing so. Choose wisely. Cracker Barrel shredded cheese.
I'll be back so soon.
quickly evaporate and spread within the train cars. The sarin liquid vaporizes and begins to spread its fumes throughout the train. Passengers began to inhale the deadly nerve gas and showed severe poisoning symptoms. People began coughing and looking around, and almost immediately they began convulsing with muscle spasms. Blood begins to pour from their noses and their mouths. The train is still running, making its stops, and incoming passengers come in contact with the sarin gas. Others that escaped the train fast enough still had difficulty breathing. After 3 stops, a passenger desperately hits the emergency button and the train is forced to make a stop. But the train found itself in the middle of a tunnel and was forced to continue to stop at the next station. The first call to the police is made. An announcement was made for everyone to please evacuate the station, and the passengers made a run for the exit. 13 passengers died from the sarin gas, while thousands more were injured. At first, everyone believed it was an explosion, but quickly the train line completely shut down in order to evacuate all commuters at Kasumigaseki Station. As staff members searched for the source of where the gas was coming from, 2 members died in the process. While others tried to mop up the liquid, they too fell ill from the exposure. It wasn't long until investigators connected the incident to the cult. I took a trip to Kasumigaseki Station, and it was here that the train stopped to evacuate all of its passengers. Staff members were scrambling around to locate and dispose of all of the sarin bags. It's also at the station that every year a memorial is held to remember all of the victims. And as of March 20th, 2021, the station held its 26th anniversary memorial. From what I had researched online, it seems that the sarin bags were put into the train rather than in trash cans. But because of fears of another attack in the future, the government removed all of its trash cans because it was seen as a potential hiding spot for sarin bags. Before I continue on, I want to discuss the victims and shed a light on just how much this incident changed Japan. I feel sometimes exposures are almost completely given to the criminal and almost never to the victims and people affected. Whether it's just human nature for us to look at a car crash we can't look away from, or the media just doesn't care enough to talk about the victims, I decided to shed a light on it after reading Haruki Murakami's book, Underground. This book was completely dedicated to focusing on the lives of the victims through the interviews and first-hand experiences. It was like I'd been shot or something. All of a sudden, my breathing completely stopped. Like if I inhaled any more, all my guts would come spilling right out of my mouth. I was walking back to the office to my replacement when the chief officer Matsumoto came out with a mop. We head up the escalator to the platform. There we found Toyoda, Takahashi, and Hishinuma with a bundle of wet newspapers on the platform. They're stuffing it all by hand into plastic bags, but there's liquid coming from them and spilling into the platform. There was a very strong smell. Then Takahashi walked over to the trash can at the end of the platform, probably to fetch some more newspaper to wipe up where it was still wet. Suddenly he sinks down in front of the bin and keels over. Takahashi's face looked awful. He couldn't talk. We laid him on his side, loosened his tie, and he looked in really bad shape. The news had broken out, and the police headed to Ohm headquarters. Shoko Asahara was found hiding in a concealed room. He was sweaty and seemed to have intended to stay in hiding for some time. But once he was brought into questioning, he denied the allegations and said that he couldn't possibly have done it because he was a blind man. His followers denied it as well and said that it was a separate plan made by other cult members instead. After further interrogation of the cult members responsible, they all said they legitimately thought what they were doing was right.
Many Japanese, he is guilty and must be punished by death, and so judge will think same way.
While members may have confessed, Shoko Asahara stayed silent. He went through an 8-year trial and attended over 256 court sessions and never once offered an apology nor explanation. Instead, he reportedly developed a mental illness where he babbled nonsense in broken English and talked incoherently. It wasn't uncommon that people thought he was just trying to receive the insanity plea. His lawyer, however, had made a statement.
一切ですね、命令だとか指示だとかしてないと。殺害の指示はしていないと。単なる殺人ではなくして、嘱託殺人で、自分は死にたいので自分を殺してくれということを。
本日、朝原死刑囚をはじめとするオウム事件の死刑囚の
Shoko Asahara and his followers were all sentenced on death row. After the attack and trial, the cult members responsible for killing Sakamoto-san and his family had finally revealed the location of their bodies.
今日夕方、達彦ちゃんと思われる遺体は今日夕方、これまで捜索していた10メートル四方の地域に隣接する東側で発見されました。この地域は今日から捜索範囲を広げた部分で横から壁を削るように掘っていたところ、深さ
そしてその坂本さんご一家がその後無残にも殺害されたという厳然たる事実です。ここにまず私たちは改めて坂本さんご一家のご冥福を心から深くお祈りし、ご遺族関係者の皆様にお悔やみを申し上げます。私自身番組の中で事実に反した放送をしました。私たちが報道機関としての存立基盤そのものを問われている中で、せめても課せられた責任を果たすための第一歩として現時点でできうる限りの取材をし、その結果を現場からの報告としてお伝えしてまいりました。しかし言うまでもなく、この番組だけで私たちの検証作業が終わるはずもありません。
By this point, it was 6 years after the incident. A memorial was built in Nagano Prefecture and is regularly visited by those closest to the family as well as the families of the victims. The cult member responsible for making the syringe to kill the lawyer was stabbed in front of the paparazzi by a Yakuza member before his trial even started.
そうですよ。彼は私の部下です。部下ですか？はい。ちょっと通してよ。やめてください。
Shoko Asahara died by hanging on July 6, 2018. He was 63 years old. Asahara's body was cremated soon after he hanged at the Tokyo detention house, but his ashes remain there because his family disagrees over what to do with them. Authorities feared that giving the ashes to the family would turn into an item of worship for members still involved with the cult. One of the daughters of Asahara, who remains anonymous, was designated to receive his remains and to scatter his ashes into the Pacific. She had severed ties with her parents and had made statements regarding her childhood involvement with the cult. From the time I was around 2 or 3, I lived by myself in a room like a storehouse, with no windows. After my brother was born and I went into my mother's room, she turned me away saying, "There's no longer any room for you here." Both now and in the past, I never thought of my father as a dad. When I was born, my father was already a sect leader and a guru. I never once called him Dad. The woman had claimed that she had been made to eat omelets with pieces of broken pot in them, and was even forced to stand outside in the cold for hours. This abuse made her fearful of being killed if she ever resisted her parents' wishes. She had apparently applied in December 2015 to be removed as an heir to the cult. The daughter and the lawyer agreed that it would be best to receive the ashes and scatter them in the ocean so that followers could not create a holy land with them. The lawyer also asked the government to support the daughter in order to protect her from the possible attacks from followers or any attempts to steal the ashes. In the end, she added, "What I want to say most now is that I want a system under which children can cut ties with their parents if there are marked problems," she said. "I'm grateful to my parents for giving birth to me, but I don't think I owe them anything when it comes to raising me. Considering the weight of my father's crimes, I don't think that there is any way for him to take responsibility but for the death penalty to be carried out." This was one of, if not the only child of Asahara who supported the death penalty on her father. Her siblings did not take kindly to that. Not long after this, her older sister came onto the media and even amongst other YouTube channels defending him, saying that their father was just mentally ill and pleaded for a retrial of his case. "It was a day that I lost most of my sense of reality and my clock stopped ticking. People think of him as a monster, but he was human." Naturally, the public went completely against the older sister and believed she was still part of the cult, trying to keep her father's memory alive on good terms. She went on to publish a book called A Clock That Has Stopped. She went on to argue that her father was mentally ill and should undergo treatment so people can hear what he has to say about the crimes. She has attempted suicide multiple times and has regularly tried to visit her father in Tokyo Detention House, but not once did the staff ever let her see him. Japan removed most of its trash cans in fear that it could be a possible hiding spot for future attacks. Most of the trash cans you'll find are usually near a vending machine and occasionally in a park and a train station here and there. But Japan takes the placement of their trash cans quite seriously. In 2014 and 2017, when Donald Trump and Barack Obama were visiting Japan, they tightened security and sealed the trash cans shut until the end of his visit. On New Year's 2019, a man by the name of Kazujiro Kusakabe intentionally plowed his car into a crowd in Harajuku district. He said it was in retaliation of the death penalty system. Investigation on linking his attack to the execution of the cultists who died the year prior is still unclear. Life after the event made it incredibly difficult for the children of Shoko Asahara to live normally. Everywhere they went was faced with discrimination and resentment. Colleges, universities, and part-time jobs dismissed applications once they knew who they were. Unfortunately, the end of Shoko Asahara and his followers did not end the cult's existence, and in fact had split into two cults, called Aleph and the Circle of Light. Circle of Light constantly tries to make it public that they have nothing to do with Om. Aleph also tries to make it clear that they have nothing to do with Shoko Asahara. But the Public Security Intelligence Agency warns that Aleph and the Circle of Light still remain devoted to Asahara in their own ways, while Om Shinrikyo is designed as a terrorist organization by several countries. These two subcults are still legal in Japan, but under heightened surveillance and deemed as dangerous religious organizations. And today, the police still carry out investigations and raids against the cults. In November 2017, the police raided 5 offices of Aleph after investigating a woman who was spending tens of thousands of yen for study sessions, but the group still reportedly has about 2,100 members and continues to recruit new members under the name Aleph. But in 2019, the Tokyo court demanded Aleph to pay out more than 1 billion yen to the victims of the attack. March 20th, 2021 marks 26 years since the event, and victims and families are still affected today. Every year, a memorial service is held at Kasumigaseki Station, where citizens can pay their respects in memory of those who were harmed. Sakamoto-san is still highly respected today at his family's memorial. Since the attack of 1995, Japan has never been the same. When people see cult members, they never really think about the process of a person getting there. They just see the result. Everyone in life is on their own journey trying to find happiness, and sometimes that journey brings you into a crowd who wants to take advantage of that happiness. Cults will recruit you with positivity and the promise of a better life. They find someone who is at their most fragile and tell them exactly what they want to hear in order to stay. And in worst cases like Om Shinrikyo, will threaten you once recruited. The one thing I think everyone should take away from stories about cults, if nothing else, is always think for yourself. No matter how desperate you are for a better life, always try to look at the bigger picture and weigh your options. Just because someone smiles at you and consoles you when you're down doesn't mean you're indebted to them. A person who truly wants nothing but the best for you isn't looking for anything in return. Cults go completely against that and want you and all of you. But thank you guys so much for watching and being patient with this On the Case series. These videos take a lot of time, translation, and research, so if you would like in the meantime, feel free to support me on Patreon. But I'm Detective Aki, and thanks for watching.
This war, there's no shortage of people who hate us. Attached. We're a part of something much bigger.
Hey friends, it's Aki Deers, and today I'm going to be uncovering The Ring. Most of you who have clicked this video have probably seen the 2002 version featuring Naomi Watts as the main protagonist. The film is directed by Gore Verbinski, and as many of us know, The Ring is the adaptation of the Japanese version Ringu, and Ringu is the film adaptation of the novel by Koji Suzuki, The Ring series. Seen the Japanese adaptation, it's by word of mouth that I think makes The Ring one of, if not the most famous Asian horror film in the world. You know, next to One Missed Call, The Grudge, Shutter, Carved, etc. I'm sure almost everyone who has clicked this video knows the premise of The Ring already. Rachel finds a cursed videotape that gives anyone who watches it only 7 days left to live until they are killed at the hands of Samara, who climbs up a well and crawls out of the television to attack the victim. Many of us who have watched this film will never forget the disturbing images of the videotape, the well, and of course, Samara. But as far as anyone is concerned, no one has actually died watching the tape, and The Ring is nothing more than a film. Or is it?
Dun, dun, dun.
This is the first episode of a new series on my channel where I'm going to be breaking down urban legends, horror stories, and cases, mostly derived from Japan and on the internet, but I thought to kick this series off with a film that we all know and love, The Ring. As mentioned previously, it's common knowledge that The Ring most of us have watched is a westernized version of Ringu, but little do people know is that many of the events that happen in The Ring are inspired by real life. So sit back, turn off the lights, no hiding in the comment section, we're going to history. To make things easier, we're going to be calling Samara by her Japanese name, Sadako. In the film, Sadako is the main antagonist depicted as a very vengeful ghost seeking to kill after being wrongfully thrown into a well. Throughout Sadako's childhood, she's heavily experimented on and is proven to have psychic abilities and can show others what she wants them to see. She also has the ability to burn her thoughts onto physical objects, such as the tree burned on the wall, or most importantly, the videotape itself. The books heavily go into the science experiments performed on her as well. With all that being said, this isn't something that the writer just made up. Let's look back. In the early 20th century, there was a psychologist whose was Tomokichi Fukurai, an associate professor at Tokyo Imperial University. His obsession with clairvoyance and spiritualism was so taboo that he was forced out of the university in 1913. His work was called the Fukurai Affair amongst other psychologists, and they refused to document any of his research in textbooks. His name and work is still viewed as taboo in psychology today. But why? Well, simply put, he believed in hypnosis and was obsessed with a thing called thoughtography. which is an ability to burn images from one's mind onto a surface. Sound familiar? And he believed it at a level that completely disregarded standard scientific methods, so his colleagues told him to basically get the hell out. That didn't stop him though, so he continued to heavily perform his research on 3 clients, and their names were Chizuko, Ikuko, and Sadako. Dr. Fukurai was more than convinced that these women were all the proof he needed to support his beliefs on thoughtography. One in particular interested him the most, Sadako. The writer of The Ring took this case and created Sadako Yamamura, aka Samara Morgan. The writer also used Chizuko Mifune, the other client that was used in the experiments, as inspiration for Sadako's mother in the movie, Chizuko. And now the well. Where does that come from? Well, here's the story. The well itself is inspired by an actual well in Japan called Okiku's Well. It's located at the base of Himeji Castle in Kyoto Prefecture in Japan. And the story surrounding this well is one of the oldest in Japan, and it's no pretty one. This is the story of Okiku. Okiku was a servant who worked beneath the castle in the dungeon under a samurai named Tessan Aoyama. Aoyama was said to have fallen madly in love with her, and even promised to leave his wife for her if she agrees to go with him. Okiku refused him and
what's
continued
this
with
about?
her work. One of her prime duties was to take care of the samurai's 10 valuable golden plates. One day,
The Nature
Aoyama,
of
still
Evil.
angered by her rejection,
The what?
decided
The
to
Nature of
hide
Evil.
one of the plates and
This
threatened to
panel?
put the blame on Okiku for stealing it if she didn't go with him. Okiku still refused. Now there's 2 versions of the ending. In one, Okiku was so distressed at the situation that
I don't even know if I can hear it.
down the well. In
No,
another,
you would need
it
your
said
hearing
that he
aids.
threw her down the well for rejecting him. Either way, Okiku's life ended
I
in
might
anger
pick up on
and
the
betrayal.
next one.
It was said that at
Because
night
you need
she'd
hearing
wake up
aids.
and haunt the
You'll
samurai.
need hearing aids next time too.
I know. I mean, I'd have to go up and get them and find them. I don't know where they're at right now. I think they're charging in the office.
I don't even know if I'm gonna be in on it per se. Like, if
You're
you just
just
want to
checking
see.
it out.
Because what this guy does is he likes to teach like debate tactics or like whatever, like and they discuss like debate theory, blah blah blah, a lot. And so it's kind of a different twist on like you're not just only going at each other. It's kind of like, oh, like in that situation or whatever, if you approached it this way or whatever.
Is that more comfortable, that pad you're sitting on?
Only a little bit. I was actually looking at this.
Looking at what?
I was looking at Dish.
Oh, some chairs put out here.
It's just a little like thing that clicks up.
Oh, okay.
Look at how cushiony it is.
Yeah. Order it up.
They're expensive, man.
No, don't order. Hey, I think I'm gonna let you get a piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cause
you're a wiener.
I've been hitting it. I woke up early and I hadn't slept all day. You hadn't slept, have you?
Mm-mm.
Is there much activity tonight?
No, not too much. It's funny because whenever I first go on, if I don't like nail it, where I don't have to like keep going in and out like I did, like whenever I first came on, I had like 6 people, and since then I've had like 2 to 3 or something.
Yeah.
So the ring was real?
Alright. Well, I appreciate the invite. Next time, I'll have my hearing aids with me. I gotta get up in the morning and go get your mom some medicine. And if she calls you or comes down here beating on the wall, she's having a kidney stone attack. And you're gonna have to get up and go up there and start IV on her and give her some some Toradol.
I don't have any IV stuff.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, did you get some?
Joey's hooking us up.
Gotcha.
So just kind of know that if somebody's beating on the side of your house, it's probably your mom about to die from a kidney stone attack. If I'm out of town, otherwise I'll take care of it myself. But I'm going in the morning to get the medicines and stuff that'll be up in the house.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to get lactated ringers and stuff like that. Just hydrate her and give her some blood thin.
Sounds good.
She's been having some pretty excruciating pain.
Mm-hmm.
to upload Samara's
The
video
bugs are down.
onto YouTube. And just
Yeah, I
share
know.
the link. And we could all
You ought to
work
just take
together
that chair,
start a
cut the
Google
legs
Doc
off of
form
it, and put it
and
right.
just paste the link to this video.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Samara's ring video might actually become
Oh, can you start the fire for me? It's gonna get
Oh,
cold.
shit.
What?
Got a cramp in my foot when you said that. Do you turn it off inside?
There's some speculation that it's a
Turn it off inside. What do you mean?
What?
With a confirmation Sadako was real to some extent. The well was real to some extent.
Like that, or
And as far as a
like
cursed
that?
video,
That should be okay.
reports of that.
You want me to move this?
Yeah, you can.
Pull it over?
Yeah.
Share and like this video as fast as possible. YouTube will die in
Oh,
seconds.
shit.
It's heavy, man.
Fuck me. How's that?
Good.
Can you feel it?
Yeah, actually.
Is it too close?
Oh yeah, it's gonna catch my hair on fire.
Okay, so say when.
I love it. Absolutely
That
love
better?
it. It's a fucking new fan for my ass.
See ya.
See ya.
Awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh, neat. Look what it's doing with the infinity screen.
I'm glad you returned though.
I'm just gonna let it do that. Oh, look, Leon! It's bust out EO, like our friend in chat lit up. Oh, that's fucking awesome! Look at that!
Ooh, one thing I should do. How would I do it?
That's the first time.
Should I start jacking with this stuff again?
Worked for,
Cause
you know what I mean? For design aesthetic.
there's like this dude that is kind of wanting me to come on this like debate panel thing. But since I'm on my phone, it'd basically be me just like talking to voices. I don't think it'd matter though.
I can. Oh wow, I'm really gonna do this.
What do you think?
It's gonna be cool. Watch.
I'll accept votes. Either way. I don't know if I've ever really like seen debates on here and how they work. This fire is really nice though. Fire's nice, pretty warm. Pretty, feels good, man. I wonder what the temperature is supposed to be. Yeah, I'm on my, like, not main phone. Let me Google. Let me Google.
Oh, neat. Look. It looks like it's scrolling into itself. Look at that. Look at that shit. I made an infinity screen cool. Wow. I'm keeping this thing. I know, and it looks like a magnifying glass, too. But look how the scroll seems to like go into.
I think I will
like
jack with this a little bit more.
I'm keeping this
because like I want to be able to lean back a little bit.
This setup. I got one little problem I don't like. Let's see at the top. That looks cool as shit. Yeah, we'll do it that way.
Although, can you even hear?
Yeah, you can jump in the
well,
voice
here.
chat, please, if you will. gonna be doing my, oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna put my embarrassing GoFundMe.
How's that volume of that guy talking?
I don't know.
Hey. I'm gonna embarrass myself by putting this thing up there. Fuck it. I don't care.
Okay.
Gotta do something. I've gotta do something. I wonder if I can reach out to 100. He's one of my favorite streamers. That doesn't sound unrealistic, you know?
Cool. I'm cool with that then.
Like $27, you know?
I will say though that like I went on and I tried to use PayPal to donate and it wouldn't let me. So I don't know.
Oh, it's not. You don't do PayPal. You just send it directly to GoFundMe.
See, if there was a way I could use PayPal, you know, it'd be better.
Oh, PayPal is here on Streamlabs.
Oh, okay.
Or on Stream Elements. That's my ticker banner, yeah. Because GoFundMe, they collect the funds and they hold it, and actually it just sits there. They don't want people just, you know, here, give me money, and then they just, you know what I mean? Nothing happens to it. But PayPal is here with, actually you can use Streamlabs for that. If you want to.
Yeah.
Also I have Stream Elements for Venmo. And Stream Elements is cool because they don't take no fees out, it goes straight to you. And their little ticker will register so you can see that you've donated something. That's kind of cool because when I first did that, people said, I want to donate here, but I can't see my donation. And I thought, oh, that's not good. You know, I didn't like that. If you wanted to, you could, yeah, because it's like, hey, how do I know this went through? So my whole chat, like, it was so cool. I said, okay, let's just stop this, whatever this is, because I don't understand how to do this either. And everybody test every single link and walk us through every single thing. And so the chat stayed with me for like an hour and a half, testing every single link and setting up
Other
links
side
up.
game?
And then I said, just send like,
what is
like
that?
$1. You know, and poof, poof. And we got it all set up and everything was cool. But it took a minute. You know? But yeah, I'm usually like, oh, it's okay. In this case, I'm like, okay, whatever you want to do, it's fine. PayPal will do this, though. PayPal will hold your funds and then put you through this incredible interrogation. So I'm kind of like not digging PayPal.
No, I find it very easy to use personally. But,
if somebody sends you money like that, they tip or donate.
Well, I use it when they pay me for what I do, and they just.
Oh, but that's it. No, that's services. When you try to tip or donate, there's no receipt or order to that.
Oh,
and then they go, "What are you doing?" So they put me through such an inquisition. I just tore the fucking link off and I chewed them out. And I went, "Here's absolutely fucking everything." They linked my personal account to my publisher as an employee, and I said, "Unlink it." And they wouldn't do it. And I went, "Because you won't do it, you're causing me this problem. Now you have cost me to date, you know, blah, 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 blah." And I actually had people who sent and they wrote
if it's not, I'm gonna lose my shit.
And then they kind of, okay, backed off.
I'm gonna order one of those like little game chairs that kind of like clicks up
unless they get another fucking wild
into like a thing. Because I love this little like couch deal, but it has no back support whatsoever, like anywhere you're sitting.
You can use credit, or a bank account, and Venmo is direct transfer. They're pretty cool. But if you were to do that, I'm just gonna have to say fantastic. Also, anybody that donates, if you'd like, you know, I wrote 2 books. So, like I said, I'm very willing to give you the free ebooks if you want. I don't have a hard copy now. I sold them, got rid of them all. But I'll give you the 2 books if you like. I don't know if you'd asked for them before. Did you?
Squad strategy game.
I haven't yet. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to.
Dark art style. I'll have to look into it.
Twitch. I thought I did, but.
I guess you've tried it.
Just log in again. Twitch it'll do that. It's authentication.
Like a adjustable floor seat. Yes. exactly like an adjustable floor
I
seat.
guess I should quit saying that and just say, even thinking about helping, thank you so much. But I'm gonna see if I can get you 2 books. These are the ones I wrote and published and had published.
Okay, let's see how this is.
Okay, this one's letting it work. Okay, this one should go.
Yeah, I didn't even know that those were kind of considered like game things. I guess a lot of people like.
Do you read books?
Game in them.
Do I read? I read books all the time.
Okay,
I think that
Well, I mean, a lot of people just don't. They'll tell you, no, don't even do it. I don't. Thank you. My first $27, and it's $27. One of my favorite. Wow, wow. PayPal sent me the notice. Did they send you a notice?
Let me check.
I usually tell people, if you put it in as tip or something.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Well, I just have a PayPal balance.
I don't think I've
so
ever been
money's
this
not in the bank
happy.
account. It's all PayPal, and so
Wow.
they don't charge
In my
fees for
fucking
that,
life,
and
ever.
that. So I prefer that. And when I need the money for myself,
Why didn't I do this sooner?
You know, the publishing account, like that was set up for that too.
Let's see.
What do you do for a living? Or can I
Yeah,
ask?
Rogue.
You yes, you
Like,
are
but
the
pretty
winner. Hey, why don't you and
consistent
I
level up.
go right? I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I have one in Raleigh. They are pretty good. Do you like have one you recommend? And is it can't go wrong with the fire. Oh, it feels so good. But like, is it one that like clicks? Not that I need it to, per se.
Family name and then my editing name.
Those are just the ones I'm looking at on Amazon right
You know
now.
why? I'm just gonna make you climb that ladder and put your ass to work. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, that's all that's gonna happen, and you will have wasted your gas. But here's 2 free books. Dumbass.
Dumbass.
Now, I am going to share the link to the GoFundMe and the various servers I'm in. You know, when people see it, they see it. If they want to, I can't really control what they do.
If you do, you might want to mention that you don't use PayPal with GoFundMe.
Will do.
Or whatever, or however they do it, you know.
Indeed.
I don't
and
actually
if they ask for another way, I'll just link.
Yeah, black with buttons, clicks.
Yeah, if you just
go through a few angles, not bad.
You have trouble.
How's the lumbar support? That's the main thing I've been struggling with just now is like getting my pillows right.
My job was to make money for other people.
There's like some yoga specific ones that look really ridiculous, but they are ridiculously expensive too. Like $300 for like some cushions that just look nice, and like you could sit on them forever, but $300.
You know, if you put it that way, yeah. But then I thought, people don't come to stream to take classes. Okay. Anyway.
And not just that, but you provide content, you provide a platform for people, and again, like a lot of people make more doing less or offering less.
I know that, but that's really not the case with me. So I'm not sure if it's fair to compare that. It's because they're offering something that there's a demand for. Are we supposed to hold that against them?
I did not mean to suggest that they should not be making the
I feel like I'm kind of out of center.
I'm just meaning to suggest.
No, I'm just being really picky.
I got it.
That, yeah, because a lot of times I see people with imposter syndrome. And they,
Not much, but easier than sitting on a pillow. Well, yeah, I mean, it gives you some support.
Don't sell your, yourself
Sturdy enough. You could probably put one on it.
I got your little upload here.
Little round pillow or something.
Just to show you that, yeah, it was properly reviewed. I have different formats.
I don't know why, but I have just kind of been like sitting on the floor a little bit more. I think it's because my couch is in desperate need of being replaced, like super bad. Like the like it has a like a sleep. It's a sleeper sofa, and it's like the bed is like sinking in underneath it, and so there's like in the middle of it, the couch cushion is like halfway down into like the couch, and so like if you're sitting on the edge of it, like I usually like to do, like your leg is up against like that piece of wood, and so I'm like I'll just sit on the floor. Like I'm not like I'd rather sit on the floor than sit on like a thing of wood up my ass. It is old and busted.
Oh no, it isn't. It's a sticker. Oh well, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
What format was it?
EPUB if you got it.
I hope this is the corrected one. Anyway, just ignore what happened.
Will do. I'll check it out sometime when I'm not on stream with you.
There you go. I've got the other one over here.
Mm-hmm.
I always get people the books if they want them. And I have edited beautiful poetry.
Oh, nice. I've tried my hand at poetry before, but it just I don't feel it's the level that I would.
So that's another thing on my to get list.
But it's an interesting. I don't know. There's just a lot of different ways of doing it. I've always been kind of.
Have you ever
if I could handle that
like
sort of
streamed like or been involved? I guess like a better question would be like, have you ever been involved in like debate bullshit?
It's a linguistics-based language deconstruction method.
I just don't really know if I feel like arguing with strangers right now.
It's very good, and it produced the poetry in the.
It's gonna be about the nature of evil.
The author used my method, so wanted me to edit.
Well, I mean, you do have a Twitch account. You should get on there and be like, listen here.
So you can see the results.
This is what's gonna happen.
It's called Breakway. Okay, so tonight for debate praxis, I'm kind of discombobulated again, so thank you so much. Nature of Evil is a very intriguing one.
Oh, he might change his mind actually.
But people that want to do the Circle of Iron debate praxis can also choose other topics. So what we sit you down is try to train you. And Nurse is going to be right there. Hopefully your dad will come in, and we'll have 2 or 3 people. But this is a different method. It's a different method. It's Cree style. It's a lot of review analysis, strategizing, start and stop, kind of fumble, pick it back up, commentary. You have to be in good faith, and then debate. How to win an actual debate is a lot different than it is on Twitch. But what I do is bring people to where they can actually handle the kind of what I think is kind of crap debate on Twitch because they enjoy it so much. I said, okay. So it all comes down to discourse analysis and strategy, actually, and then style. So you have content, style, strategy.
Out of those three, do you put any an emphasis on any one as more important than the others, or
strategy?
Okay.
Always, because strategy will get you 2 out of 3. Style anywhere in the real world is admirable, but you're not often persuading on style. Presidents sometimes can get away with it because they have that charisma. Turns out people will not vote for somebody that doesn't have charisma. So, in other words, all they see is style. They ignore the content, which is, of course, stupid. And they don't want to.
I'm just telling them like, because they were like, I hope that she can bring her dad in. And my dad was like, I'll probably have to wake up early, so no. And
But if you basically
I just
open
told him, like, I tried my best, but he has to wake up early. Plus, we've only had one stream.
Well, nurse, you're welcome. You can come in. I mean, we'll give your dad some time to think about that, but I do think it would be a very popular sort of series, if you will, you know, to put together a stream, whatever, stream event. Look, the first $27 donation popped up and it showed up on the banner. How cool. That's fucking cool. Oh, this is horrible. Let me just tell you. I put it in my GoFundMe. COVID has affected more people than it has infected. Yeah. No, it looks super cool. This does look... What do you think of it? Look at that. That looks pretty slick, if you ask me.
My dad is super cool.
Oh, you know what? It looks like the well in the ring.
I think that, you know, like I said, he just doesn't really know what to expect. And I'm sure he is tired. He woke up early and has to get up early again. He's been working all day.
I will say this is a little brighter than I'd like, just because of the white. You know what I mean?
It's pretty white. I know. It's like... that's an image that way, and it's not an image you can turn the resolution down on.
Yeah, I understand.
I wonder... Oh, I'm just gonna have to edit it, that's all. Oh yeah, I can edit it in Paint. That's probably how they create. And I can make that white much less more like a soft gray. Or sand colored would be really nice, because that's how it would have been in history. Yeah, just hop on Discord. Oh, I'm sorry. God, my vision. I'm kind of like I'm all excited. And so you're right. Do you have links to your books? And can we read what you've written? And can we bring it online? Actually,
allergies.
I can interview you professionally, and you can bring out your books and do it like a book reading or book signing. You know.
One second, hold on. I'm having to deal with a small issue.
Oh, there you go. Nurse you finally got my friend request, did you? Good. Yeah, just hop. Oh, do you need the link? No, I don't guess so. You decord. No, I can't even spell it. It's ridiculous.
There he is.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with that issue later. It's just frustrating. I'm trying to change my email on Twitch, but it is wanting to send something to the old email to confirm it, and I lost access to my old email account, which is why I'm changing it.
Here's what you do. Change your authentication method.
Okay, is there...
shoot. When you first did your... Okay, you're on Twitch, too, so...
Hey, you need me to mute something?
You can set up the authentication method. It's in your settings. You can set up the... Or it might be account or settings. You're going to have to flip through all that crap to find it, but in your settings...
Okay. Hold on just a second.
Or it might be account or settings. You're going to have to flip through all that crap to find it, but...
Authentication.
I need to get to the doctor and have this taken out. It's killing me. Need to get to the doctor. Yeah. I had mine on 2-factor, that way in case the email went out, or the phone, either one. Oops, I lost my phone. Here's this.
Hmm.
I'm really loving this infinite window of optical illusion. Except that's really white. Really loving this infinite window of optical illusion. Except that's really white.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna have to contact them at some point. Looks in.
Well, if you have some free time, I'll sit down with you and try to.
Okay, that would be nice. I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, if you have some free time, I'll sit down with you and try to. You want to take away from me your
That would be nice.
playing time.
I don't want to.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
I thought I had set it up last time.
Okay. Circle. Okay, here we go. Okay. Circle.
Appearance, accessibility. You think it'd be under voice and video, like some kind of authentication thing?
Okay.
Enables crisp noise suppression, makes some noise, like clap your hands while speaking. Your friends will hear nothing but your beautiful voice. Maybe I'm a boomer. What do you think?
You know what? Worst case, I just sign up with my current email address. I didn't have a stream going. I won't lose anything, you know what, so it's not a big deal. Worst case, I just
okay.
sign up with my current email
Alright.
address. I didn't have
I can sit with you there if
I
you
won't
want.
lose anything, so it's not. I appreciate it. But
Oh, here it is. I thought I did this last time.
I guess as to your question, I don't write books. I write short stories and I do commissions for people. So it's a little different.
No, never mind.
Writer writes.
Indeed.
Not a writer. I just say it's still a book.
So it is. I mean, I guess
it's short doesn't mean it's not a book. It's you're a writer. And I'm also a publisher, and I will consider a short story the same.
I mean, I get it. I got into it actually because I was a member of a role-playing community actually.
Yep.
And people wanted, and we would do some posts and things like that would, and people liked my work and wanted me to help them with various characters they had and various stories they had, and so I started doing that, and it kind of ballooned. And so now I have a pretty steady base of customers that'll pay me to help stories they had, and so I started doing that, and it kind of ballooned. And so now I have a pretty steady base of customers that'll pay me to help create personas for them, or help me create a backstory, or help them create a backstory, I should say. Or sometimes they'll just pay for my work because they like a certain style or story that I have. But I do have samples. I do have things that I share. And again, I'm not making big bucks, but I can pay my bills. So.
Okay. Anybody can make a living at something that's got it going on, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Don't you think?
I'd agree, overall.
You should be proud of that. I know for a fact how difficult it is.
I wonder how much battery my phone even has. Should probably plug it in. Because that's what I'm streaming off of. Ooh.
Are we still waiting on Nurse? Is that what's going on right now?
Are you here?
Oh, hold on. Which one is it? Oh, what? Why?
Is she here? I know she jumped into the thing.
I think she's muted. I don't know if she needs to be muted right now.
Oh, unmute your mic so we can hear you.
She may be busy or something like that. Regardless.
So,
sorry,
well,
I was just plugging my phone in.
Yeah, okay. We're just gonna ask, let people ask them a little bit of questions about debate and, you know, that kind of thing. We're just gonna ask, let people ask them a little bit of questions about debate and, you know, that kind of thing.
I just wanted to make sure, is there reverb from my side? Because, didn't we set all that up?
I don't hear reverb. You're hearing something like squelch.
Squelch.
Which is where it's starting to robot out on you.
Oh.
You're hearing something like squelch.
Gotcha.
Which is where it's starting to robot out. That's just your mic quality.
Oh, that's fine. As long as it's not... Yeah, as long as it's not on you guys' side. Let me go grab a charger and then, yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's not on you guys' side. Let me go grab a charger and then, yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. So what questions do you have? Now, you debate, like, you just sat down on Prime Kai and just took over. What questions do you have? Now, you debate, sat there and held your own. And I thought, oh, my goodness, you were great at debate. Took over. And sat there and held your own.
I find that a lot of it, if you sound confident and if you have at least a kind of a standard knowledge of what you're talking about, you can do a lot with it. And the confidence, I think, is very key in that, and you got to be able to what's the word? You got to be able to understand how other people are thinking and respond to them in the same way, because otherwise you're going to talk past each other. How other people are thinking and respond to them in the same way.
Yeah, correct.
Because otherwise you're going to talk past each other.
Yeah, correct. Okay, now I'm trying to get this new one up. How's that? Okay, now I'm trying to get this new one up. How's that?
I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to log back in so I can actually see what's going on in Twitch, because I'm not in Twitch right now.
Alright, never mind. It's like, it's trivial.
I'm trying to,
I mean, this is trivial, so.
log back in so I can actually see. I think I actually got it this time. Hold on.
Alright, never mind. It's like, it's trivial. It's just pretty freaking cool if it's trivial.
Yeah, I think I actually got it this time. Hold on.
It's just pretty freaking cool.
Aha! Okay, we're back in.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know I was muted.
Okay.
And yeah, this much less white, much less bright.
Okay, we're back in.
And it still has that really stunning illusion. You know?
Much less white, much less bright.
Oh, you have somebody has the stream on. Alesto says, tell Nurse I said hello. I was on Aladdin's stream during PromCon helping him against Cat. You have to mute the stream. Against Cat? Alesto says, tell Nurse I said hello. I was on Aladdin's stream during PromCon helping him against Cat. Who's Cat? Alesto, jump on in if you can. We're doing a debate training. Who's Cat? Alesto, jump on in if you can. Oh, you didn't come get me? I'm in quantum theory. Oh, you didn't come get me? Yeah, somebody has the stream on.
That was me. I'm a boomer.
Yeah, just mute the stream.
Yeah, that should be better. I was like, this is this is definitely not.
Is squelching because it hears you and then it picks up the stream at the same time.
Right. I forgot that I had it open and yeah, forgot a step there.
So there you go. The sciences is the physicist. I'm in quantum theory. So now I thought experts weren't allowed on Twitch. Oh, she tries to discredit Neil deGrasse Tyson. Where's that bitch? Oh, just a minute. Let me ask it on there. Is that what she's doing now? Holy shit! You want to see somebody get pissed off? Watch this.
Yeah, do it.
Are they on the same subject? Ban the military from Twitch? Oh, it's the Royale. I can't go on the Royale.
That's a weird.
Why didn't they invite me? Yeah, that's stupid.
What do they mean by ban the military?
They don't want the military to recruit on Twitch. Who is the cat? Physics. Oh, it's the same little. How do you vote? Oh, I got it. Oh, they're yelling. Oh, they're tied. The physicist is tied with KOE. Who I hate, Phil KOE.
I don't know the guy. Why do you hate him? I've never seen him.
Well, look at he brought. I just hate him. He brought Cat Ninetails back on, even though he kicked her for being rude. What her
Oh, that's what I need right there.
name is. How do I get a hold of her? Does anybody know what her Twitch name is? Because they're using their stupid nicknames, which is stupid because you can't get a hold of them. Mr. Limp. Yeah. Is that on there?
I'm here just to listen. I've been busy all day, so.
Oh, Mr. Sneaky's calling everybody dumb. I'm like, dude, you're a joke. I'm not in the market for new sheets. I need deep pocket. I've been eyeballing some pure Egyptian cotton. Egyptian cotton. 100%. Hi, Linky. We're doing the debate training. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. We've got two. Nurse, I've got you. And Wick, I've got you. Oh, Wick, what happened to you?
Awesome.
Oh, there, we've got you.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Your volume was down. Oh, who had the train?
Who? Me?
In the background.
Oh.
Is that you?
Me?
Alright, so, I don't know who has the train.
Oh, I have a train every 5 seconds. Sorry, I'm sitting outside.
Oh, is that by your house?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you were near the tracks.
Yeah,
So
super.
I love
Super
train
close.
tracks. Like, I love to hear them at night.
Yeah, I've never lived away from train tracks, actually.
Me neither. Except once, and I was so nervous that I moved because of it. Isn't that weird?
You were like, I can't.
So I have a perspective on ladies, if you don't mind me asking, I'm professional.
Yeah, Egyptian cotton.
Yeah, that's like, I'm trying to go not fall out, like, dang, but I have a real bad look.
Egyptian cotton.
Man, careful.
But don't forget, down pillows. That would help. Oh, no, rejected. Okay. Alright. Okay, Egyptian cotton for sure.
I'll try my best to remember to mute if there's a train, because that'll get pretty obnoxious, honestly.
Egyptian cotton made mummies perfectly comfortable for thousands of years. Think about it. Okay. Okay, so you guys are doing the debate training. Wick, are you okay to go?
Ready when you guys are.
Alright, I wasn't sure if you're still dealing with
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so this one of the topics people love to practice on. They like things like I should have him in Aladdin, and oh no, he's offline. It says he's offline, but there you go. I don't know if you guys are friends. Okay, so debate. People want to talk better. Let me ask everybody briefly who wants to do this. What are your goals in learning better debate strategies?
Well, can I go first?
Well, you can go. Let me have you go in order then. So Alesta, yeah, go ahead, Alesta. I wasn't sure you were wanting to train, but yeah, go ahead.
I mainly here just like listen, but you can participate a little bit. I can be punch bag if you want.
So for training, that's what I was asking. But people who actually want to improve something, what
Perfect.
That's
Done.
But if so, nurse, if you said you wanted to get better at getting your thoughts together, right?
Yeah, I mean that's always a good part of it.
Is she still here?
Yeah. Goodness, I'm having a hard time over here.
Discord can be fun.
I am unmuted, right?
Hey, you still here?
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, we're not really hearing you. Don't use push to talk.
Okay.
Okay, wait, can you talk?
I can.
Okay, so we'll let the nurse fix that. So what would be your goals, training for this kind of debate?
Well, I think simply general improvement in a few areas. One, being able to more quickly and more cogently put together an argument. And one of my main goals, though, is to be able to more readily keep my cool, keep calm, and keep from,
doing what you did last night.
Yeah. That's my. I would say that's my main weakness is I tend to get too invested into it, so to speak, and creates an issue.
Okay. Do you have your camera on?
I can turn it on. Give me a second.
Okay, because for you said you made gestures, so let me see what's good. So let me watch you. Okay, nurse, are you able to talk now? I like how Lester's peeking eyes out of his. That's really gorgeous.
Anything?
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah, that's weird. Huh. All I did was like mute and unmute, so that worked.
Yeah, that's usually what it takes. Do you have your camera on?
I could turn it on. Here.
Let's try to turn it on. So with Wick, we're gonna watch you, Wick, and then Wick, you're gonna look carefully at people's reaction to you as part of it. Not everybody can see, but in your case, this might help. What we call self-moderation. We'll let her turn hers on. She's got her peace sign on. Does my camera show up on this, or is it still brown?
It does not, but we can see you on stream, so.
Oh,
cool.
You don't need to see me so much, but it's real aggravating, because when I go to panels, if they can't see me, it's not cool.
So I did what I did last time, and I go into settings, and then I went to voice and video, and then I selected just whichever one. Like, I have both. Anything?
Okay. When you do that, then click that button that says video on the bottom, underneath all these channels, over your name.
Oh, over my name.
It's on the bottom left. And you have video and screen, so click video.
I think I know what this is. The same issue that. Wait, do I need to be on a browser or be on the app, like actual
app? Should be app.
Okay. So I'm under voice and video, but you
Oh, exit out of that. That's settings. Come back here to the main screen. And then on bottom over your name, it says video and a screen.
Gotcha.
And then you click video. And it's going to try to pick you up. There you are, and that's what it takes. There you are.
Why am I green?
Your camera's going to change colors and stuff, but we can see you. So the point is, Wick tends to gesticulate when he gets a little whatever, right?
Oh, God.
So being able to see each other should help him regulate that without really having to point it out. He has to look at people. Yeah, hopefully, you know. Okay, so here we go. And then Alesto. Oh, you've got yours on too. Hi.
Hola.
I think that's your image, camera image.
Oh, it was there for a minute.
Yeah, it's there for a minute.
I can't keep it on because of
Don't worry about it. It'll probably max your system out too, so don't worry about that. Okay, now let's get you up on stream. And you're going to be rock stars in a minute. Once I get my own settings. But everything is so fuzzy. We've got you.
By the way, Wick, I'm going to be in chat, so if you want to have chat open up in another window so I can coach you and help you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll just stream today.
No, you don't need a coach and help. He's going to be training with me, so all of you are going to be training this way.
Gotcha.
You should be focused on this, not anything else. All right? Okay. Yeah. So there we got you. We got you. All right, we got 4. It looks neat. Okay, so this style is a different style. It's my style. It has a lot to do with, as always, the relationship between your thought and language. All right, which means you have to think before you speak, during speaking, and afterwards. These debates require an enormous amount of listening, so it improves your listening skills. All right, so when you start debating, and we can talk about nature of evil, or if you guys want to chew on something else as we go, we can shift. It's very flexible, okay? So this style of debate requires an introduction or an establishment where you have 8 minutes, right? Now, this is 2 teams of 3, so that's 8 times 6, 48 minutes of arguing independently. When people want to provide information as somebody's making their argument, you say point, and they can ignore you. If they've made a mistake and you want to correct them, you say interjection, and they can ignore you. They will lose points if they refuse any of these. And they've got to accept at least one. You know, it's bad faith. So all of that can be used strategically. The way that you respond, you can really rattle your opponent who thinks he's got you on a gotcha. So your entire actual argument stands at the beginning, 8 minutes long. Right? For Twitch, that's too much. So what we do is take the 2 teams and we split them into 3, and each person presents a different part of that argument. And you work that out ahead of time, okay? Then there's rebuttal. Now, rebuttal, the South African, the World Style School does this thing where, because if you have point and interjection, it's almost like the cross-examination is happening during that opening argument. It's very condensed. Parliament has it laid out. South African style has it laid out. Rebuttal is the hardest thing for most people. Rebuttal is what you would consider arguing. You know, like with your dad, nurse, you go, yeah, Dad, but, right? Literally, that word but comes from reboot, but, butting heads, all of that. The butt end of something is the hard, bludgeoned end, the part you bang with, so, literally. So, but, all right? I have a little formula to help coach you through the difference between rebuttal and cross-examination, which is what you call blood sports. You know, from arguing to nuclear, right? In between rebuttal and cross-examination, I put in what's called the jury, where they're going to hang you. The judge and the jury, which is chat, will grill you, tear you to shreds mercilessly, no matter how mean they are, or whether they boo you or not. You have to deliver to the best of your ability. So that jury for world school style, really that thing sort of happens in that first 48 minutes, except that the judge and audience aren't doing it, your opponents are doing it. So you get real frustrated, and it gets real fast. So there's 3 different styles. There's my style, world school style, proper South African world school style. There's 3 styles. In my style, also parliament, sorry, those 3. My style takes elements from all 3. It's on Twitch. It sort of makes money. I actually train the whole time, and you can have elimination rounds just like they do in the Royale. All right, so that's just to tell you what my debates are like, okay? So rebuttal and cross-examination. So rebuttal, the formula for it is during rebuttal, where they're trying to find a weakness in your defense, they're sort of objecting or protesting against your argument, which they've just heard, correct?
Right.
Right. So in my debates, you don't turn to each other and light into each other the way you do on Prime's channel or any other Twitch debate. You do not directly go after your opponent. You have to throw some serious shade. You're talking to the audience. In your mind, you're presenting toward the audience. Your opponent doesn't exist. If they try to interject, you're like, you just keep going. You should say decline. You don't have to. You can just keep going. It's polite to say decline and keep going. It's also polite to say accepted. At least indicate. In other words, why would you do that? To maintain control. So the tension starts when the audience is watching and you're going da-da-da-da-da-da, point, and you keep going. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, point, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, interjection, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, point, go ahead. You built that tension. The audience is like, what's going on? They're hooked. You don't need an ad hominem to create the tension. So that's the first thing to learn, okay? You can be as passionate, vehement, vociferous, gregarious, outrageous, but your argument has to be sound, valid, cogent. It has to be all of those things. Your reasoning has to be sound, the argument has to be valid or cogent. You have inductive and deductive reasoning. Okay? One is 99% probable, the other one is either true or false. So, also, very simply, when you go to cross-examination, at this point you do address each other. Because you address each other and you're tense, I just delete you so that the stupid ad hominem and that kind of crap doesn't happen. So you have to be just as ferocious, but very, very strategic. It's very difficult to argue or disagree in English without the pronoun you. Now, I becomes ineffectual because I is irrelevant. You're arguing for something besides yourself, correct?
Right.
And let's want to tell an anecdote. My language, you've heard, Wick, is Ekosi. Ekosi sounds a little funny in a debate audience sitting there. I don't know what you mean. So we allow I for self-referential anecdote. You'll see it. When I was 10, I remember this happened to me. Because of that, no. But there are 3 rules, maximum of conversation. You have to be clear, which means you have to state your intent and your purpose. You have to be precise. And so with pronouns are imprecise, so get rid of your pronouns. Specifically name what you're referencing. Cite your sources. Okay? And you have to be relevant. So the motion, or which sometimes I start with emotion, or the government, if you will, is the proposition, is the idea, the thing you're arguing, right? So the one way to win the judge's vote is to stand on the motion. Don't let go of it. It's your goalpost. Do not let go of it. Also, proposition, the 4, cannot change their position. They can't shift. To cross-examination, they have to stand on it. Even if they've been proved dead wrong and they're throwing tomatoes, you're going to die on that hill. So the pros got to die on the hill. Opposition can shift. Opposition can shift. All right. That's a lot. So in a little bit of thing. Okay. So when you start, now this is true of all debate, even Twitch debate. All of that is, you'll see even in Twitch debates. It's just sort of fundamental to human reasoning. Okay. All right. So when you start, you're choosing your side, your position. All right. You've decided. So if we do nature of evil, or we could try something else, it's up to you. What do you, well, we've got really 2 people, and he's going to be the punching bag, or the instigator, which is fine. 2 people. What's a subject you're both passionate about, that you know something about, that you can talk about?
Oh. It's a great question.
The questions matter most.
I can talk about several subjects. Free speech, obviously. I can talk about policing. I can talk about suicide rates in the military, or healthcare overall. In a very general sense, healthcare I can. When we're talking about specific medical issues, I cannot. I do not have the research or background. I can discuss censorship in video games. I can discuss discourse between people and what is effective persuasive methods.
You know what? A nurse can argue with her dad in a dialogue. Why don't we go with discourse? That's my field. I know Alesto can talk all day about that as well. Wick, I'm certain you started out yesterday immediately picking on the lefties, and I went, this is gonna be good. And nurse, effective discourse. With you and your dad, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to say about that by this point.
Right. Oh, I was gonna say, like, I really want to get him on here in the future, but we've only done, like, 1 actual stream. Like, he's only had 1 stream. So I think for him, like, getting thrown into, another thing that's kind of like this would be pretty extreme for him right now.
Oh no, we don't worry about that. If you do it and you let me host it, then right, you don't have to worry about that. Then it would improve it, right? But that's fine. But okay, so you can talk about discourse, right? Effective discourse.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. All right. So effective discourse. Okay. So first, let's define emotion, right? Emotion is something that has to be arguable. It's like that thesis sentence that you never learned to write in high school, but now you're going to learn why you couldn't do it. All right. What about discourse is arguable?
Okay. I would posit that the content of the discourse is not as important as the presentation, and that the presentation far outweighs what you are actually saying. It's more the way you are saying it that leads to persuasion, and it leads to the changing of minds. That would be my stance.
That's a debatable topic. Does the content matter more than the delivery? Or vice versa? Does the delivery matter more than the content? That's an arguable point, correct? Now, many people on Twitch, Lecture Fan, last username, Sourcing Support, would all say that the content is king, and that it should matter more. They're very tired of rhetoric.
Interesting.
So just to give you the background of it. Other people on Twitch obviously say, bullshit, it's all in the style. It is all in the delivery, right? in classic stage performance, it is well known that the reason actors train, Shakespeare is so well written that all you need to do is get the line out. You don't have to, you know what I mean? You just deliver the line. All right. Whereas modern stage, it is all performance. The lines can change from play to play, from night to night. It's all in the delivery. So that is a debatable position. You know, and it's harmless. It's a harmless position. Okay. So the two of you, which side would you want to take? You don't have to take one you like, you're training. So do you want, who is proposition on this? What is the motion? Is it that the style matters more than content? Or is it that the content matters more than style?
I'll allow Nurse Mancer to choose whichever side she's more comfortable with.
Honestly, it almost depends on like which topic it is. But I kind of, I'm gonna kind of go with the content.
Content matters more than style.
Sure.
Okay, and Wick, delivery matters more than content.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the motion? How is the motion phrased? That style matters more than content?
The presentation of information exceeds the value of the information itself. And that through careful presentation, you can persuade more fully than with more complete content.
Okay, that's a claim. Presentation matters more than content.
Yes.
Presentation matters more than content is the motion before the House. Wick is the proposition for this claim, and Nurse is opposition, claiming that content takes precedent over style. Right, so that's how that would begin. All right. All right. Now, let me watch what happens to you. This won't be the full-length thing. You'd be here forever. So you've given us the claim, Wick, already. So we want a 3 talking point, very literally 3 talking points. That's all. 3 talking points. You say your name. You restate the motion and interpret it, which would be what kind of argument this is. What kind of issue is this? Why does it matter? 3 talking points. You are telling the audience and judge what you're going to argue. Now, immediately you're judged on, do you veer away from any of that? So clarity and precision means stick to it, right? Stay in your lane. Okay, so go ahead and try to give us that. And then you always want to say thank you, because you appreciate the platform. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Wick, and I'm here to talk to you about how, in the nature of modern discourse, presentation is king. That presentation is able to influence and drive the narrative far more than content is. It's not what you say, it is how you say it. I am prepared to show that throughout history that this has been the case, that the charismatic leaders of the past have been able to shape messages that are manifestly untrue and persuade large amounts of people in order to follow them and in order to espouse this belief, that whatever belief that they tend to say. I'm going to talk about how in modern day discourse this is equally true, and we can see examples in politics as well as pop culture, and as well as with things that people say are true but are not actually founded in actual data. It's just the narrative has trumped the data in this case. And I would like to thank you for listening to me, and I see my time.
Nice.
Okay, see, Nurse, it's very clear, right? But let me go back. Maybe I might have missed it. essentially, if I paraphrase, you're claiming, well, propaganda works, charisma convinces, and then what was your third point?
In a modern discourse, the content is widely ignored in favor of the narrative.
Narrative trumps content.
Yes.
In modern discourse. All right. And now, did you state the motion? I think you did. What kind of issue did you say that you thought this was?
The defined kind of. I stated that this is about in persuasive discourse how the presentation matters far more than the content. That was my claim. I don't know.
You kind of put it in a context that this issue matters in the context of persuasion.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So this is the art of persuasion that you're talking about. Okay.
Yes.
And I could have missed it, but you want to restate the motion very clearly, and then you would state your position explicitly. So like there's little details, and that's fine. One speaker had stood up and said about arguing against the afterlife, gave this opening story, and which was like, what? LGBTQ being murdered. And I went, what? What? And she cited a case where it was believed that they would go turn straight in the afterlife and then had a chance to come back. This has happened somewhere in Asia. And so she said, for this reason, we are proud to reject the proposal that the afterlife is real and that it matters. And it was the way that she said it was like, I was like, damn, you're done. Okay. So you can be that bombastic and polarized, right? She was essentially claiming that because of a belief in the afterlife, people are being killed, murdered, neglected, misled, the church is feeding them Kool-Aid, that the whole idea of an afterlife has to go. It was doing more damage, you know. All right, so you can even come in it like that. All right. Okay, Sun Tzu take. Correct. Yeah, this is very Sun Tzu. Yeah. Okay, Alesto's already going, this is like Sun Tzu. Yeah, it is. All right, so nurse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're going to do the same thing on opposition. Your name, you actually restate this motion, which is that delivery matters more than content. All right? Then you're going to do what context it's in. You may see it in a different context. That's fine. And then 3 talking points. 1, 2, 3. State your position clearly and thank you. Okay?
Okay, I'll try my best here. So I am Nursomancer. And hi. And oh, you said not to say I believe. So
you can say I believe. But you have to ground it in some sort of anecdote, some reason.
Right. And that's the 3 points that I'm coming up with, correct?
Sure, go ahead. Take your time.
So
it takes time to learn. Mm-hmm.
The reasons that I do believe that content matters more than the delivery of it is because, for one, that people are already pretty set in what they believe, and that you're going to change their mind just based on how you say it is pretty minimal at best. This is also seen in politics, which was another example that you did give. Additionally, the way that things, even when they're acted in a way to persuade people, tends to offend just as many number of people. The first thing that comes to mind with this is like a good Ben Shapiro acting strangely about trans individuals. And I haven't quite thought of a third one yet. So
Okay, so you'd want to let's get you a third one. I've got them typed into chat just in case, so you can see it. People are already set in what they believe, so just coming at them with style would be minimal at best. You want to improve your. What do you mean by that, or define that? It's ineffective. Minimally effective at best for changing minds. Persuasion methods tend to offend just as many. That's an interesting take.
I mean, you're like, I kind of see it from the perspective of like, what is the like opposition gonna tell me that I'm gonna have an epiphany right now? Just as much as
you're looking at it. Yeah, you're thinking ahead to what's he gonna give you, and you're gonna defend against that, right? So he's on a proposition. You're on opposition. The first thing is, don't mix them up. It will confuse everybody. You say my opponent.
Oh,
gotcha. Or that team.
Right.
All right. And so your third talking point: persuasion tends to offend just as many people. That's interesting. Style is not effective enough for changing minds because they already are set in what they believe. That's an interesting take. A third one.
I'm sorry. I think you're cutting out for a second.
A third take on why content matters more. Why is content important? Yeah.
Well, not only content, but I don't want to branch off too much with like the yeah.
So what about a justification?
Justification.
Educating people is okay. What about we live in a climate of fake news and alternative facts?
Right.
So that the content to be valid is critical right now. Something like that.
Ooh, I like that one.
You like that? Okay. That content that is valid, right? Challenges. Okay, I'll just give that one to you. Fake news and all facts.
Yes.
Let's talk about what would happen if your content were skewed and you were giving advice about COVID. That's what I mean. All right, disinformation.
Exactly. I like that one a lot.
Well, I'll give that to you because it's easy to wind that in. And as a medical person, I bet you might have a lot to say about people not, really having, home cures that sent them to the emergency room. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that would be relevant to you. Okay, that sounds right. Okay, and so we have the arguments. All right, and you can look in chat this to refer. Okay, now that we have that, let's go back and try that again smoothly. Let's see if we can perfect our delivery, shall we? But get the content accurate. Okay, so let's try it again.
So I'm Nursomancer, and I believe that the content matters more than the delivery of that content. Because most people are very set in their ways and are not going to be easy to change their opinions no matter, how you phrase it to them.
Correct. That's clear.
Also, the number of people you're going to get to agree with you that point of view.
Correct.
And then, and the reason why content really matters is because if there is false information that is very harmful, and just because you're wording it well does not mean it's a positive thing. Convincing people that way, right?
Okay.
And so that's why I believe that content matters more than your wording of it. And thank you.
You did it. Okay. You want to smooth out the rough edges and make that nice and flowing. but that's the proper, well-structured argument.
Mm-hmm.
You have just argued without raising your voice,
Mm-hmm.
right? But your opponent is listening very carefully and plotting his strategy, just as you should do. Okay. Okay. And so, Wick, let's go back and clean your delivery up a little bit, and you give it a second shot. And I've got the scroll back and chat if you want, or you can see it if you need to remind yourself.
Give me a second. Let me scroll to where I had. Okay, let's see what I can do. Hey, good evening. My name is Wick, and it's a pleasure to be here. Today I'm going to be talking to you about persuasion and why how you deliver a message is more important than what message you are delivering. We can see examples of this throughout history. Propaganda works. It has worked in Nazi Germany. It has worked in religious circles, and it continues to work today. The ability for someone to charismatically present their message has a huge effect on on how that message is received by the public and how that is taken by those who are listening and persuadable. In modern discourse, we can see this very clearly in how the narrative, the story we tell about the data, is much more important than the data itself. And in fact, that the narrative trumps the data in many cases. And even though the data does not support the narrative, still we tell each other these stories and we look for ways to make the data fit the story, even when it does not. So I'd like to thank you for listening, and I hope we can have a great debate. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good, nice concession. Okay, that's the introduction. In reality, it's much longer. It's very passionate, right? But the argument, the entire argument, your whole argument, you will prepare ahead of time, write it down. You can read it off your notes, and you can wham. Now, he wound the motion very subtly into it. I'm here to talk to you about persuasion and why the delivery matter, he just eased right up on it. Or you can be very objective and say blah, blah, blah. Right. So at this point, let's determine what kind of people are you. Inductive reasoning, appeal to pathos, common sense. Deductive reasoning, appeal to logos, ethos, logic, and the best outcome. So what kind of debater are you guys? Which one? What do you prefer? Which one do you prefer? Or do you mix the both?
Yeah, do I have to pick a side? Because I can see usefulness in both.
We're asking what your natural style is.
I tend to appeal to, first I appeal to passion, and then I'll use that to drive my logical points.
Okay, and then you appeal to passion, but are you inductive? Or do you follow syllogistic reasoning?
Can you give me an example? Just so clear.
Here's inductive reasoning is found in one of the most famous statements in the world, which is, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Okay.
There's nothing in between the premise and the claim. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Claim. Nothing. And then that. All men are created equal. That all men are created equal is self-evident. If it's self-evident, there's no room for an argument. It's common sense. It's very hard to argue that. Nobody wants to argue it because they want to be equal, and they want that to be the truth. Inductive reasoning is sometimes called circular logic, and they poo-poo it. I'm like, it's impossible. It's very difficult. It's powerful, and it appeals to ethos, to common sense, to logos. It's using a proper structure, and then it's undeniable. self-evident is undeniable. Similarly, a woman is a woman if she calls herself a woman. How do you argue with a bunch of sputtering instead? That's an inductive, right? Deductive, classic syllogism with a flaw would be bears are hairy. Hairy is hairy. Hairy is a bear. That's what we use to teach you that structure. Premise 1, all bears are hairy. It's a syllogism, all. Categorical syllogism, okay. So, all, any, some, most, X are Y, right? Some other X is also Y, and therefore this second X is Y. Like, that's the structure of it.
With those definitions of inductive is how I generally do. I start off with a very inductive statement.
Okay, good. Okay, we got it. Now it's clear. And for you, nurse, I hope you're still here.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody argues, you're a nurse, correct?
Correct.
When you have to argue, how do you defend yourself? How do you convince a patient to not do something?
So it's very, like, I kind of base it off of where the patient's coming from and kind of like their level of education, how strongly their opinion is about something that they might be disagreeing about, or even like a coworker that's like not really sure about whether masks or whether or not, you know, quarantining is going to decrease number of cases. And I'm like, well, listen, you know, I've seen XYZ, and kind of do more of like the emotional side of it for them, because spouting a bunch of facts or just like statistics won't convince them of anything. So it kind of depends on who it is.
Okay. So you actually appeal to, you take, well, you're sensitive and compassionate. All right. But when you want to convince someone, and you have, you know, in other words, they're not going along. Maybe you want to convince your dad or something. I don't know. They're not going along with. What is your strong suit? How do you come with them? Do you just argue passionately and complain, or you know what I mean? Or do you say, I need you to do this because X, 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 X?
So I think I mentioned this to you before. I tried to convince as much as possible by finding like, look, we don't even disagree about this, and finding like that middle ground. This is, you know, the correct thing because you already agree with it because of these reasons.
You already agree. We're in a okay. So all right. So you start. Okay. So you start from agreement. Okay, I get that. So we need to teach you logical reasoning.
Well, and let me give you an example, because I know that wasn't super clear whatsoever. You know,
clear to me. It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, with like the economy or whatever, like capitalism versus, you know, actually doing like UBI or forms of socialism. It's like you think that the economy is going to collapse because, you know, the structure would change and we would tax the wealthy, and so there'd be less jobs and everything would just go to shambles, and that's not true because of XYZ. So we agree we don't want shambles, and these are the reasons why it wouldn't.
Okay, you have a strategy, and then you have what sounds like evidence-based. So evidence-based is going to be deductive. Whereas inductive appeals to pathos because it's self-evident. Hi, thank you for following, Edrika. See the difference? If you think about it this way. In other words, if you argue like a lawyer, you're deductive. If you argue like a politician, you're most likely going to be inductive and very persuasive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's being simplistic, because if you've seen anyone on Congress arguing for a bill, yeah, they peel the paint off the roof, especially with AOC.
Mm-hmm.
Whoo! I'm like, take me to church, girl. Here we go.
Yeah.
You know, right now the Republican Party is inductive, meaning it bypasses logic.
Right.
The Democrats are lawyering up deductively and failing to convince, because the GOP has its mind made up. Correct. It is ignoring the facts. So this is very relevant, because this is your government right now.
For sure.
So this is a good, for sure. This should be a full-blown debate. As soon as everybody's ready to do it, I'll host it. Okay. All right. So you see, what matters the most is your thought. How your thought is needs to dictate your language, and you need to correct flaws, improve. Okay, and that's what this training does. How you think about an argument. This is not a conversation. This is not a lecture. This is not a public speech. This is a debate. A debate as a call to action. It's going to influence people. You need to know the last thing. What do you want people to do?
Am I coming through now? Everything went silent.
Yep, you're coming through now.
Okay,
yeah.
Everything went silent for a minute. I don't know why.
It's Discord. Life hates us, that's all. So, the last thing, I think that's pretty clear. Now, what is your call to action, each of you? What do you want your audience to do after listening to you?
Okay, for me, I would like the audience to recognize that what they are saying is not as important as how they are saying it, and to adjust their message and adjust their presentation in order to reach more people. So do not focus so much on the individual facts, and do not get caught up in that forest of data points, but merely learn how to express that the forest exists without using those data points, because it's much more effective.
And you need them to be effective. Why?
In order to get anything you done, you have to persuade the person to do it. A fact by itself does nothing unless we act on that fact. Unless people take that fact and do something with it, it doesn't.
Okay. Defended his stance, as in a rebuttal. Correct. But I'd like to know, what is the most convincing reason for your audience to go your way? They need to go your way because why? What matters to them? It has to be relevant to them.
Okay, let me...
What is that? Yeah, it's tricky.
Let me try this then. We all have relatives and friends that we can see that are making poor choices. They're doing things that hurt them and harm them. And if we want to help them, we have to be able to persuade them. In order to persuade them, we have to be able to present our message in such a way that will work. Data doesn't matter. It's the persuasive method that matters. And if you want to help your friends and family, then this is the way to do it.
Okay, that's, in other words, you must make your take your claim has to be very important. And that's what I meant about it has to be relevant. Everything is toward this audience in a debate, not your opponent.
Mm.
And so he gave us that. Now, he gave us something similar to Nurse's own style, which is, it's how you talk to people that matters. So, Nurse, you would have what might be called a concession, which is to say, yeah, how I talk to patients to convince them to stop their bad habit, take their medicine, does require nuance. That might be true, and here's the formula. Yes, that's true, yes, that's true, but, okay, that's rebuttal. So in your mind, you're looking for, as your opponent lays his argument out, you're looking for all the yes, but. So I encourage them to just write down but, and then your thought, but, and then your thought, but, and then your thought. Now, you're not going to aim the but at him, right? You're just going to look at all your thoughts and present all of those rebuttals to, again, the audience. And you also have to be relevant, right, to them, not to the judge. The judge doesn't care, to them. And definitely you don't want it relevant to your opponent, because right now, who cares, right, about your opponent, right? You won in your mind. We don't care about him. He's thinking the same. So for Nurse, why should your audience go your way? You're going to give a reason, an important reason. It's important to follow the content because, and you're going to give them an important reason.
So I do also see that some of our families have been convinced of false information, but I don't believe that the idea should be to just convince them by, yelling or, the way you might approach them that way, but that you should present accurate information in the face of false information.
Okay, and that's a reason why, that's an important thing about it. Okay, so what do you want your audience to do after listening to you? What do you want them to do? What's important to them, right? How is the content that you're defending, how is that going to make life better for them? You need to make it very explicit and convincing, right? This content, this matters more than delivery for you people because, what's that reason? That's called your call to action. So what's the because?
Ooh, I gotcha. So the call to action would be to be informed and educated individuals.
Education, which is what Alesto had. Okay. And so you have to give them a convincing, you have to present it to them as that. Can you argue to the audience then in defense of your claim? It's important.
I gotta pause here. I gotta use the restroom. Okay. I'll be right back.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. Okay, so can you go ahead and you're going to convince your audience. So how would you make that point clear to them that this is important and this is what I want you people to do about it? You're actually asking them to do something.
Right.
You're not suggesting, you're debating. And you will say, but this is the reason that my team should win. This is the reason that my argument is more valid. You actually say that. I'm right. This is why I'm right. Right? So can you do that?
So I do agree, or I guess I shouldn't say the word agree.
Correct. No, that's not. No, that's a concession. That's fine. It's the yes, that's true, but right.
So yes, I do agree that we've seen even, close friends and family change pretty drastically.
Good.
But I don't believe that just because you're convincing them of your opinion means it's correct or truthful.
That's based. Yeah, real. Good.
And so
and then what do you want them to do?
So the best thing to do is to educate yourself, and so you're using evidence-based information when you are trying to instruct people or change their minds.
And also, what about them avoiding Kool-Aid, right?
For themselves,
you don't want to
too.
end up. We just watched a video. Now, I gave you the video to watch this evil man. Look how many people were paying $8,000 to drink his fucking blood. He had convinced them, since he could levitate, all right? And then he went and tried to murder innocent civilians with sarin gas. All right. How charismatic do you have to be to get people to do that? Or drink Kool-Aid in Jim Jones's camp in Jamestown? Or crawl up the walls of the Capitol building?
Yeah, pretty high
Like,
level.
those are the kind of those are the kind of anecdotes you'd bring into it to strengthen it. You'd point to irrefutable sources. And you're going to change the way they think about it and change the way they act. You come convinced that you are able to do that. That confidence has to be there. Wick sat down at a panel and with
I think you're cutting out again a little bit.
Topic for Prime and shifting it, you know, might not have been appropriate. He kind of let it go. Another thing is, people of color, our narrative gets wiped off the board every time a non-POC sits down because they want to play. And that was personal. So, again, relevance. How you debated stylistically, great. Contents of it shifted the narrative.
Yeah. Are you still able to hear me? I know it.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
So again, relevance in my debates, and actually in anything, relevance is the key. Above the content, above the style, relevance. All right. And so that you have to keep in mind. Yeah, we got him here, and we can still hear you.
Okay. I was just you had cut out for just a second, but I caught. I caught that. Yeah.
Okay, we've got you back up with the non-camera. Yeah, double thumbs up. Okay. So, let me get this spread out. Let me just make it larger the way it normally is so that it'll quit bouncing. Okay. All right. So, you've tested the waters a little bit. At this point, so we stop and do the self-reflection. How difficult is it, do you think, really, to construct a well-structured argument after this little toe in the water? What do you think is necessary to make a very strong argument for each of you? So, Wick?
Can I ask for clarification? Is this in general argument or for this specific topic?
Debate.
Okay, just for debate in general. I think it's fairly easy for me to be able to break down a claim into various specific points. It's formulaic, but I'm used to the formula. So.
However, and you're going to debate and you're going to win. Where do you think you can improve right now?
I think again, being able to stay in my lane is very important and not get dragged off on tangents. It's very easy for me to be baited into going off into tangents.
Okay, we'll test that in a little bit of jury when Lesto is able to get back. He's got HIPAA conversations going on, so he cannot have the phone on. Okay, for Nurse, for you, where do you think you can improve to win a debate? What do you think you need to work on?
So I think that for this structure, probably just getting used to it again. Like, obviously it does remind me of some of the stuff I did in school, but I do.
Yeah, it should. Good.
Yeah,
good,
but
good,
I
good. Go ahead.
but I do. Like somebody said earlier, like in your chat or something about a debate that they were wanting to know the topic ahead of time. Totally get that. Like where you don't have to just wing it and make, like one of your points something that you can't expound upon that much, and then you're like kicking yourself later like, damn it, why didn't I bring up XYZ instead?
Okay, so preparation is going to be what you're going to have to focus on.
Right.
Wick clearly can sit down and just wing it. Right, that's not going to be adequate for you. So in your case, preparation. A normal debate, you'll have a week to get ready. If you show up unprepared, even Prime canceled one of his panels because nobody came ready, he just blew it off. It will piss your judge off bad, and they may ask you to just vacate the stage.
Oh.
Right? And it will hurt your team.
Oh, I'm sure.
A streamer will just flat cancel you because the audience is going, kick them off. So don't come unprepared.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're scheduled for the debate, you have a full week. You need to take your notes, study your sources, structure your argument. When it comes to structuring your argument, what do you need to work on? Because the introduction of a debate is the same no matter what debate it is. This part is universal. What do you need to work on?
So, like you said, the beginning and end of it's pretty, like, obvious. If it's going to be a debate where, you know, I'm coming up with stuff, I think just kind of, you know, thinking on my feet a little bit more, because I'm so used to it being, like, little bite-sized pieces. And also, maybe coming up with points, if I do have preparation, that can't be rebutted super easily, where I'm just volleying over to them.
You want this, right. You want facts or evidence. It's very hard to argue against.
Mm-hmm.
So you want concretes, and it's just like when you take a thesis, when you stand for your master's or dissertation. The goal of doing that is that your committee does not have any questions because you've answered them all. So you need to be thorough. You need to have valid references. Don't bring in extraneous stuff or a personal story that doesn't matter. It's weak. Right, correct. So you want strong claims that are verified.
Right.
And so in a debate, yeah, the content does matter. On a Twitch debate, some fool can just sit down and be a buffoon, because the goal of the Twitch, quote, debate is really just to make money for the streamer. It's not really a debate. There's no call to action either. Its goal is to generate further discourse around the drama, you see? That's its purpose. The people that do it well grasp that purpose, and it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. But debate training and structure can allow you to sit into a debate no matter what the purpose is, and you have the best chance of winning that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that really matters, especially when you really have something to say. You'll notice on panels, I'll do it too. If I hear bullshit going down, I'll jump right on over there and go, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're spreading disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Those bucks, but at least let's get our facts straight, shall we? There's about 5 of us that will do that. Especially if you're talking anything indigenous, I'm all over you.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to even talk about physics, I'm all over you. If you try to talk about Constitution, I'm all over it.
Yeah.
Right? Boom, boom, boom. Right? And I come in there with, I will refute the argument, twist it around, throw it back on the table, but still keep it spicy for the streamer and in respect of the streamer. Because I don't care a shit about the panelists, right? So that's what I mean. That's what a strategy is, okay? So anyway, all right, so, okay, so you need to work on, you need to be able to wing it, think on your feet. You're going to have to in a debate. Wick, Alesto, or Mr. Geek would slap you into silence in about 5 minutes.
Oh, for sure.
I would put it that violently, but...
I would, because that's what you have a tendency to be. Woof. They can derail you quickly. So what do you have to stand on to defend yourself? Only the strength of your claims, your evidence, like a lawyer, and your argument. If they outstyle you, your content has to clobber them over the head.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because this is a great debate practice topic because it happens to be integrated into the very thing you're trying to practice, which is brilliant. It's a great topic. I think I might make this the starter topic of all time because it's perfect. It's relevant. It's in context. Great idea. I love this. Okay, so, all right. So now, here's we go into a rebuttal. Let's take a look at what happens. We're going to take the gloves off. I've given you a little bit of setup. Now, you've given me arguments, which I expect you not to abandon. Do not bring in additional points. If you want to lose, that's going to guarantee. Right? It's too much to manage, and you couldn't, too much notes. Right?
Right.
So you have your points. Keep your points in your head. Now let's take this gloves off, training wheels. Let me just see how you naturally argue. And if you don't mind, if you want to go into an argument, go ahead, do it. Just remember, this is just practice. So you can get as shitty as possible that you can get any way you want to get. Right? Let's find out the style of each of you. Alright?
Okay.
And then we'll work on cleaning that up and refining that. What we're doing with it, we'll do a little review. So I'd like you two to literally go ahead and argue naturally. And, as if you were, like you're going to die on that hill about this. That is, you know what I'm saying? Like it really matters to you. Okay? But just do the way you normally argue. Okay, so proposition usually leads. Actually, South African, I think, will usually opposition will stand up. But proposition generally leads, which is weak. And so you've heard opposition's arguments. And rebuttal, which is the argument phase, you're going to be looking for weaknesses. You cannot ask questions or use hypotheticals. You cannot use the pronoun you. Keeping that in mind, go ahead and argue naturally. We'll see what happens. Or actually, that's too difficult for you to do. No, let's just do it wrong. Let's just have you actually naturally argue.
Okay.
Are you ready? Yeah, go ahead. Now, don't take too much time. Just respect the time. Each of you has let's give you about 2 minutes each. Okay?
Okay. I'll try to be as concise as possible. My opponent made some very fine points, ones that I do not disagree with. Content does matter. My proposition, however, is that content takes a back seat to persuasion. I never said that content did not matter at all. Of course it matters. Of course you have to be right. Of course you have to have some facts and data to support your conclusions. But data is not as important. Data in a vacuum does nothing. Unless you can get someone to act on that data, then the truth of the data or the truth of the fact that you're putting forth does not matter. When someone wants to persuade someone else, they have to speak to them, to their understanding. And yes, some people are not persuadable, but we are not talking about those people. We are talking about those who can be won over. And I would argue that you can win over almost anyone if you use the right time and the right style. We can see this throughout the long course of history of American history, from the 1600s when the people of color were treated as non-persons, to today when, yes, racism still is a factor, but it's far more politically correct. It is far more politically viable to treat everyone as equal, because again, through the generations, people have been persuaded that this is the case. And yes, it always was a fact, but because people were not persuaded of that fact, they treated people with terrible, in terrible ways. They treated people in terrible ways. And so we can see through that experience how, even though the fact for all of history has been that man is equal, this has only been treated the same in recent history because of persuasion.
Time. Okay, I want to try and find a timer or stopwatch.
Sorry.
No, it's not sorry. Nobody can tell what time it is. Okay, go ahead naturally, and you're just gonna go ahead, nurse. Argue with him. You're looking for his weaknesses. I'm also writing down weaknesses as well.
Man, this is gonna be so difficult for me because I think I told you before that like I'm so used to it just being a conversation where it's like a sentence and a sentence. And dude, you're really good at this. Like,
Nick is very good at this, which is exciting. You're going to be good at this too, nurse. Why? The quality of your opponent.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. These debates that I train, I put people together to make it worth everyone's time.
Right, right.
And it's kind of exciting.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's just let you go back into your argument. I'm just observing you two arguing. I'm going to try to find a decent stopwatch timer for you. Okay.
Which, by the way, I'm not sure what went on with the camera. Should I try to fix that, or does it matter at this point?
It is better when you're up here, but I've got all of us here, so
okay.
The camera would help if you can do it. But I mean, don't worry about it. Your focus is just on argument. We don't want to disrupt this. He's already started off with a lot of momentum, and you had to turn around, and I was like, no, don't deflect from him. He's going to come at you. So just like with your dad, just think of it as you're on the couch with your dad, and you're going to argue, okay?
Right.
And you're right. You're going to be right, okay? That's how that works.
Oh, goodness.
And I can set a timer for you, I believe. Let's see if I can do that. Can I do that?
I shouldn't have gotten distracted then, because I feel like my brain just...
It's very easy.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's very easy to get distracted.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, well, you're learning.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
This is how easy it is to get derailed, okay? Alright. I'm gonna set something up for you. This might help you. Let's see if this helps you. Oh, yeah. How about that?
What's that?
Oh, I'm looking at it on the screen.
It's right here. Can you see it?
Ooh.
How about that? Okay, so as you go, tell me when you're ready, and I will begin the clock, so you can see that your 2 minutes are coming up. Okay.
And
so,
if you could refresh me on a couple of the points that you made, because
yeah, see, that's why we don't ever derail, because he gave them to you. They're very good too.
Yes, they were.
So
I know.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, nurse. You're arguing with him, but now don't use you. Right? Unless you. Well, no, I'm gonna let you do it naturally. Forget it. No rules. Just do it the way you do it. But just mind the time. Okay. So wait. Can you refresh her, and then you guys gonna pick it back up? Okay.
Do you want me to just redo it, or?
Oh no, just the like Cliff Notes, like bullet point it for me.
Okay. Just real quick then. One, facts and data do nothing if they're not acted upon. In order to get people to act upon that, you have to persuade them of the truth of that. I never said that content doesn't matter at all. I simply mentioned that content takes a backseat to persuasion because of the points I made. And I also gave an example of racism and how people of color have always been equal to white people. That's a fact. But the fact that it was not believed and people were not persuaded of this led to great harm for hundreds of years. And it is only now, today, that the persuasion of that fact has really trickled through most of society. And that is an example of why persuasion matters.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, when you're ready, I'm going to start your timer, okay?
Okay. So, as far as, yeah.
You have to tell me, okay, ready?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ready. I definitely agree with your point of it being an issue of convincing people, especially emotionally, as far as issues of racism, But as far as issues like that, it is factual that there's, nothing that really biologically sets us apart from them. And it should be their point to, prove that we were different. And present facts based on that. But as far as facts taking a back seat, whether or not it is factual is the most important, because you can get people to act on falsehoods and that can cause more damage than good. Kind of like we saw in the insurrection thing. And what we see with COVID denial.
Okay, that was the end. Okay, that was a minute. Hold on.
I didn't see the timer go off at all, to be honest with you. I'm probably just gonna set up my phone to give myself my own timer. Hold on.
Do it.
Two minutes. I'm not sure if she wants me to continue, or I'll just wait for her instructions when she gets here. But hey, it's been fun so far. I've enjoyed discussing with you.
Yeah, it was like the ones that I have listened in on, that they've been like, hey, you should hop on in here. I'm like, yeah, sure, I want to get steamrolled real hard right now.
Well, I hope. Again, it's not about winning or losing so much. That
No.
I think it's fun. I enjoyed it, at least, and practice makes perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So the more you do it, the better you'll get.
Yeah, no, I enjoy learning any of this stuff, but I will say that the speech classes and stuff that I had to take in nursing was probably my least favorite thing I've ever done.
What was your most favorite thing?
Probably microbiology. Okay. It was freaking lit. It was so cool. Just that stuff is super interesting to me. Do you have a degree?
I do. It's just a standard business degree. I haven't really used it ever in my life. I do have from the Defense Language Institute, I have a certificate from there as well. It's not a bachelor's degree or associate's degree. It's simply just a certificate of completion, basically.
Right.
And so that's my accreditation when it comes to that.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh, I got somebody up in my chat over here. It's all about them facts. Un momento. Right, oh boy. I'm also streaming on my end, but I'm just, I got frustrated.
Do you want a link to your stream? I can at least provide you a viewer. Hold on. Yeah, sure. If you want, just link it.
Let's see. I had it all closed down other than my chat, but if I believe it's just the twitch.tv/nursomancer, right? HTTP blah blah blah. Here, let's pretend like I know what I'm doing.
No, I put it in. I'm there.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm so new to all this stuff. It's embarrassing, but like I said, I like to learn stuff. I feel like it's more embarrassing to just maintain ignorance and just be like, well, I guess I just don't know how to do anything.
I don't know about embarrassing, but if you try, you at least have the chance to succeed. Whereas if you do not try, you have no chance to succeed. I'm thinking of streaming myself at some point, but
wait, you don't?
I had to try to catch the mouse.
Did you catch
Sister
him?
was talking to me, well, I thought I did, and I shook the bag. It was pretty heavy, and then I come back in, and here's another one. So I'm like, I'm trying to get rid of them all.
Are they cute?
I mean, they breed like mice. Okay, so
no, take your
fuck
time.
it, if I don't get them now. So anyway, okay, so you didn't take the full time. You should always aim to take your full time.
Yeah.
Okay, you are used to very short responses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like
maximum impact.
It's like maintaining all the information that is like within that time span is kind of you know, difficult for at least me to hold on to. Like I have like ADHD, so especially if I'm unmedicated, it just like goes all the way through my head. And
you don't hold on to it. You just listen.
Yeah.
You just listen and you wait, like you're playing a video game. You wait and you latch on to a weakness. You don't have to retain what he says. So ADHD doesn't matter in this case. That's brilliant about debate. Many legendary debaters had ADHD. They're just listening for something they hold on. You only grab what you want to grab. You're only looking for the weakness. You're not learning from him. In fact, you think he's wrong. Why would you learn? You don't have to worry about it. You're looking only for the weakness, noting just the weakness. You're going to address just the weakness. That's what rebuttal is. It's kind of brilliant.
Well, that's really good advice, though.
Yes, it makes it very easy. Okay. He will come at you with a lot. You have to learn to listen carefully and wade through his BS. And you want to find a weakness. If you can't find a weakness, you ignore what he says and you go on to your own defense.
Because I think the way that my brain was like handling it was like
trying to learn or study.
Well, almost like reading, you know, somebody's paper and then like me writing a paper back that is just like, oh, I rebuttal this because of 1, 2, 3, and I have to hit each one of those points. Yeah, I gotcha.
Right. No, you don't have to do it. It's great. ADHD should not prevent you from becoming a good debater at all. You're looking in rebuttal. You're finding each other's weaknesses, and you're going to pick on their weaknesses. The rest of it doesn't matter. If you allow him his strength, right? No, you've lost, right? You're picking on his weakness and you amplify it. Any contradiction, any wishy-washy claim, any logical fallacy, you find it, you pick on it.
Yeah.
In the debate. But let's go see how, okay, we gave you a clock, which is still structure. So Wick, you go over, Nurse, you go under, okay? So simply be mindful of that, and then let's go ahead right on into it. Let's just go right on in. Go ahead and argue now. As I said, let's do this completely naturally. I think we found all your weaknesses and strengths, correct? We'll set all that aside and go ahead and argue. Just go ahead and argue the way you do. I'll give you 10 minutes or so. I'll call time when I have what I need. I'm observing you guys. Okay, so go ahead at it. Just do it normally.
Like, are you saying just like the conversation type? Like a normal human being type?
No, not a conversation. An argument. Go ahead and argue.
Oh, God.
Just argue with each other.
Well, I'll start, I guess. Again, I don't think that the point. I think the point is being missed by my opponent here, in that, again, I'm not saying that content does not matter. Of course, content matters, but the examples that my opponent gave, such as the COVID, and how many people are ignoring the scientific data and restrictions. This happens because the scientific data was not persuasive enough for these people. And we can see how, to them, it really, in a very real sense, does not matter what the data is. They chose to act because they were persuaded, despite the evidence. And we can see that again with the insurrection at the Capitol. These people, despite the evidence, the overwhelming preponderance of evidence, that the narrative that was driven by persuasive and charismatic leaders was able to convince them to ignore the data in favor of a narrative. And yes, over time, this can be harmful, but that's why it's important to fight fire in this case with fire, to be able to be more persuasive, to be able to be, despite what the data says, to be able to convince people. Because, again, if you are trying to convince people, then yes, you should be correct. But being correct is not enough. It's not sufficient.
I gotcha. So now I can kind of do a little rebuttal.
No, you're just going to argue naturally.
Okie dokie.
I'm observing you arguing naturally.
Gotcha.
Just go at him. Contradict him. Just say, "Well, you're full of shit." I don't care how you say it. Just do it.
Yeah, sucker.
Argue with him.
So as far as like the facts not really mattering, but just being able to manipulate people, that just doesn't seem like the right way of going about dealing with other human beings. Just because, like I said earlier, that you can think that something's wrong and you want to convince people of your opinion, you get really passionate about it, doesn't mean that that's factual or that the context is the best thing for society.
Okay, but where does what's best for society have to do with it in this case? Because what's best for society, people disagree on that, and I think there'll always be disagreement. To actually happen, they have to be able to be persuasive with their message. And if they are not, then whatever they think is the best way will not happen because other people are more persuasive than that.
I'm sorry, you did break up a little bit in the middle of that, but I did catch. No, I mean it's my Wi-Fi. It's a constant struggle, but.
Right, all that doesn't matter. Just respond to him.
Right. So you said that just being able to convince people is the most important part, because if you aren't able to convince them, sorry, maybe I didn't catch enough of it.
It's where the gravity lies in this discussion. Because again, if someone wants their point of view to be the dominant point of view, then it's not enough to have correct data. They must be able to present that data in a way that is persuasive. And we can see examples of this throughout history. And again, the two examples that were mentioned earlier, COVID and the Capitol riots, those both prove my point. These people ignored the data based on a narrative. And yes, the narrative they were following was dangerous. But taking the danger out of it, we can see that the persuasive method was much more important in that case than the actual data, and thus proving my assertion.
Right. So the issue that I have with that is that just because you are convincing people of doing a certain thing that we pretty much all agree was an ignorant thing to do, like, that also threw so many people away from that point of view. So even though there were political figures and, forces at work, maybe QAnon, maybe Trump, that convinced them that the, whole rioting and going to the Capitol was a good idea, how many of us were sitting there on the couch just looking at them like, this is not the way we should be headed? If anything, that could be why, Trump lost the election, if anything.
Of course, and I do not disagree with that. The methods they used were not persuasive. The methods they used were violent. The methods they used were dangerous. And those are not persuasive. Look at racism and the history of racism in this country. And we can see how that through persuasive methods, Martin Luther King's nonviolent methods, was able to persuade the population in such a way that it hadn't been before, that these people, that the people of color were worth the same as was white people. And no, not everyone was persuaded, but enough were. And we can see that his methodology, his method control, his ability to speak clearly and eloquently had the effect that the data alone failed to.
Right. So I feel as if, like, for my argument, I went down the path of, like, facts more so than context. And I'd almost like to research, like, get back to that a little bit more, because the context of what you're going for, which you kind of said earlier, should not matter. If anything, like, why wouldn't ethics matter? Like, why wouldn't, just because people disagree with what is best for society, why shouldn't we strive to be better?
Of course we should strive to be better. But remember, persuasion is a tool. Persuasion can be used for good or evil. Persuasion by itself is neither good nor evil. And persuasion, however, in order to persuade someone, you have to be a master at using that tool. Whichever side, right or wrong, can use the tool better is the side that will control the narrative and will drive history.
But are we discussing which one is the most powerful tool, or which one is the superior way of being?
We're going with the most powerful tool. Again, what is morally right in this case takes a backseat to what is pragmatic. You can be someone can be morally right, but unable to effectively share their message, and thus what's morally right fails. And I do not want to see that happen. I do not want what's morally wrong to be more persuasive and to succeed over what is morally right. And therefore I'm asking the listeners, the audience, to really stand on persuasive arguments. Data is important, but again, we have to be able to spread that data in such a way so that that what is morally right is made into truth in such a way through persuasive elements.
And I see what...
Because again...
Yeah, hey, go on ahead.
Because again...
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you. Okay, I'm making my observations. Okay. So let's pull a bit apart. And of course, Alesta is brilliant at jury. So, nurse, the first thing is why we take pronouns out. Okay. When you said we, you actually handed the control of the narrative to him. You let him choose. You're not letting him choose. You're opposing him. You never give him an out. What are we talking about? He chose. We're talking about tools. Are we talking about tools? No. We're talking about the best way, which way is superior. You don't let go of your goalpost. By reaching for the agreement, which is going to be your constant habit, he's going to win. You are not ever looking for agreement in a debate. Is an argument. Yeah, so that's the key one. Second, contradictions. Wick. Very strong. You almost had me, and then you pulled this off. Well, because you were making concessions. You said, well, but wait, I'm only talking about people that we want to convince. You can persuade anyone with, and I went, you just blew your entire argument.
Right.
Completely. And I went, you had me, and then I went, All right, nurse, that's the kind of contradiction you want. You pick it apart. You don't ignore his mistakes. You focus on them. So the ADD mind, you do not want agreement, and the ADD mind is only looking for one little mistake. And gnaw that thing like a honey badger.
So whenever...
Push him on it.
I was just curious, though, like, because especially whenever like my natural like debating is going on, I try to follow them as much as possible and not make them feel like I'm just ignoring their points. So
that is your natural discursive style. This is an artificial, highly structured argument.
Okay.
This is why we train for it. We think we can do this, and then we sit down and go, Jesus, I'm just, yeah, you're figuring out, oh, you know, you want to KO this guy, right? Without laying a hand on him. So your natural conversive style, your discursive style is to seek agreement, and that, okay, that is not what you bring to a debate. Second, never let a mistake go. Never say we. There is no we. The one problematic pronoun in a debate for me is you. I just don't want I don't want those ad hominem, so I'm banning you. The problematic pronoun is we. There is no we. There's nothing mutual. He's your enemy. He's going to tell people bad things that is going to get them hurt. Second, you're right. That's how you come to the table. That you're going to stop him from doing something bad. Every time you debate, you're going to stop somebody from doing something wrong. And second, you're going to convince the audience to do the right thing. You have to come in like that. So listening and being, no. Never we anything. We doesn't exist. There's no we in a debate. Ever. Ever. All right. I took out you because I know that with you, the personal attacks start. Now, I'm almost willing to let you back in when people are fully trained. If they keep doing that, I'm going to have a lot of fun taking Bezos bucks to shut them up. I love it. I have no problem with it. But the training, I'm insisting, for precision, don't use the you. Never use we.
Was
on any panel, right?
Could you like what was the context that I used it in?
What are we discussing? You questioned the motion. You said we. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about this or that? Now he took that as you made an option for him, and he grabbed the option. Don't give him an option. He's gonna win. All right. He's now thinking he's got this. No, he doesn't, because the judge went. All right, both of you down. One little mistake. You see? One little mistake, and both of you lose. It's just that easy. So do not use we. Forget it. If you screw up on you, whatever, but never use we. Do not offer your opponent an option. Never let a mistake slide, not even your own.
Gotcha. Would like my point in that one have been better worded by like my point is
you return to the motion. You can say yes, you're saying that. I see that you're saying that. But okay, the motion states, you refer it back to the motion. If you think that because clearly he went into a direction and you became like, well, wait a minute. You immediately, wait, what are we talking about here? If you have to question what you're talking about, okay, he's shifted the goalpost. He abandoned the motion. 2 strikes. At this point, believe it or not, Wick, she's winning. She's one up on you. She only made 1 mistake. You made 2. See how it goes? I'm the judge, but the audience and Alesto's response, bang, he noticed it too. Boom, 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 boom. You fail to convince if you keep making mistakes like that. Never hand him an option. All right? But he contradicts himself and then shifted the goalpost. At that point, even the audience is going to go, oh, no. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. And they, all right. So she's one up on you right now. She made 1 mistake. He had made 2. She gave you the option. Honestly, the rule is the same for both of you. Stand on the motion. Never abandon the motion. If you took advantage of her giving you an option, you lost the debate because you abandoned the motion. So what is a better way of handling that option? Because they're going to screw up. Now, what's the better way of handling that when they do that? You've got to weaken her argument. You got to make her look bad. How would you do that? You have to, one, never abandon the motion. Two, you got to make her look bad. What's a better way to do it?
Perhaps with examples, instead of restating the motion and taking the option, using an example that would showcase the option she gave me in a positive light without actually moving the goalpost, as you say. And
Why a
simply letting the
positive
example-
light? Your job is to make her look bad.
No, the option she gave me that I liked in a positive light. Does that make sense?
That's okay. That's decent.
Yes. That's
You
what
need
I was
you need
say.
to grab every mistake she makes and use it against her. How are you going to do that? Like a lawyer in court, like a cop. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the circle of iron. So how do you do that with what she did, with that mistake that she made? How do you really capitalize on it?
Could I guess?
You can guess, sure. Alesto can guess.
Saying something along the lines of, well, every point that's been made so far has been towards truth, not necessarily context in general. So, what the points
That
have
would
been...
prove that would make her look bad, because that would prove that she lost control of the motion. That's true. That's true. It's like you're saying, well, the debate's mine. I mean, your content, well, whatever. What's another one? You got to make her look bad. You got to hold the motion.
Well, we could. One way is to point out the inability of my opponent to even know what she's talking about, and to kind of
exactly.
Yeah,
I
she
know,
doesn't even understand the difference between these 2 points. So how can we listen to what she has to say?
That's right. It's not an ad hominem.
Yeah, I tend not to like to do that because I feel it's mean, but
it's not mean. You have desperately to stop the audience from being convinced by her.
It's okay, I'll recover. Uh-oh. Man, what is going on with the internet?
In the rebuttal, we actually don't address each other. So it would be, well, what are we talking about here? And you would have to say, well, first, I am debating that delivery matters more than content, which was the motion. Perhaps my opponent needs a little more time.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then you keep going. You keep going. She threw you the ball, you grab it. But never abandon the motion and make her look bad. You dunk. Now everyone's saying you. All right, now, nurse, you cringe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Job, you dropped the ball. You handed it to him. You passed it to him. Your job is to get your ball back. Now, how are you going to do that? What's your retort? That's called a retort. How do you retort to what I just said? How would you retort and get your control back, get your ball back?
As far as like rebuttaling what I was like
what
saying.
I just said to you. Yeah,
Okay.
I just said that. Oh, perhaps my opponent needs more time. I'm debating delivery matters more than content. That is the motion, after all. Perhaps my opponent needs a little time. Maybe they came unprepared. Because this was all about delivery mattering more than content, which is, what I'm here to talk about. It stops, it goes back to you. What is your retort? They just totally threw shade. What's your retort? You got to get the ball back.
That did answer my question, that we are going for content and not just for focusing on the truth specifically. And
well, actually, he was focusing on delivery, not content.
Or the other way around.
Tool,
not
specifically, he said a better tool.
A better tool. And
I was going
tool. Yeah, and I was going with
So how do you defend yourself against that insult? You got to get the ball back quickly.
That's a good one. Because
What mistake did he make when he took that option? What mistake did he make?
Was it addressing me more directly?
No.
Or not convincing the audience?
The mistake was he shifted the goalpost, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about delivery and content. He starts in with tools, which caused you to say, what are we talking about? If you have to ask him what we're talking about, he shifted the goalpost on you, didn't he?
Oh,
right?
So just kind of pointing out the fallacy a little bit.
So point it out, pointing it out. So how would you retort then? And what you're going to do is you're going to pick on his mistake.
So saying something along the lines of, well, instead of shifting the goalpost, maybe we should focus on what the debate is about. Well, that's a we. That's another we.
Don't use the we and never we.
Mm-hmm.
So take we out, that's weak.
Maybe... this is so...
But you got it. Well, you have to learn to be, and Wake's right. You kind of have to learn to be a little mean. You have to be self-righteous. You have to believe you're correct. And that he's going to do a great deal of damage if he wins. You have to believe that. You have to be more like a preacher.
Mm-hmm.
Where the souls of the audience matter. All right? So a good retort for that, all right, would be, oh, blah, 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 and, my opponent lost the motion. My opponent, needs more time. It would have to be, opposition does not need more time to prepare. Opposition is simply asking why the opponent decided to shift the goalpost. Is it in fact the case that the opponent perhaps has lost control of his own argument? Because what we're here to talk about, again, is that does delivery matter more than content? We didn't need to split hairs and go down a rabbit hole about whether it was a tool or whether it was, anything else. And actually, and so you re-insult him. But normally you would hear when someone does what he did, and you have to say what I'm talking about, you would actually say interjection.
Oh, yeah.
He's made a mistake. Yes, interjection. But I asked you to debate normally, but now this is how you're learning what are the real tools. Interjection or point. He's going to ignore you. You're going to go point. He's going to ignore you. You're going to go point. He's going to ignore you. You're going to go point. He's going to, I conclude. And then you're going to say, my opponent, blah, 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 and rip his ass to shreds. You're not going to leave him any yardage. Right? So that's how tense that gets. That's how intense that gets.
Mm-hmm.
You come to a debate to win because you believe your opponent is going to do damage. Put that on your mind. And preach it. And that's how you do that. So if he's going to throw shade, you're going to immediately justify. Oh, well, I'm not the one who needs the notes. My opponent clearly has forgotten what the motion is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then he's going to have to... and he's not going to keep going with it because if he does, he'll look like a fool. You're going to bicker. And the judge is going to go, one of you's better win this because somebody's going to lose. That's all there is to it, And the audience is going to go, ooh, spicy, and there you go. But you had better get both of you. Stand on the motion. Now, remember I asked you to interpret the motion from the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
You should have interpreted in that context. Is it a tool? You should have, that's what I meant. Because this is what's going to happen if it's not interpreted. And if he abandoned his original interpretation, you're going to have to say, my opponent needs to be reminded of their opening statement, which was X, boom, oh, shit. That's how you do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only time you need to listen carefully and take notes, nurse, it's got to be during that introduction.
Yeah.
And then from that on, you're just looking for a mistake. That's all you're looking for. You can check it against your notes, just like a protocol at the hospital.
Right.
And then you got to get ready. You got to get ready to convince your audience and stop this very bad man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get ready to fight. Fight for what you believe in. That's what debate is for. It's why it's the backbone of the democracy. It's the cornerstone of democracy. It's the foundation of democracy is debate. It truly is.
Yeah.
That's how these things became so famous. Because the Greeks put so much focus. You know, Socrates died for it. Wow. The ultimate expression of dying on that hill was his. Incredible. All right. So it's very exciting. It doesn't have to be all bombastic and angry. A difficult truth, if you watch the VOD of a difficult truth arguing, debating with counterpoints, difficult truth won that debate in such a quiet, elegant way. And it was visible when counterpoint realized that he had made a difficult truth argument for him, and a difficult truth was very gracious to accept that. Oh. And counterpoints is the cop and a Marine. Big debate, bro. And a difficult truth is never debated. He took my training. He took his notes. He sat. He did exactly as he was told. He won the debate without ever once raising his voice. He waited for the guy to hand the ball. He waited for him to drop the ball and didn't just, thank you, I'll take that. It was so quiet. Counterpoints just put his head down and he went, I just gave him the debate. I said, yes, you did. So I said, do you concede the debate? Yep, I do. I said, there you go. He didn't expect it. He felt challenged. He said it was so subtle. And I went, I know. That was 1 hour of training. That's all it took. So
that's awesome.
Does that happen? You watch somebody who's so quiet and so elegant, and yet that quietness, that stillness, is what made counterpoints drop the ball. And then he just said, I'll take that. And he knew it was over. He had just conceded the debate. And they kept going, but he knew it. He said, I did not see that coming. I was actually shocked. And I went, well, I tell you, I trained very well.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. So, yes, you point out their flaws. You convince the audience. You stop the bad man.
Mm-hmm. And you are very good. Like, I've learned so much, honestly. Like, my brain's gonna blow up.
I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Yay! If I could learn to catch mice and raise money, it'd be brilliant, right? But anyway. Socrates was the original troll. Yes, he was. He would break up into your discussion and just, he was very bad faith. Yeah.
Was he the original OG internet troll?
He was a chud. Yeah, he was a serious chud. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back again. If someone loses control of the motion, grab it. You've got it. They've just lost the judge. They've just lost points. You know it. Gloat. They have just lost points. You know it. You're like, 2 down, 1 to go. Boom, let's go. Get the ball back, reminding everyone that the dude lost control. So he's now good and humiliated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then just gloat your ass off. Right? But don't ever give him the ball. And don't don't give him it. Don't be nice to him. He's trying to beat you into a pulp. Don't be nice to him.
Right.
Bad man gonna do bad things. Stop him. Okay? Wick already knows that, so I'm telling you because where he's coming from, he's right. When he's right, he's good. He's got it. He's like Top Gun. Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're sitting with somebody who would normally mop the floor, so you're lucky to have sitting with you right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. You started at a massive advantage. Right?
And you can see
all of the weaknesses and things you need to work on. Go ahead, please.
Oh, and you can see even though that I'm fairly good at rhetoric, I make mistakes still, and I can still learn, and I can still be put off and make mistakes. One of my main weaknesses is I tend to I give people enough rope to hang me with. And had I been more concise with my presentation of my race, I think that would have been much better and much more clear.
Right. And it all has to do, believe it or not, in English, precision has to do with pronouns. As soon as you started throwing the categorical fallacy, anyone, only those, you contradicted yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those are indicative references. They're imprecise. What do you mean, anyone? What do you mean, only those? Who are, you're forcing them to go, okay, so here are we going to go. That's rebuttal. You see where it is. You're only looking for the weaknesses. You grab them. You stand on emotion. You address the audience. Now, Twitch is not used to hearing things like my opponent here. They're used to saying, you piece of shit. You know, that guy. They're used to hearing that. I don't encourage that. I know it throws money. I'm over here teaching civil discourse. I simply can't encourage it. What I will do is what Mr. Sneaky said. I will let you on, and I will let you do that, and I won't kick you off, but I will mute you. And if you really get under my skin, I will deafen you as well until you leave of your own accord. And if you have the balls to remain, all right, let's see what you got. You make one more mistake, I may just ban you for being disrespectful. I don't care.
Right. I mean,
So that's how I handle it.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. It's my house, my rules. Right. And if you disrespect my guests, you are banned. And somebody said, well, you can't shut down people just because they disagree. And I was just like, I'm civil discourse. I never shut people down because they disagree. I shut down people because they broke the rules. You're disrespecting me. I don't care what you think anymore. You need to leave. And rather than banning, I've actually just asked people to leave. Dead silence. 3 seconds later, they disconnected and left of their own accord and never said another word. Because they could tell I was not kidding.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that. Yeah, Sneaky, he's sometimes, you know, he's capricious and, you know. Go ahead.
Twitch isn't a structured debate, and so what works in a non-structured debate like Twitch does not work in a structured environment, if I suppose.
It does work. The ad hominems don't work. I mean, you can debate. You can. I mean, you're gonna lose the judge's vote. You know, people on Twitch aren't used to being judged. That's what I found out, and I might get used to it. You want to be good, don't you? All right, stand up. Let's have a look at you. Nope, wrong. Do it again. Nope, wrong. Do it again. Get out. Take out. Not you. Next. All right, come back in. Nope, wrong. Do it again. That's how that is. And that's what training is and coaching is. You know.
Yeah.
Pacing and correction and quickly move toward the better solution. Quickly get it right. Quickly get it right. And do it again. Get it right. All right. Because it's not me who wants you know what I mean? It's you.
Do you think it would be helpful if we did that?
Well, here's what we do. With the back and forth, you would be moving into jury. So, nurse, I want you to watch. You can see this. I want you to watch what would happen. Here's what would happen in jury. All right. Jury. And that's me and Alyssa coming at this. The jury. The first thing. Judge, when the speakers would separate as we're going to move into cross-examination. Rebuttal is concluded. I concluded it, but normally one of you would, or you could call to conclude it. It's bad form. You usually wait. It's really bad form. You let the judge conclude. The judge will just cut your ass off. We're done. We're going in. Okay. And you step down. Okay. So, you know, Rick, your argument, the first thing, the argument that, you know, style only deliver matters with the people you want to convince. How can you persuade anyone when style only works with the people you want to convince? you have about a minute to respond. Or even if you want to hype it, you have less than a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. Certainly, style convinces those we want to convince, but it does more than that. It can reach beyond that. Style has a power, and we can see that as me and my opponent discussed our topic, the audience itself was there to be convinced, and persuasion transcends your target, and also those who hear of it, those who will later see your message that you didn't, in an audience that you did not intend. And so therefore we can say that while persuasion does convince those that you want to convince, it also convinces those that you may not even know listening.
So how can you say that you can persuade anyone? It transcends when you clearly stated that you were only talking about people that you want to convince.
In the context of the conversation, I was discussing the people I wanted to convince when we talk about specific examples, but in a general sense.
And so then if you're only persuading certain people that you want to convince, where is this grand skill in persuasion and persuading everyone?
The grand skill in persuading everyone was not the subject at hand. The subject at hand was delivery matters more than content. And delivery is important because when you want to convince someone, you have to deliver the message in such a way that will convince them. People are different. Not everyone will be persuaded the same way. And therefore it is important to tailor your message in a persuasive way that to your target audience. If you try to make it, if you try to make a food that is tastes great to everyone, you will fail. If you make a food that is targeted to a specific niche taste, then you will succeed.
Okay, people that ignored data during COVID, they didn't do that because they were persuaded to ignore the data. They did that because anytime someone reviewed the facts, right, they were shut down by the media. Right, so this isn't just persuasion. There are other things that are happening when you talk about delivery in terms of convincing an audience. There are other factors that are coming into place.
There are always other factors in play, yes. But again, the most important one is delivery. When they were allowed to speak, and again, the media did shut down much of, as you said, much of their argument, but they were able to use other media, other sources to disseminate their message. And the media's attempt to persuade by censoring did not work in that case. It was not effective.
They attempted to regulate by censoring. So what then do you suppose, contributed to the fact that not only do people refuse to wear their masks, but earlier this year, they suddenly voluntarily became willing to wear their mask? What changed their mind? Because it wasn't somebody persuading them. It was no propaganda that did that. What do you think made them change their mind voluntarily?
Well, whenever someone changes their mind is always a voluntary thing. We have to choose to change our mind. So I do not think that is relevant. That, again, because before it was a voluntary choice not to wear their mask. And they chose to do so because the message was portrayed as a First Amendment message, a right to free speech, a right away from government control. And that was how the message was presented. And it was a very effective message towards a certain audience. However, as time went on, the people who were trying to persuade in that way saw more gain to be had if they asked for masks. So they ceded that point. Again, a persuasional tool in order to convince them of a larger narrative.
So you're saying the government's message, we have an epidemic where you're masked, people are dying, you could get this and die a horrible agonizing death. You need to stop spreading this, which are facts, failed because their delivery method wasn't tailored to convince.
Look at the source, exactly.
Is
Look
it
at
a
the
yes
source.
or no question? Is that what you're stating?
That is my statement, yes, that the
That is your
methods
statement.
used,
Mm-hmm.
the methods used were not sufficiently persuasive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When in fact, historically, no one has ever been able to convince to take safety precautions in this country in the face of an epidemic. So that nothing really would have persuaded them in the first place, no matter how it was delivered.
I disagree. Just because it's never been done before does not mean it cannot be done.
Okay. Do you see her answers, nurse?
Yeah.
Now he's being grilled, and I'm not as, and I will get as mean as the BBC, because I like that kind of thing. So what you want to do when you're being grilled, don't get defensive. Believe that you're right. Also, fatal mistake, never tell the judge that his question is irrelevant. Go ahead and do it. But the audience and the judge are going to say, you didn't have an answer, did you? That's how we learn weaknesses. However, very good responses. Also, they're a lot faster. Normally, a person warrants one question and then they just are left hanging. It will make you very nervous. Right? So that was a combination of Alesto's comments and my own.
Mm-hmm.
That jury is designed to finally expose every weakness you have. That is your very last chance to get your band-aids out and sewing kit and stitch yourself back together and clean it up. Because now you're going to attack each other's argument.
Yeah.
You better have a comeback. Right? And that's how this works. You're double boxed. You're yourself, your team, your opponent. Here comes the judge and the jury. And then again. So it ends at a battle round, very much stronger than when it began. Sometimes it can be strong all the way through, but you definitely want to end with as much or more energy that you started from. And you should feel, by that time, all these weaknesses that have been exposed, you know, you if you've capitalized and you've held the motion and you've not got defensive, then you should feel pretty confident that you can slam dunk, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can slam dunk. Now, sometimes what your opponent's going to do is push back, so you're going to get what feels to you like a stalemate. The judge will simply call, and then you'll make final statements, and then we poll the audience.
Right.
So you don't pay attention to that. You speak as if you were addressing an audience. You don't pay attention to anything else. You look for weaknesses. You gauge the strengths, but you're looking for those weaknesses. You're making your opponent's argument look bad. You are trumping him with, for every weakness he makes, you come in with a stronger point, you see? Because you may not hold the golden ticket. You may not have the Mac Daddy of all claims, right? So the only way to do it is to step on him when he's down. So the audience will see that as your argument was better. That is, in fact, delivery over content. But in a debate, both have to be equally balanced. And I was kind of curious to see whether one of you might bring that up in defense of content. It's that, okay, well, yeah, we do have delivery, but try winning a debate with nothing but delivery.
Ooh. Truth.
Yeah, ooh. Truth. Yeah. All right, so I'm just walking you through the thing. Now you go into your cross-examination. We're just doing a dress rehearsal for this. Now your cross-examination. Now, Nurse Samantha, I didn't subject you to a jury. I just wanted you to see what it was like.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that jury is a lot closer to a Twitch debate. In fact, it's actually going to end up very much the same. The jury is the worst thing in my debates. If you can get through that, you're going to be fine. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's some intimidating stuff, that's for sure. I can't imagine, like, adding, an actual judge and, like, an actual group of people. I'm sure that you guys have done this in front of actual groups of people, right? Where
I've had the debate up to courts in front of UN, Supreme Court. in front of Supreme Court judges. So.
Yeah, that's
and I won.
ridiculous. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, it's not. It's cool. I think it's cool. I won.
It is cool.
Well, I didn't come to lose,
No.
Anyway, yeah, so Twitch debates are nothing. They're a little tricky because of this emphasis on entertainment value, you know?
Mm-hmm. You guys are I caught a debate bro in my chat. Got a wild one. But now I'm a pro, so I got him. No, I'm joking.
There you go.
Got him.
So how does cross-examination work in this stuff?
You are attacking each other's arguments now that you figured out the weaknesses. By now, each of you should have seen the weaknesses in the opponent because I pointed them out. The jury is where the judge points out the weaknesses. That gives you the benefit right there. Right? Cross-examination, you're absolutely going to attack each other's argument.
So since she didn't get one, is she gonna just attack me and I'll do it?
Yeah, you go.
Does the person get a chance to respond?
No. This isn't the actual debate. We're just training you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. You're still just.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I went all offline there for a second.
Should know each other's. Yeah, go ahead. So you just attack.
Yeah, would you guys be able to give me a second to move inside where I can hardwire into the internet so I don't keep it's dropping hard now. So oh yeah. But yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Goodness, this is a lot. Sorry about that.
Like I said, I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's
Alesto says we've. All I can do is attack his points. Say something the opponent can't refute. Oh yeah, that's another one. And he says, battle rap, the end part of the ultimate mic drop. Now he said immediately, you're wrong. It wasn't freedom of speech. Yeah, you see, you got the criticisms coming out. Now I tell my debaters, do not bother. Do not look at chat. And you know what I mean? So I might just take people off Twitch to do this because I don't want them looking at chat. And I know they're going to go over and look at it, but I swear, do not address chat directly. There's time afterward for that, all right? You get to actually sit and meet your audience. I make a big deal out of people, So he said we gave him something he didn't thought about before. Okay, great. And you're enjoying this, but this gets all the way up. And I need the team to be strong. A lot of the people aren't here. Bob and Kyle, or Downer, Christ, Kobe, Cypher, Counterpoints. Those are the people that are on the debate team. Demon Mama's on the list.
Hello. Movie boys in the house. Welcome to my house. What's everybody think about this jazz so far that I'm experiencing? I think it's super neat. I think it's a really cool experience personally. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which I guess that while I'm getting stuff set up, if any of you guys are from the debate bros thing, I'm Nikki. I typically do driving streams, random, I don't know, whatever I'm doing that day, basically. And I've never done debate before, so this is neat. Some good shit. And if some of you guys are mine, if you scroll up, it's a universal discourse. If you want to see the actual panel and not just like hear it through my side. There we go. Let's go back into Twitch. Not television. So if you guys want to follow, that'd be cool. If you don't want to follow, it's cool. I won't judge you. Let's go to the Universal's Discourse. Mute that commercial. And open this. Oh, Discord's wanting to install updates right now. Huh.
Technical point of view, okay, but there's very little one can do in a call to action of that because we don't have AI sex robots right now.
I came back in at the perfect time.
I thought we did.
No, there are sex like dolls and things like that, but unless I'm very much mistaken, there's no like science fiction-y kind of AI personality in a robot that performs sex. Oh, do we, Alesto?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
we
do have
do.
AI sex robots.
We do.
That's also been on Star Trek. Well, hold on, excuse me. That's also been on Star Trek. It was a classic where they turned Data off, and then the Doctor, they told him that as an author, he didn't have rights.
Now I get to figure out how
because
why they can't hear me.
He wasn't an organic. So that's actually a classic debate. It's very Asimov. But I think it would take big brains to sort it out, and that might be a little over people's heads, to be honest. Right?
I just did not know we had them, but if we do,
Yeah, we do.
yeah, I did not know about this.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I was right. Okay. So Jeff, what are you trying to train for debate, or do you already debate? I don't know you, so. What are you interested in, Jeff? Oh, you're a passive viewer. Okay, this is the very beginning of debate. We got a very strong debate person with a brand new person. So they're just about to move into cross-examination, and they're arguing, does delivery matter more than content? Yeah, please keep that off of here. Yeah, intermission? Okay. Wick, would you like to man the mic and keep Chuck company? And you're a great co-host, by the way. I wish I could hire you. I just can't.
Intermission time.
That you wish to is more than enough. And again, when I can be here, I like to be here. I enjoy the discourse. And
well, I'll post the whole full schedule. Actually, you can see my schedule on my stream. All you got to do is look at my stream. The schedule's scrolling up. If I'm offline, it scrolls up. You'll know exactly what we're doing. And you're welcome to step into anything that we have going.
Thank you.
I feel like the council training is what might be the most intriguing to you, because that has no pronouns. Yeah, Jeff, come on by. I'm here 7 days a week.
And again, it's very helpful, even if you have been on various debates panels before. Universal Discourse's method provides a unique sort of perspective on how to phrase arguments, what's effective and what's not. They do an excellent after-action kind of sit down and what you get right, what you get wrong. I personally have not been here that long, but we've had it helped in a very measurable way. People like Dan and things like that.
Yeah, you saw what I do. The only thing is you don't want to rush in. My method is my method. I appreciate advice and stuff like that, but you got to take my lead, because if I'm establishing a rapport, that's how he's learning. So I have to warn people. I appreciate the help, but you can get too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, and it'll distract a bit. And you have to take my lead, because we're not competing for who's the better coach, right? So that's the only thing I tell people. You just got to take my lead, because if I establish a rapport, my method is intense, and I lock in, and it helps to have support for that. It's a yes and type thing, Anyway, we are going to do a regular intermission. I will let you just take over, and I trust you implicitly. I'm going to go get a little bit of dinner that I cooked and left sitting there. And I'll be right back. It'll be about 5 minutes or so. And maybe you can also help Nurse get herself situated. We'll go on a cross-examination. Or if she can't do it, I'll sit in with you, or one of us can sit in, or whoever, Alesto, whoever else wants to jump in. If they think they can take the punching bag, we can do that too. Okay, I'll be right back.
Of course.
And you're doing, you're very exciting to meet you, and I'm very excited by what you're bringing, by the way. So any criticism is only because I see potential. If I see no potential, I literally have absolutely nothing to say.
I think that's a very important point. Too many people take criticism as a personal attack, and they really shouldn't. There's no reason that I know I'm not perfect. I know I can improve in a lot of ways, and to act like someone telling me that I did something wrong as some sort of personal insult, I think is childish, first of all. And
well, sometimes they mean an insult too. But the point is, my thing is,
I'm gonna move
you
off
do not
my phone,
hold
I think.
people to your expectations.
But
Unless
you guys know how to find me,
they
right?
ask.
Good old Nursomancer.
And then you don't keep them there when they're clearly
Move on to my laptop, so it'll be a lot easier to move shit around and everything.
On a broken leg, and then you're mad at them for not being you. I had horses, and I had troops, and that's fatal. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back.
Certainly.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, Rick. I've got no complaints. I can just pick out what you're doing and what you're saying. Soon, I'm gonna make you a righty. I'm gonna turn you central right myself.
You know, again, I grew up in a military family. I have a military background. I have been around people who are very... In most of the real life interactions I have, I am the most left of anyone that I personally interact with. However, coming online, I've seen that I'm pretty center left compared to most people. You know, that was kind of a shock initially to see just how not left I was.
Well, you also gotta throw in that with the culture and keyboard warriors in there as well. Because there's a lot of people that I've talked to and debated. They will say stuff, and then when I'm in front of them, I put money down they won't say that to my face.
Well, it's much easier to give ad hominems to someone who's behind a screen, because again, there's no, we're not sharing the same air. There's nothing either of us can do together physically. There's no threat there, and also it's harder to see someone as an actual person when you cannot actually reach out and touch them, shake their hand.
And that's something people need to learn, and God, some people don't.
Well, the initial reason I came to this channel was because I was tired of the level of rhetoric, the style of rhetoric being thrown out in other Twitch channels, and I happened to come across Universal Discourse and a discussion with Socrates and Kylo. I don't know the rest of his name, but he was they were engaging in disagreement, but not being disagreeable, if that makes sense.
Well, then that's why I kind of like heard debates, because it's run like a court. I mean, you're not going to sit there and say, you're a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. No, obviously you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. Blah, 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 blah. Now, if you're going to refute any of these, then I'll concede if I'm wrong.
And I understand that. And yeah, it's again, the structure really helps. Hello, Pan Sassy. I don't know you, but hi.
Hello, Wick. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Are you familiar with Universal Discourse's work? Is this your first time? I don't know.
I'm fairly new.
Okay. Well, I'm fairly new too, so hi. Yeah, we were once Nursomancer gets her stream set up back, I'm not sure. Are you able to talk, Nursomancer, yet, or are you still adjusting?
Oop.
If you're trying to say stuff, we can't hear you. Okay, thank you. But we had a very interesting kind of a mock debate almost, kind of with practice, and it's gone well so far. I think, at least in my opinion, it just being able to learn a different style is very interesting.
Well, most education fields, the teacher is the student, and the student is the teacher, so it goes back and forth.
Ideally, yes. And I think a lot of the problems we have today are because that relationship's being changed from teacher-student to preacher and congregation. Because when you preach, you are not here to learn. You are here to preach, and the learning antithetical to that relationship among us.
Almost there.
And you're a little low. Let's see if I can turn it up. Say something again, Nurse Romancer, for there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can.
No way. Oh.
It's crazy.
Sweet.
What do you think so far?
I'm having fun. It's definitely a ton of information. But like I said, I enjoy learning, and I feel as if I'll be looking stuff up after this for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, a part of the issue is again, I like to be well researched in the topic before going in.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a little hard for me when there's these panels out there, and it's just they don't give you a topic beforehand. They just say, okay, we're going to argue with each other, but they don't tell me what it's about. And how can I argue a point where I do not I do not have the proper background on?
For real,
and Dodgy
yeah.
Jeff says, Dodgy Jeff here says that there's definitely a way to debate, disagree, and be respectful. As soon as someone throws insults, I feel their argument is not worth listening to past that. You lose my vote if you display poor character and integrity. Is that fair to say? And yes, as Lesto says in the chat, it's 100% fair to say. It's, for me at least, the process is just as important as the conclusion. And how we reach our conclusion is very, it tells a lot about a person and how they engage with others who disagree.
Yeah. Which I think that you've been more than gentle with me, for sure.
I'm always gentle.
Oh.
But no,
that is bullshit, sir. You know that.
That was a lie. That was totally a lie. I'm not always gentle. It's just I tend like I don't like it when people attack groups. So when someone comes on and makes a blanket claim like, oh, all of X are stupid. In that case, I can stop being gentle. I'll start being a little catty.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you an example. So it's like 100 points yesterday or the day before, I can't remember which one. He said EMS, EMTs and EMS do nothing besides sit in a warehouse and wait for a call, and I was fucking furious. I would have jumped down his throat if I was on that panel. Like, I would have not let him speak again. He would have been done right then and there. Because it's arguable which one's more beneficial, police.
I don't know why my webcam's not working.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a black screen.
Yeah, because
But you're right. You're right, Alesto, in that people, especially when they give ignorant takes, when they have had no experience with the job or the group, and they seek to speak, and they present themselves as speaking from a position of authority, which they do not have, and it's obvious they do not have, because the take they're making is so antithetical to what's actually going on, and it's very easy to see. But it's so easy these days to just spew out nonsense. It just
educated military that I respect you a little bit more, especially with the antithetical word.
I try to like I said, I'm a writer now. I write. So before I was in the military, and I didn't know writing there. But I was a cryptolinguist for a while, and again, vocabulary was a very important part of the training there and things. So thank you for your words. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch over. I'm hanging up on you guys.
Will do. I had a wonderful potato salad. I think I added a little too many onions, but other than that, it turned out fairly well. I've always kind of wanted to be a better cook, but I hate the cleanup after it, and so I tend to...
I don't think I've ever tried doing this before.
I probably should, just because it's very easy to go out to a restaurant and have them take care of all that.
Does it combine? Can I go from my phone to my computer that easily?
Cool.
No fucking way.
Man, I love cooking. I'm with you though. I hate cleaning. No.
I think my best dish, and this will sound weird, and everyone's like, ew, that sounds disgusting, but it's actually really good.
No,
It's
I
a
know.
mayo turkey. You ever had that?
You said mayo turkey?
A mayo turkey.
A mayo turkey.
So what it is?
I'm thinking like a turkey made with mayo. Like while you're grilling it.
No, it's a turkey. So you take a turkey, and instead, and you just cover it inside that with mayo. And obviously you add other spices, and there are other things you do with it. And you can add stuffing or not, as is your preference. But the mayo, what it does is, because it's oil-based and egg-based, it helps the skin to get really crispy without drying out the inside. So it takes less time for the skin to get crispy. After you cook it for 30 minutes or so, you take it out and you cover the skin in foil or something to prevent it from burning. But the inside.
Any hot takes about how I fix this shit?
While the outside has that crisp texture, and I love it. It's great.
Okay, that's that's how you did it. So it actually does a little bit more than just that too. It also keeps the moisture inside of the turkey, so it keeps it flavorful, as well as it will give it a little bit of a sweet flavoring from the mayo itself. I do that with chicken wings.
Yeah, and like I said, I discovered this, and again, I didn't discover it. I didn't, I wasn't the first person to pioneer this. When I say I discovered this, I saw it on a website, and I thought, let's try it. And I did, and it turned out fairly well, It turned out fairly well.
Quick, could I ask for clarification on an earlier statement?
Of course, go ahead.
So you had stated that you take issue with impugning groups.
I do.
And I guess, does that, how do we hold communities accountable, especially if it's a very hostile community? Because that would be, I guess, an example of an impugning group. Also, I thought, okay, yeah.
No, continue, please. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was saying another example would be a collective,
Wait, now I'm thinking about it. Is it this one?
In the music,
or is it this one?
Music scene, there was the Pro Era collective from the West Coast, and
well,
I will have to disconnect this one.
I think that holding
come find me again.
communities
Disconnecting.
Makes a certain sort of sense when you're talking about an individual union. So, for example, the police's union. Sins, for lack of a better term, from another police officer. That does not mean you cannot hold police as a whole accountable, but it's viewing it as a system. So when someone comes in and says something like all cops are bastards, I take issue with that. When someone comes in and says all liberals, when someone comes in and says all leftists are socialist nut jobs, I take issue with that because it lacks nuance, and it's used as a tool to impugn individuals and to attack individuals when the group as a whole might be the problem, not the individual. You have to separate this idea that because I identify as X, I hold all the characteristics of everyone else who identifies as that. And it's just unhelpful. It's unreasonable. It leads to bad decisions, in my opinion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't need to
so I wonder if this would be applicable. What about impugning like QAnon as a broad social movement?
Again, it would be unhelpful. So in the QAnon example,
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, of course.
So the best way to attack someone is not to attack them at homes or attack them personally. It's attack the ideas. So if you're going to use QAnon for an example, you can say QAnon is this mindset is bad because of this reason. So you'd say they say, well, Trump is still a leader. He's like the shadow leader. I'm using it for an example because I know that's what QAnon believes. So you would take that idea and then you would say, well, they are bad because there's no way we have this, and this, and Biden was sworn into office. You attack the idea, not the person, regardless of like who it is, group or not.
Just moving a couple of things around.
Yeah, that's very important. And again, it's not helpful because people do not like to have words put in their mouth. And while someone may subscribe to the QAnon ideology as a whole, they may not subscribe to every single bit of it. And again, when we're persuading someone, it's important to show kindness. It's important to treat them as a person and treat them as an individual. And so you would take your mother, your brother, your cousin, your uncle, whoever it is under the sway of these malicious lies, and that's what the QAnon is. Let's be clear, malicious lies. But if you treat them as a malicious liar, you've created an enemy, not a friend. And if they view yourselves as your enemy, they're not going to be convinced. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So again, go ahead.
I was going to use myself as an example.
By all means. Go ahead.
So I am a conservative.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back.
Yes, Miguel JS too. In Malabranche. What a name. Evil Pocket. Pan Sassy, hello. Malabranche. Did Malabranche pop in?
I haven't. No, he hasn't yet. I wasn't sure. Like, I don't know the rules yet for who's allowed in and who's not. So
you have to wait till I get back to let you in. Yeah, because otherwise you gotta. We don't know you, so hello, I'm Malabranche in the Discord. You join the discussion. Well, actually, we're doing debate training. And we're waiting on. Nurse is back, I guess.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out my camera and failing. So.
Oh, it's okay. We still have your sort of your screen up, though.
Yeah.
So at least there's something that's representing you. Miguel and JS Malabranche, okay, I'm sorry. What were you discussing that caught his attention?
Pan Sassy asked for clarification on a statement I made, which was basically that I don't feel it's fair to impugn whole groups and apply attributes to entire groups, and I would rather that people deal with each other as individuals, and I think that's more helpful. And then Pan Sassy asked to clarify that and basically asked, well, then how do you hold groups accountable for harm that they may do? And we had a small back and forth on that.
Okay, so Malabranche, what were you interested in? They might have left already. It took too long. Oh, it takes forever to do anything, because... Hell, that's why I'm doing a GoFundMe, you know? So I can actually have water and electricity and things like that here, instead of having to walk all the way down a hill to an RV and use a microwave for everything.
Lester was using the self as an example to explain.
All right, well, we're doing the debate training, so now that Nurse and Wick are here, on delivery mattering more than content. You went through your juries, and you should by now know each other's weaknesses, strengths.
Yeah.
Now you gotta learn how to attack an argument without attacking your opponent. We call it counting coup. So how do you suppose you're going to do that? What you're going to do is, let's see, that's why I asked you to just argue naturally. And Nurse wants agreement uses we. Okay, and this is attack. There's no we in attack.
Right.
There's just I. I am the only one left standing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't use you. Why not? Well, no ad hominem. But then again, is you even relevant? No, I am.
Mm-hmm.
In a debate. So if you're going to go ahead and attack each other's arguments. Yeah, thank you, Alesto. I think that's very cool. They just came to keep you guys company. Okay, so you're going to cross-examine, you're going to attack each other's argument. The nurse, you heard the jury pick it apart, right?
Yeah.
Well,
A little bit.
A lot of contradictions.
On and off, but yeah.
Okay, so now it's your turn. You're going to basically attack each other's arguments. That sounds kind of redundant, because in rebuttal, you pointed out weaknesses, right? But really, rebuttal, you were defending your argument. Now you are attacking your opponent's argument. It is two entirely different things. Oh, thanks, Dodgy. I hope you find this stream useful. We do a bunch of extraordinary things. Ask anyone. Because that's what they keep telling me, so I guess, you know. Alright, okay, so defending your own argument. Nurse, that would be, you gotta work on that. Bring that left hand up. Alright? Now you're punching with the right. Can you attack this guy's argument? So let's just try. Let's find out how you do, and then we coach it out a little bit. Okay, same as before. Alright, so Wick, proposition will start.
Okay. My opponent is given us plenty of examples of why persuasion is more powerful than content. Each example that was given with COVID and with the insurrection shows how persuasion overcame facts. There has yet to been any argument presented that refutes this.
Mm-hmm. That's an attack. That's see the difference? They're sort of summing up everything you did wrong. Right? Essentially, yeah, you're evaluating. You're, like a supervisor at work. Well, your performance evaluation is you're good for this, but the rest of it sucks. Okay, go ahead, keep going.
In fact, it is difficult to give further rebuttal simply because no information was presented in support of the claim, and thus I find myself at a loss to even continue because, again, each example given has supported the proposition, which is that persuasion and delivery are much more important than content. And so, again, just the lack of any evidence otherwise helps to stand my claim.
And you should come right out on his heels?
But we're not, we're like examining what they're saying, but not, I guess I'm confused about the two. Is that what
you're attacking them? You're attacking their argument in front of an audience. You're telling the audience how bad their argument is.
So
and why yours is correct. Yeah.
Well, if anything, my opponent gave a good example of why my my side of the debate is correct. Whenever they mention
right, correct, that's it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep going. That's it.
Yeah, when they mention the way that slavery and African Americans were treated poorly. Just because certain, and then they gave the example that certain people did see the facts that was not true, that they did end up fighting for their freedom, despite the overall consensus being the opposite of that.
Okay, and then now tell them why your argument is correct.
And so my side of the argument is correct because of the examples that I gave earlier. One being that despite the I'm still trying to disprove them. Let's see.
You're making him look bad.
Oh, just making him look bad over and over.
You're literally saying to the audience, he's wrong, and this is why. I'm right, and this is why. And that's it.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Very simple. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so the point that of it that I'm correct is because there are people that are persuaded more so by fact and context than they are by emotions and the way that the information is presented to them. Here, I'm gonna close that door because that way we don't have to do train stuff anymore. Done with the outdoors for today.
And would I just continue and fire back, or is this just a once and done thing? I'm not sure.
Usually they'll say yield. Now you only have 2 minutes in this round.
Okay.
You can say yield. It's a little bit stiff, but if you don't indicate and it just hangs there, like, see, he can't see you, nurse. So he doesn't know when you're finished.
Gotcha.
So you should, and you got to remember, many members of your audience may be blind or visually impaired. You have to indicate yield.
Mm-hmm.
Or gesture, or go ahead, or anything. So make it a audible visual thing, okay?
Gotcha. So that's the be like go ahead.
Go ahead or yield, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead
yield.
or yield, either one. Okay.
So once again, we see that the examples provided again stand for persuasion being more powerful than facts. The slavery indication, even though many knew the facts, they were unable to persuade the mass of people, and thus people of color were treated poorly because they failed to be persuasive enough. Once again, every example presented.
Right there. Remember what you're saying, though. Think about the impact on you just lost your audience. Say that better. Because, like, okay, nurse, they could just flat lie. Or they could, boom, lay down this tape that's, and take advantage of it. He's still going to be making mistakes, and so are you. Even to the last bloody minute, you can capitalize. All right. So, Wick, can you reframe? Can you rephrase that?
How, because people of color were treated poorly, because even though the fact is that people of color are just as equal to anyone else, because they...
What did you say? They lacked a propaganda skill.
Yes, they were...
All right. Okay. If people of color, in fact, had been able to persuade better, or had been able to,
not just them, but their allies. Those who supported that position.
If I were you, I would blame it on the allies.
Oh, that was my intent. Maybe I misspoke.
Because you've opened up a can of worms. That's another thing. Don't be so confident at the end that you can just pop open, a can of spinach and think you've got it. Because that was a fatal mistake. So anyway, keep going.
And again, this position failed to persuade the mass population and those in power. And thus we see how a lot of harm is done.
and continues even to this day. With the COVID situation, again, we see where the government failed to persuade a large portion of the population, even though the facts were on their side. Again, we see with the Capitol insurrection how the government failed to persuade these people of the facts as they were seen, and it caused great harm. The failure to persuade does a lot of harm. And again, each example given simply
Now, that's what he did wrong. And again, what did you do right? Why is your argument better? Keep that way. His was wrong and this is why. Mine is right and this is why. It's the same thing back in every single time. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so,
go ahead.
His argument obviously is incorrect because of the statement that it's not the ultimate tool, like he had previously stated, to convince people, because if it were, then everybody would have been convinced at that time. So my point being that evidence and the context of what is being said is more relevant, because it does affect the way that people make their decisions. Yeah. And then
you're learning. I can see that you're getting it. Do you feel like you're getting it? Because it's coming out correctly.
Yeah. It's just I'm trying to get the wording, like, and get my thought process.
Never worry about that. Never worry about that.
Well,
never worry about that. You speak naturally, and you just speak naturally. Do not worry about that.
Yeah. And by wording, I mean, like, not doing a no-no. Like, miss, like,
okay.
If that makes any...
If you're talking and you're hearing yourself and it's going where you don't want it to go, adjust it while you're talking.
Gotcha.
Because the killer in a debate is to stop and go, let me check my notes.
Yes.
Quickly commit. Watch when Kyle gets in. Watch how Kyle does it. I've got a VOD of him doing that.
Oh, yeah?
He's lightning fast, and he, and he wasn't in a debate. He was just reasoning, presenting his argument. And the way he does it is, he could mop the floor on any blood sport. But he doesn't like the debate. So anyway, but don't stop and you lost confidence. Your audience is like, she doesn't really believe in herself.
Yeah. No, I can totally see naturally. That. Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually just speak naturally. You make a mistake, catch it, and fix it as you're speaking, and just keep going. Just keep going. He'll find the mistake, don't worry. You can defend yourself later. Just keep going. don't break your flow. Go ahead. But it's coming out right.
Yeah. So
you've heard. Go ahead. No, I think that was the end of your.
Yeah, I think that was my complete thought process.
Okay.
Okay.
May I respond?
She would normally say yield.
Yield.
The facts did not convince the majority of the population. The presentation did. The facts were irrelevant in this discussion. The facts weren't what persuaded the people to follow the government regulations. The fact that the government used their authority to present this as a scientific thing and used scientism to present this, that is what convinced it. The facts and the data had nothing to do with it. I yield.
Now he directly attacked your facts. Are you going to stand by and let him attack your facts?
No.
He's bad man doing bad things with a big mouth. You going to stand there and take that?
No. That's just very disorienting. Going from
Expect people to be tricky. They want to win. Do you play basketball by any chance?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, not since like elementary school.
Did you play any sports?
I played golf.
Golf.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're so quiet and strategic.
No, I'm not strategic, but thank you.
Well, yeah, you do. You set your sights and then you worry how your technique.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect for golf. But if you remember basketball, okay, play this like basketball. Steal the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Take long shots. Right? But you're penalized for holding.
Mm-hmm.
Or dribbling.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the same as basketball. Okay, so go ahead. But there it is. He's giving you argument now. We're getting to an argument now. Mm-hmm. You gonna let him sit there and argue with your facts?
And so my opponent's point was that the
facts didn't convince them.
Right? The facts did not convince them. My opponent's point that the facts and the scientific community was not able to convince most of the population that they needed to wear masks in quarantine. But where's the proof of this? Is this the time?
And then you're. Okay. So and then why is your argument right? You have to remember both.
Mm-hmm.
His is wrong and mine is right and this part is no and. Okay. Rebuttal is yes, but.
And the reason why that argument is incorrect is because people did comply with shutdowns. Not using that word.
That's a good counter.
Mm-hmm.
You can say if that were true, then why did people comply with the shutdowns and the quarantines?
Mm-hmm.
So he's wrong. You literally say that, and then you say my argument states that, right?
Yeah, my argument states that people were persuaded by the facts because they did comply and they did listen to the scientific community.
Yield?
Yeah, yield. Sorry. I keep forgetting that one.
They, in fact, did not. And because of this, the data shows that we've had relapses. We've had the pandemic has lasted a lot longer than it was expected to, simply because
people did not comply with the regulations. And when they did not comply because of the facts and data. They complied because they were forced to. It became law. The government used force to enforce and persuade the people that way. Again, it wasn't about facts and data. In addition, we can see that religious groups, many churches, many of these people were fined, and some in cases jailed because they failed to follow the quarantine rules. And thus, because the methods were not persuasive enough, it caused and exacerbated the harm that the pandemic. We have 500,000 dead and counting because the government failed to be persuasive in its argument, even though the facts were on its side. I yield.
Okay. So, what my opponent's saying is that they did not comply, or they would face penalty, and that is not persuasion based on rhetoric. It is the context that persuaded them, and the context being, if you don't comply to this, then there will be a fine. And I yield.
No, restate why your argument is correct. Remember, always both.
And my argument is being correct in that people did comply whenever they were faced with within the context of true repercussions of their actions.
Okay, yield. Okay, now be careful. Yeah. You shifted your own goalpost.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're saying that context matters more. He's going to grab that mistake. So get ready for that, and you're going to have a chance to recoup from that. You're going to have a chance to explain yourself again. But it's always this. No, she's wrong, and this is why. No, I'm right, and this is why. It's always these two things. In every pass, you say, he's wrong, I'm right. Every single time. Right? Rebuttal, it's just yes, but.
Okay.
Cross-examination gets hot because it's no, and he's wrong and I'm right. It's two things that you're saying. Right? It doubles. You double down in cross-examination. Right? And it gets faster, and then it gets hotter, and then I guess that's what's kicking off the Bezos bucks. The Twitch debate skips it and goes straight to this.
Gotcha.
They just cut out all the filler and go right to the bloody part. I'm like, well, they want kumite, they want, the circle of iron, which is the death battle, where two go in and only one comes out. That's kumite. Circle of iron. That's what this is called. That's what this is. Anyway. You messed up. All right, let's see what he does. All right, Mr. Nasty. Let's see what you got.
Well, that is exactly my point, and I thank you for recognizing that. That the context in this is
sassy.
The government had to use a persuasive method to enforce the truth of their data. And yeah, that example is exactly correct. Yet another example that my opponent has given that supports my proposition. I yield.
What he tried to do is play off your mistake. He's still saying, okay, maybe the context did matter more, but still you're saying that the content didn't matter more than, okay. And you're like, oh, bullshit, that's not what I said. Now, right? Go ahead. Yeah. See, I'm mean.
Yeah.
Don't thank me for my service, Jeff. You wouldn't have, I don't know, what did you do in the Navy? What do you all call? Your MOS? I forgot. What does the Navy call its job description, its duty assignment?
Ratings.
Rates. Your rate? No, that's like saying petty officer or yeoman or something. What did you do? Or maybe it is a raid. I don't know.
Yeah, no, as I understand it, in the Navy, it's a rating. You have a rating in engineer, or I don't know what jobs they have.
Oh, what was your rate? Rank and rate. Yeah, that's true. What was your rate? Intel. Oh, you're another Intel person? Do you know crowdsourced politics? He was also Intel.
I don't know. What's the strategy for taking on this argument?
Hold on. Intel. Okay, Intel. I don't know. Intel specialist could mean anything. But for my service, you might not want to thank me. I just blew people up. That's all I was good at. Right? I set them off to not come back anyway. But yeah, it's cool. I hope you enjoy the stream and we don't trigger you and make you paranoid, because we're trying to avoid really heavy veterans conversations, but Counterpoints is insisting. So we're gonna have one of those ugly gutting sessions. You know. Okay. So okay. Can you say that again? Sorry.
I have developed a strategy for attacking this argument, and I was wondering if you could critique it.
Well, let's have them finish their training, right?
Okay.
Okay, so, and critiquing this argument I already have, so, but let's see what's going on. All right, now who was who? He came back, he tried to capitalize on your mistake, context. All of a sudden, here's the critical mistake. You have 2 goalposts, delivery, content, right? Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, context. 3, and you come in at the 11th hour with a 3rd.
It would seem like
normally, it seems like it. Normally, okay, that would, that costs you the debate.
Oh.
That is also abandoning the motion. So use context. You brought up great point, right? You've got to use it strategically and successfully. And you got to work it back into your argument, right?
Mm-hmm. And so at this point,
you have it, you had it, and gave it away at the same moment, and that's common. Go ahead, think about it a minute. Go ahead and see what you can do. Whatever you do, don't contradict yourself, and don't refute your own argument. Yeah.
And so the last one was sorry, I've been.
He kept saying that. He said he used your mistake. He said, yeah, you're right, context. Oh, but that still proves my point. That it wasn't content, is what he's saying.
Oh, context.
You're actually arguing the point now.
Oh. So my opponent is actually arguing my point for me?
That's one strategy, but right now you're both arguing. You're in an actual debate.
Mm-hmm.
You're literally 'tis 'tis not. Literally at that point.
Oh, okay. So, sorry. Like I said, I've kind of been up for a little while, so my brain's broken. I'm usually a little bit better than this,
Oh no, yeah, we understand. Alesto's also in medical, so we expect that we need to be patient.
Yeah.
We are your patients.
Yeah, I work night shifts, and so I stayed up all day, which is kind of all night.
Yep.
At least for me, so I just don't want you guys to think I'm a total dipshit or anything. But
nobody hold it against her. She's a lifesaver. This is one of your heroes. This is one of these. She worked in the COVID ward.
Yeah, it was.
So don't nobody. Just be patient. Be gentle.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Besides, the training is for that purpose. So don't you worry about any of that.
Mm-hmm.
You just Go ahead. See if you can get your ball back.
So it would seem that my opponent has made my point for me, in that they used my no. Oh, I thought I saw you shaking your head.
I wasn't. Were you, Wick?
Oh, no. I think it was just a
is that
delay.
Where you're signaling? Okay, see what it did? It just stopped her. That's why you can, if you do that to distract people, it happened to Demon Mama. She got muted for that. I'm not sure why that's what you're supposed to be paying attention to, but that's why I wanted you two together, because now you see what the result of these gestures does.
Mm-hmm.
Right? For some reason, I'm extremely animated. For some reason, lately, people on Twitch are picking up on that and becoming kind of, reactive to it. I don't know why, actually. But they are. I really don't know why. So, yeah, you do want to watch that. You see how fast she stopped?
I do.
Right. So, making faces, gestures, I allow all of that. That's fine. But you have to be conscious of the effect it has. And if you keep doing it, we're going to deem that you're attempting to intimidate, and you've lost your debate.
Oh.
You just lost your debate.
Yeah.
It's bad faith. Yeah. So I would say, people are going to make gestures, faces. They're going to react physically because they can't speak. Get used to it, because I will not restrict that. That's paralinguistic.
Oh, it's involuntary too.
It's involuntary.
Yeah.
But if I think that you're making a hostile gesture, you're off the stage.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And don't flip someone off. You're basically flipping them off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, get the fuck off my stage.
Get out of here.
So, but that was a good moment. That was what I wanted, was for him to find out why the gestures,
Yeah, but if you could help me through this one, then I might be able to get back in the, the groove.
You're faltering. Okay. So you said context, not delivery. So you entered a third variable.
Uh-huh.
And he grabbed it and said, yeah, context, not content.
Yeah.
And you went, oh, wait a minute. All right. And then you said, my opponent's grabbed the point. And you would say, why? And believes that it's the context, that because the context persuaded that the content did not matter. And you need to be able to say, however, there is no context without content.
Ooh.
The two are intertwined, and therefore, if context persuades, so does content. That's
awesome.
How you say it. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to say that that's what she said, Wig, and then yield. Well, how do you respond?
And once again, persuasion trumps both. We use the content and we use the context in order, and then we present those things in a persuasive way, and that is what causes people to act, which is the most important point. And the reason why persuasion trumps content is because persuasion causes the people to act. And again, we can see that in COVID, the government used a persuasive tactic in order to convince people to stay at home. That persuasive tactic was force of law in this case.
So, from what I just heard, is that the government used the facts to convince.
You got it.
Yeah.
So, the content that was delivered is what ultimately persuaded them. They're exactly what you're saying. Correct. Yeah, there you go. Great. Great.
So.
That's all you had to say. That's
yeah.
it. You
Yield.
I would have suggested, though, to remind him that the motion does not say persuasion. That's a different discussion. This is delivery. The delivery. Just because all deliveries are not persuasive. First of all, so we're not here discussing persuasive tactics. We're saying the delivery, that how it's delivered matters more than the content. And no matter how you deliver something, you will still fail to convince something else is happening. The context and the content. The content in the context and the context of the content. That's what does it. That's what's doing it. Always. Always. And yield. And it would be more like, you would strengthen it with that. So go ahead, Wick. I'll be like we're ghosting each other, but go ahead.
Sure. Delivery has to be persuasive. Delivery is important. Delivery is what sells the message. Delivery is persuasion. And in this case, delivery through persuasive methods such as force that the government used. Again, content had nothing to do with this. We're not talking about content. The facts do not matter in this case. When you wish to deliver a message in a persuasive manner, you have to deliver it in such a way that your audience will accept and act on the message. Not the facts, the message. Because when you're delivering a message, the delivery tells the audience how you want them to act. It suggests it to them. And so that is my
interjection.
My argument. Yes.
You never accept the first interjection. Never accept the first interjection.
Oh, okay.
That's the other rule. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to yield. That was my point.
Oh, yield. Okay. That was the last lesson. Never accept the first interjection. If you reject them all, you lose. Okay, go ahead, Nurse. Do you see where the problem in his argument is now?
So from what I just heard is that he's talking about delivering a message that's persuasive, but isn't that the truth? And like he's still kind of arguing.
Isn't what the truth?
Interjection?
Like the
No, she's actually responding to me.
That he's talking about you have to that he's saying that like you have to be persuasive, but you have to have a message that is believable in delivering it. You can't just be persuasive and not have content to deliver to the group. So content does matter. Is that what you're going with? Is it persuasion is not
the problem in his argument is a problem of semantics. He's conflating delivery and persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same.
Mm-hmm.
And what you said is correct, but what he's done is there's a flaw in the argument. He's conflation. Semantic equivocation.
Because you can deliver a message, but that doesn't persuade anybody.
And fail to persuade. It was best said in the movie Amadeus, where the emperor, I think it was Poland, Joseph, where Mozart was attempting to convince him why the Marriage of Figaro should be allowed to be put on as a play.
Mm.
And he gave him all of this. He tried, and he said, "Oh no, these are very German values," and and okay. And he said, I always thought it was very interesting. He actually said, as it was written down, he said, "You convince, but you do not persuade." So the delivery was convincing, but it didn't persuade him.
Gotcha.
And what he's done is mixed delivery with persuasion.
So even though it may be convincing, does not mean that people are going to be convinced. Is that what you're saying?
Persuaded.
Persuaded, yeah.
Convinced is, I agree, that's correct. Persuading is, I'm going to act on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's mixed the two. He equivocated the two. That's not true. It's a flaw in reasoning. He just made a fallacy. A false equivocation. Or what we call semantic conflation. He's just trying to straw man the issue of delivery out by convincing you that it's actually persuasion. Are we debating persuasion?
Was that an open-ended question? Or?
Yeah, that's a yes or no.
Yeah.
No, we're debating delivery.
Oh. Yeah.
So once again.
Oh, I guess like
get him back on track. Get him back to the motion. Don't let him add or alter one word of that. No, you almost did with context versus content.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's doing it with delivery and persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So don't let him. Don't let anybody alter that motion at all. It's infuriating, but that's how you win.
Yeah, it's almost like I have to write down the initial like prompt and just be like this.
Correct, and hold it, put it on your hand. I mean, so that as you're sitting at the keyboard, you literally just look and go, oh yeah, okay.
This word, not the other one.
To the monitor. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Right. So go ahead. What do you think you can counter him? He has conflated delivery and persuasion. He's trying to convince us that delivery is persuasion. I am not convinced. The audience might be convinced. Badman could be winning. You better do something.
So, from what I just heard, I believe that my opponent is confusing those two terms, where an argument may be convincing does not mean you have persuaded somebody into believing it.
Which is what that is his argument.
Mm-hmm. And so,
which is why he's arguing against content. You've got it. Go ahead.
And without proper content, it's not going to be persuasive enough to even, to be in the right, what's the word I'm looking for? Brain's broken.
Start with a brand new sentence.
So I believe that my opponent is getting those two terms confused with one another, maybe?
Okay. Not maybe. You do believe that. Okay.
Yeah. And my argument is that without the proper content, it will never be, you'll never be persuasive enough.
Without the proper content, it might be convincing, but it is not persuasive.
Gotcha.
Is that,
yes,
okay?
Yes. Those were the words I was looking for.
In your point, if delivery were persuasion, then the CDC's message that everyone needed to wear masks would have automatically been accepted. Clearly, delivery is not persuasion.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why we're debating this. That's the right way to tear that up. You're literally picking apart his logic. Now he's made a fallacy. Fine. So, okay. So you're very patient to sit through this. We're sort of triangulating this because Nurse is tired and brand new. But go ahead, Wick. You've been called out for semantic conflation.
Yeah, we can see throughout history how the delivery of a message has been enough to be persuasive without content. We can look at religion. We can look at Nazi Germany. We can look at, all these examples that we have where the delivery was enough to be persuasive. And the content, while wrong, while we know today, was dead wrong. In that case, it was able to carry the day and cause great harm or great good in some cases. And again, it is about the delivery overcoming content and being more important than content. When people act, they act because of how the message was delivered, not because of the content. And all of history and examples bear this out. I yield.
So.
Okay, that's another all examples. Okay, that's another categorical fallacy. If you don't know what that is, it's by saying all. Clearly, nothing is all. But he's just strong. He comes in with a right hook.
Yeah.
Right? And by doing that, he can literally just batter you into submission. Eventually, if he keeps pound, pound, pound like that, a lot of people get tired. They just get tired.
Mm-hmm.
And they concede and attempt to move on, and that's when he'll pin you. So you are opposition. Now you can shift and make a concession. He can no longer make a concession. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember that. The second he makes the concession, it's over. You've won. It's just like a boxing round, really. Okay, take care. I'll be looking for you. Jeff said, I don't know how to make the applause sound effect, but awesome job, you guys. I learned a thing or two myself. I really just came on here to teach. So anybody tells me they're learning something, I'm like, great. Just whatever you learn, honestly, bring it back. This is a powerhouse of events. You know what I mean? We have a community that, like, we're cool.
Yeah, we are.
Really?
So cool.
Yeah. If you try to take what I learned and apply it somewhere else without it, it's going to blow up on you. Anyway. But, it's like all medicine becomes poison in the wrong hands. Anyway. You have a good night, and good luck and have fun, Jeff. Okay. All right, you guys. Okay. You're learning, both of you. So that's all we're doing here is we're just learning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can't fail or succeed right now, really. Because you're both learning, you're both one. It's fine.
Yay.
Just keep going. He's got you. He thinks he's gonna. You're in the middle of the ring, and you're throwing punches. You do not want him to get you against the ropes unless you think you're Muhammad Ali, and you're not. So don't let him do it. You gotta be tricky with that footing, and keep a hold of that goalpost. Go ahead.
So what my opponent was just saying is that after that the delivery it dictates how people act, but without the content, how would the people know how to act and yield unless I have to add more?
You can do that. You can use questions and hypotheticals in this round.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's digging in. You're digging in now. That's correct.
Delivery expressly dictates to the listener how to act. When you deliver a message in an aggressive manner, and you deliver a message in a combative manner, it encourages the listener to be combative, to be aggressive. You are dictating how they act through the delivery. And it is convincing, and it is persuasive. And again, not a single example has been given that shows that content overcame the delivery. I yield.
So yeah, go on ahead.
He has you at a disadvantage because the proper response is science. This is a disadvantage. You didn't come ready with a notebook.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and just go ahead. But the purpose is just to get used to doing this. So go ahead and give it your best counter.
Let me see what there. Oh, so as far as where you're coming from, you think that the content is irrelevant, and also that delivery cannot be a hindrance.
Don't accept.
That delivery cannot be a hindrance because of the delivery. Nope, not gonna do that. Nope.
Good.
Nope.
See, self-correction, that's what this is for. You self-correct once you are correcting yourself, you've got it, right? You know what to do and what you did wrong and right. You're well on your way. And that took about an hour and a half, but you're already doing it. So that's congratulations. Those are benchmarks that you're looking for.
Yay.
When you can stop yourself, you've got it. You know, because as a nurse, it's the same thing.
A little bit, yeah.
It's like when you go to do that process with the tubing for the first time and you go, oh, no.
Yeah.
You go back, you undo it, you do it all again. Right? Right. So it's the same thing.
And this is super helpful because I do travel, and so we don't really get orientation. We just kind of go in, and at least for me, like I do well in the situations where I just try my best, and if I do it, not per their protocol, I don't ever do anything that would ever harm a patient. I know how to not do that. But per their protocol, they'll let me know, and then I know how to do it right the next time. So it's just kind of trial and error for me. Is like a good way for me to learn like this, where I just kind of screw up over and over again.
You have a purpose. Your purpose as a nurse is to do no harm.
Mm-hmm.
Your purpose as a debater is to prevent your opponent from doing harm. Think of it as exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it is. Rhetoric has caused all this extremism, violence.
It's true.
That's, for example. Okay, go ahead. See what you can do.
So there's was the delivery is the most important because of it dictating, which is
that's what he said. He said it dictates. Yeah, it dictates what they're gonna do
because they come across very aggressively, which is the opposite of what they were saying earlier whenever they said that the government coming down and saying, no, you have to do this, convince people not to. And so therefore, like the context, if they, which is, or as far as the content, I don't know how to tie that in.
Okay, think about it for a second.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'm going to teach you some more Cree terms, too, for those of you who want to learn my language, which, by the way, is a fantastic way to restructure your thinking. I'm going to teach you some Cree. One day you'll be able to debate in Cree. That'll be awesome.
Do you guys mind if I eat some chips while we do this? Just because
oh, no, I don't care. You do anything you want.
I just don't want to be
my stream
rude or
is...
anything.
Oh, it's not. Look at me. I'm up here slurping coffee and freaking huffing on smokes. I mean, doesn't matter.
Only if you eat them loudly, because isn't that like an ASMR that people get into? We'll get views.
Yeah, some people. I do. I crunch really loudly. It's very comforting.
Well, I've pushed to talk on, so it won't affect when I eat, as long as I don't have the button pushed down.
Nice. So let me see, where was I? So the delivery, blah, 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 reorienting myself, and content. Oh, it's gone. Wait, hold on. I'll get it back. I had a thing in my head. it's so hard to tie in, like, I feel like I can create rebuttals, but then also saying, like, why that, like, why my argument is, like, so lit in comparison because of what they're saying. Like, that's, Because what was said earlier is that dictation, which is what the government did during COVID with mass mandates and shutdowns, was not good because of the content of that message. Because if they were over there mandating that nope, I got nothing.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, we'll skip it. We'll just let it pass because you're just learning. All right. Wait, let's have you come at it again with another pass, so we can just sort of keep the energy going there.
Let me finish chewing real so we don't get the crunch.
I don't care. You can crunch all day long. I think it's cool. Go ahead and crunch.
Thank you.
It's human. But humans crunch. It's a fact. Let me deliver this to you in a way convincing and persuasive. If I can crunch, he can crunch. You know why? Because people crunch. Because we're human. Humans crunch. It's self-evident. There you go. Crunch.
There we go. Delivery throughout history has been the deciding factor on whether facts are taken seriously or not. Again, I've given many examples, and I can give many more. For example, the Crusades was set up, and the people of Europe were convinced to go to war based on faulty facts. But because the message was delivered as a religious instruction, it was convincing and it was persuasive because the audience at the time, that was how was best to deliver a message of war. If the government had come in and delivered it another way, it would not have been as successful, or it would not have been as persuasive. And we can see again throughout history how the message and the delivery of that message is far more important than the content of the message. I yield.
So, what you're saying is that the content of what caused all these people to act a certain way was religious. And so the delivery has nothing to do with what they were convinced to act out. It was the content, the religious content that caused them to act out a certain way, which is why, in my opinion, content is superior to persuasion. It's what they're persuaded to do. And I yield.
The content was not religious. The content was to go out and to kill people. That was not religious in nature. It was delivered through a religious platform. And it used the platform of religion in order to be persuasive to the audience, to convince them to act. And the act that was desired was to go out and to kill these people. The content used by the message was factually inaccurate. The content was that these people are evil, these people are worshiping Satan and are tools of Satan. That was the content of the message. Obviously, that was not true and is not true. However, because it was delivered in a religious context and framed in a religious way, we can see that it was persuasive. And it allowed the act to occur. And I yield.
So the content of it was because of this religion, it dictates that the content also is that we must do X, Y, Z. Otherwise, you wouldn't be you wouldn't have any message to deliver. Without the content, how would the people know how to act out to begin with? If it's hey, go ahead.
No, don't.
Oh,
don't let him go ahead.
Oh, because if it is the same person up there persuading somebody, or persuading a whole group of people to act a certain way, the content being let's go murder versus let's go get ice cream would dictate the way those people were to act, which is two very, very different things, which is why content is very relevant. Yield.
But again, the content was not correct. Does my opponent believe that Muslims are tools of Satan and that killing them and sending them to hell is something that God wants? I doubt that. I doubt that highly.
Good rhetorical question. Go ahead.
Neil.
But you're still referencing...
I'm literally making fun of your reasoning, so go ahead.
Mm-hmm. But you're still referencing the content. Whether it is a two-part content does not mean that it's not the content of the discussion at hand. So therefore the content is more important than the delivery. Because like I said before, if you are persuading them that, you know, Muslims are great, or you're convincing people that Muslims are horrible and, you know, they must be murdered or whatever, is very different things, complete opposites. And I yield.
When the discussion originally commenced, again, I will remind the audience that we are discussing whether the delivery is in fact more important than factual content. And again, content does not need to be factual, because delivery allows people to act on incorrect content. It persuades them to act on incorrect content. So again, yes, we very much care on whether content is factual in this debate. And my example shows that even though the content was not factual, not based on fact, that the delivery of the message was able to persuade an entire country, several countries, to send troops to fight and to die on the battlefield for what, in effect, was a lie. And thus we see that persuasion, or that delivery, I apologize, that delivery is the most important in persuading people to act.
Now, I think that my... go on ahead.
Several points of contention right there. See if you can find one. And at this point, you need to take the higher ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see where he ended it? You need to go higher. You need to take the higher ground.
I mean, like, more...
People can be persuaded without factual content, should they? And so content does matter more regardless of whether people use factual content to persuade or not. You need to take the higher ground.
Oh, as far as so you believe that people can be convinced by
without factual content.
Without factual content.
In fact, they can be persuaded, but only through lying.
Yeah.
Now, the higher ground is if the content that was done because, in fact, content does matter, that they had to lie in order to persuade, precisely because the facts would have kept them from enlisting.
Mm-hmm.
Like the higher ground, you see?
Gotcha, because I was not going to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I do like that one. much more.
Okay. So when he does that, when he thinks he's dropped the mic, it's like they say, they go low, we get high. If he drops the mic like that, he thinks you slammed the door on it. You can't go back and open it. You got to go up. You got to go higher ground. Now this is called appeal to ethos. Just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Yeah.
And the point being, the content does actually matter more. Whether or not we use it to persuade has nothing to do with the value of factual content. Or the value of content. In other words, factual or not factual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's where I was going to be going with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And ultimately, let me just draw this. Delivery is nothing without content.
Mm-hmm.
Something always has to be delivered. It doesn't make any difference. You cannot deliver nothing. So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You can just straw man the whole thing right away, right now, and everybody would have to agree that, well, oh, yeah, by your logic, correct.
Yeah.
So, because I know you're tired, but that's how this would go. It's all just learning right now.
Mm-hmm.
When he closes the door, go higher, right?
Yeah.
Put your things in priority, right? Understand these terms. Don't let them shift. Don't let go of the goalposts, right?
Yeah. And I was
He's a bad man and you gotta stop.
Yeah,
Right, correct.
I was telling him earlier, I was like, he's like, how are you liking it? And I was like, it's awesome. I feel like I'm going to be looking a lot of stuff up after this.
That's when you know it's good is when you're looking stuff up, like you did the other night on
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, terminology, I've forgotten all this. It's like I just like dumped it after I learned it in school or something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because it was too much effort to acquire it. Yeah, it was too heavy.
Yeah, learning dumb. Unfortunately.
But just be casual about that. Don't knock yourself out. You have a very important job to do.
Yeah.
Right? It matters more than all of this.
I only have so much RAM to go around.
Right. Right. So I'll kind of conclude that for you guys. What you would do at this point, since this is just learning, you would make your closing statements for the last time. And I can tell you what I've read from chat, what their reaction was to this so far. So go ahead. Let's have opposition make your final statement, your closing state, which is where you restate your argument and your position and declare that you should be winner, right?
So... Wait, I think...
You restate your position, you restate your... You reiterate your claim.
Oh, okay.
In your position, and you say that you should be declared winner. That's actually traditional for debate.
Oh, gotcha.
You should win. For these reasons, I should win. Yeah.
So for, in conclusion, I guess it's a good way to start it. In conclusion.
In conclusion.
Mm-hmm. I believe that content is a more effective and superior way of, well, no, let me try it again. In conclusion.
Okay.
Yep, in conclusion, content is much more important than delivery when used in the context of what it's going to cause people to act as. Without the content of what people should be or act like or do, you cannot deliver it. Without content, there is no delivery. So,
okay, fair enough, yeah.
So, therefore...
And then... therefore...
So, therefore, that is the reason why content dictates why delivery would be relevant in the first place.
Good.
And do you yield after that?
Good, that's it. Yeah, that's it. There you go. And then for that reason, I should win, right?
And I win.
I feel I should win.
I feel I should win.
Exactly, and I win. And you can actually say that. I win. Drop my boom. All right, Wick, who's been nothing but a phenomenal good sport, I swear to God.
Super duper.
Jesus, I need 10 of you, and our guild would be up and running, the best team on Twitch.
10 of me would cost. It would be.
That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. What are you talking about?
Let me do my conclusion real quick before we get into how great I am. But we can discuss that. That's not up for debate.
No, I already won.
It feels good because he can win too.
Okay.
Let's go.
Wait, let's both win.
We can both win together.
Wait,
yeah.
Another debate judge who sneaks in with us has given me something very special for you after you're done that we'll go over. Go ahead, Wick. Drop the mic.
Okay. We've seen throughout this discussion, this debate, many examples brought up, both by me and my opponent, that assert and show through data and through facts that the delivery has been much more important than the content. Yes, the content is necessary, but that does not mean it is what drives the vehicle of persuasion. A car needs fuel, but we would never say that the car is fuel. Delivery is far more important because it persuades in a way that content may or may not. And for that reason, again, because of the many examples we have shown, through the experiences that we have shown on this panel, and through the experiences that you have had in your daily lives, where you know that if you tell a child in a certain way that they can or cannot do something, it will be much more effective than if you tell them in another way. It's self-evident. And for that reason, I have clearly demonstrated why delivery is more important and why I should win. Thank you.
Okay, mic dropped. And self-evident, and hit you with the self-evident. So, classic inductive reasoning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
All
yeah.
right. So, what the judge would say, the judge has found fault with Wick. I've told you the mistakes. It's simply a matter of who made the most mistakes. It's difficult because she's just starting, and there's going to be nothing but mistakes.
Yeah.
So this is a fake judgment, if you will, as well. That at this point, proposition actually made more mistakes than opposition. And so therefore, for the judge, opposition wins.
Yee.
Opposition lost control of the goalpost fewer times. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is just training, so don't worry about that. The audience, with Alesto and some other people, their points of contention came up against Wick time and time and time again. And so I think that Wick lost the judge and the jury in this case. But this is just training.
Right.
But anyway, that's how, at the end, that's what would be announced. There'd be a poll, and you would get the outcome. You can win the judge, lose the jury. Win the jury, lose the judge. Lose both, win both.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a tie where the judge had to break the tie, but the judge was tied, and just the judge, I was indecisive, and the jury was tied. So we actually had a complete across-the-board tie, which was phenomenal because it was exciting.
Yeah.
They said that doesn't happen very often. I said it almost never happens. That you fought so hard that neither one could gain any ground. It's like that soccer game where they can't score that point. Incredible. And they were a 6-man team, and they fought tooth and nail. They lost a man, right? And then we eliminated 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the last thing we do when it comes to elimination is that after jury, the teams can let a member go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Or no, not after jury, I'm sorry. After rebuttal, the teams can let a member go. Then you have jury, and then the jury can eliminate 2 more members. So it's kind of like the Royale.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. So you get a chance to pick who's your strongest. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It also works because not everybody can stay for the whole thing. So they tap out on arrangement. That's fine. But if one team does not want to let go of its member, the other team cannot ask that member to leave. So you can stack the deck. There's nothing you could do about the judge and jury eliminating 2 of you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If the jury tries to eliminate someone where the judge decides that's a malicious or very skewed, whatever, that's going to shift the balance, the judge can override. Because we had one member that was dismissed who shouldn't have been.
Right.
Once. And I went, I'm changing the rules. That's it.
I'm changing all the rules.
If the jury is going to pay to dismiss somebody, right, in order to do that, all right, if they pay to dismiss somebody, that means that they're paying to stand in. So you could actually be replaced. Another thing the jury can do is in rebuttal, or actually in cross-examination, to make it even more spicy, they can actually pay to make you switch sides.
Oh, what?
So
That's
they can
cool.
have 2 people switch sides mid-argument. Now, I had a team that did that. They were there after they switched sides, and even the audience went, Jesus! And I went, hey, that's called training. And they had a blast.
Oh,
they
yeah.
had fun switching sides because they had just been arguing the whole time against, right, something. So they knew the whole entire argument. They were better when they were switched than before. And it was great. That was a great debate night. We had like 68 people in here just like going, wow, I'm taking notes, It was pretty cool. And the person that paid to switch them, that was hilarious because it's like 25 for them to switch you. It's 50 to take your place.
Oh.
And then that has to be verified. Like, I have to stop you and you hold your breath while we figure out, well, who is this asshole, right, that thinks he's better than you? And he better be. And so that's done. So the larger streamers, or the more accomplished debaters, if they come in and pay that, we have to kind of recognize them. We have to kind of know that they're good. Because anybody could just pop you $50 to come in and be an ass. And I have no problem with them doing that either, because I'm going to wait 5 minutes exactly. They make one fucking mistake, I keep your money and you're gone. Don't ever do that again.
Mm-hmm.
I will then refund your money. I will refund your money for sure. You just need to send me your PayPal link and we'll take care of that little problem. Okay. But, and it's great. It's a great bit of fun. It's like a carnival. Step up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the full walkthrough. And this was nothing but a walkthrough. So your patience and good faith. 100% everybody won. You're being self-reflective. You're being self-corrective. Wick learned why expressions might get you muted.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
There you go. You learned something. Chat was fully involved. We've had 3 people. Can I check out your debate? Can I come in? Can I talk? We have Pan, who sat here very patiently now. So, and then we have one more thing to look at. I want you all to look at. Okay, so Pan, You've sat through the whole thing, and you wanted to bring something up, so go ahead if you're ready.
The whole thing?
Yeah, well...
Sat through the whole thing.
That's amazing.
That was really awesome. Thank you, Nurse Mancer and Quick.
Oh, no problem. It was awesome.
Really nice.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said something about critiquing. So what did you have in mind? Because we do allow the jury to sit with the speakers and actually critique them. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
If you want to, go ahead. Okay, meet your fan, guys. Okay, get ready, Pan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I've written.
Oh, wow.
Persuasion matters more than truth in a world without socially constructed meaning.
Wow, that sounds so dystopian communism. That sounds so Big Brother. It sounds like Mao Zedong's camp.
Oh my goodness.
Because that's true. Well, it's true. Marxism was the deconstruction of materialism, right? Including meaning.
Right.
So he's right.
And so I had also taken note when you said context intersects with content to assemble persuasive packets of truth.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So
I forget who said that. Like
that was when Nurse I was calling Nurse Answer. I was saying you just brought in a third variable with context, and they're not indistinguishable. They're not. You can't differentiate the two. Context depends on content. They're interdependent.
Right, and so I wrote, it is the opposite. They did not use persuasion. They used the facts to persuade. We can continue arguing in circles, conflating delivery and persuasion, but delivery necessarily collapses into a message or meaninglessness.
Content, correct. You got it. Or else it's meaningless, correct. And then there what context? No context will give it meaning. Hence, meaningless. Correct.
Okay, and then...
So you actually just got a lot out of this practice. Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me. Because what you're talking about is foundational to evolutionary psycholinguistics, which is at the PhD. That's at the big brain level. You know? Mm-hmm. Wow. You guys inspired a lot of big brain thought right there.
Oh, and, good.
I actually expanded a little more. It says, in the world beyond truth, facts matter less than persuasion, because we've yet to categorize and group construction of meaning. So let's get a few things pinned down. Today we live in a democratic republic. We'll continue to live in such a system for as long as we can defend it, or until the time comes when we enhance and expand it into something of higher development. The government has a monopoly on the use of violence. Violence may be the most persuasive source beside riches. However, the government administers society, managing and judging it, while the representatives in the House and Senate change and enact policy through legislation. Before we can accept truths, we must socially construct and adopt sense. Otherwise, the compounding linguistic issues will deadlock the conversation. While you make a hard determination, I stand stoically confident in my skepticism that that truth itself is what mobilized action. Or, yeah, that truth itself is what persuaded people to act. I might have made a mistake.
No, that's fine. We're not judging what you're getting out of it. What else did you have down?
So I had given an example, and my example was the spontaneous generation, like a social mobilization to defend a community, and it demonstrates the power of a truth that humans organized with a common goal can accomplish great projects, such as maintaining low casualties at mass protests, and even with the Capitol insurrection, where there was one casualty. Or I'm sorry, excuse me. I believe there was it 4 casualties?
I think it was 5.
I think it was
6.
Six,
right,
5 or 6.
Right, between
So
4
obviously
and
we don't-
6.
Yeah.
At the FedEx shooting?
No, what Capitol insurrection? Wasn't that what we were discussing?
6.
Yes.
I believe so. I'm not 100% on that.
Yes, and so the mobilization of communities to, I guess, with the shared. I'm having a hard time explaining.
Yeah, see, that nurse was doing that too. Okay, so
it's hard,
the
man.
point
Feels
of it
bad,
being,
man.
Pan got that out of your practice, and look at the depth of that. So, first of all, Pan, you should probably learn to debate, because those are killer takes.
Yeah.
But look at the depth
Just
of
gotta
that.
get the delivery right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. Well, in this case, the ability to articulate.
Yes.
Okay, because some people, especially, I'm autistic. I couldn't say anything to anybody that made sense for the majority of most of my life. I would have to say, a good bit of it. Some people, the language doesn't come. But look at the thought. Because they wrote it down. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't debate, at least sit on panels. If you have to write it all down and prepare it ahead of time and do it that way. But wow, that's top tier stuff.
Yeah.
Debate does matter, doesn't it? You know why? It stimulates us to think, to consider, to argue, to research, to choose. We don't know what to stand up for. You know, when we're in a dilemma, and we can either discuss them civilly, we can debate them formally. You know, all this propaganda and Kool-Aid is because people are stuck. And this resolves cognitive dissonance. This confusion went on for 4 years. That's exactly what Trump wanted. Or Putin or whoever was doing it. That's what they wanted, to sow such discord that we didn't even know what reality was. That is a very typical Russian tactic. Trump doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't know how to do that. He was coached. I can tell you that empirically for a fact, and the fact that I was in intel and journalism, I'm telling you, he does not know how to do this. Whoever did this plays chess, and that's a Russian. They're the only people that know how to do this way. They wrote the book on it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Pen Sassy. Is that what you like to be called, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pan? Can we just say Pan?
Yeah, Pan's is fine.
Okay.
Pan I like because I think of Pan with a flute.
Mm-hmm.
And you've earned your applause, both of you, all three of you. I would say that, look, this is why I keep, well, we all shill, but I push, right? I push the package. Why do I care about training? Look at what just sitting down here and practicing, look at the response to it. You know, I don't see this response in any other stream because no other stream is actually trying to teach you something you want to do instead of forcing you to watch it passively.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that doing this matters. I really believe in this. So when those people sit down with me, I immediately respect them because I sense that they know what good medicine is. That they want to be better, to be good at something. And that I find exciting. You know, so your participation is not just a random to me at all. And so in return, I try to make the time you spend here 100% worth it every time. I get very upset when it's not kicking off well.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick?
Fighting in my chat.
Of
course you can.
Yeah.
I just congratulate you, and I very much appreciate you. Okay, go ahead.
No, and if anybody in chat or anybody that's like thinking about maybe coming on, and especially the ones that didn't see the whole thing, like these guys are awesome. Like they're super duper, like I don't know, they have more patience than anybody I've ever met. Cause I'm like brain dead today, especially, which I'm brain dead already, and I feel like I learned a whole lot. So I wouldn't be afraid to do it. Yeah.
All right.
I don't think we're scary, so don't be scared.
We can be. I can be. I know.
No.
We try not to be personally.
What? Even the right wingers that are on Twitch, they came and told me that they said that people find you incredibly intimidating. And I went, your people think I'm intimidating? Yeah. I said, really? I said, good. You should be afraid of me. Because I am intimidating. I own it. I own that. I said, but if I welcome you, then don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And I went, how the hell did those people think I'm intimidating? Wow. I was proud of that.
You should be.
It's a badge of pride.
Because we're talking about conservative right-wingers, and they're not easily intimidated.
No, they got their guns.
And he said, you have no F's to give, you cause no drama, and you have zero tolerance for bullshit. I said, correct. I also have no fear of telling you. He went, right. And they're in 10, and I said, well, then don't come up to me with bullshit, and you won't have to worry about it. But it is delivery in this. It's not that I do it. It's not what I do. It's how I do it. But for me, delivery is strategy. It's strategic. And I'm not looking to persuade. I'm looking to win. And I'm looking to look out for my own people. It's Sun Tzu and Dao Tzu put together. You know?
Yeah.
And I think it makes this place a little bit more interesting. And it's also an indigenous way. And so when you sit here and you maybe watch how I deal with something, right? Because I will lose my temper like everyone will. But if you watch how I'm dealing with something, what you're actually looking at is indigenous culture, which nobody can teach you, but unless you sit with one of those. So you're also learning that, whether you realize it or not. And that's why I try to keep this space special. I'm here representing my culture. Why would I want you to think badly of us. My elders came and told me and asked me to do this. So you're learning more than you even realize. And what you take away is what you, what you take away will only come into being when you engage in real life and suddenly something you heard from here or watched, when that pops up in your head and says, hey, do this, right? Then what you learn here actually will matter. And that's what it's for. It's to keep you alive and well. Make sure you know you are appreciated and respected. And that above all, I try to be fair. And I'm here to try to demonstrate these things, not to blow my own horn. That's who I am, what I am. That's what I've brought here to this stream. If those are the things you would like to be around, because those are the things you need, okay, would be a good place to be. Correct. If you just like blood sports and get drunk and whatever else you want, that's it. But that's what is served up here on the menu. So I think it's very important because of all the killing and dying that's going on. You know?
Yeah, I agree. You have to have a space where we can talk and not tolerate bullshit on either side. And I think that for me, what's drawn me here is because a lot of people are very selective in bullshit they tolerate.
Sure, they want to feel poo. They either want it, or they want to eat it, or they want to do the dumping, or whatever.
And
this isn't just talking. This talking is what we call medicine. We talk story here. It's called medicine circle that we do this for. It's different than just talking. This is discourse. This is meta discourse. This is what you want to call deep discourse. In other words, it transforms you. It's what language was meant to do in the first place here. And that's my expertise, and that's what I've brought. Where is your peace pipe? You have a peace pipe, Alesto? I'm not sure Cree people had a peace pipe. We didn't have a peace pipe because you know what? We never once declared war, but we always won. Oh, you're already in the medicine circle. Alesto and Nursomancer are healers, so they are medicine circles. In and of themselves. Pan, the way you are is medicine. Wick, the way you are, the way you step up. You have a totem already, I've given you.
A totem?
A totem. Totemwalk is like let's say if you had an ancestor.
Interesting.
Yeah. Your nature. Eo, the way he just shows up to be supportive. Dealing with everything he deals with in real life. All of that is medicine. This whole place is, you're sitting inside of this. A lot of people hate medicine, and they hate Indians, and they hate being better. Because for them to be better, they'd have to admit they were wrong. And I see these as sicknesses everywhere, plaguing this nation, right? That's squatted on land that my people own and live on, correct? And I think you brought disease 400 years ago, 1500, 500 years ago. You brought disease. Today you're suffering from disease. It's cursed. 500 years of it. And we never get to bring medicine, right? Correct? Right? And so my elders told me, you're going to university to learn this, bring it back to the people. When you teach, you're going to go teach. Yep, okay, there's a ceremony, and they acknowledged me as an elder, and then they said, this is what we want you to teach. And one, teach the truth and own your knowledge. It's your house. It's your medicine circle. It's your medicine. It's your rules. And they've asked me to do this. So that's what I'm doing. So I hope that people, I wish they would take their medicine, but they don't want to. You cannot convince or persuade them correctly. Doesn't matter. There's no way to persuade except to do this. Come here. Let me find out what you need. Let me show you how you will meet those needs. I will help you. The only way to convince or the only way to persuade is to show, not tell, and to include and to let people find their own way. If it's good to them, they won't come back. If it's good to them, they're not going to let anybody else mess it up. If it's even better to them, they're going to make it like a little church, a place where they could take succor and respite. It will help them feel better. It will heal them. It will help them feel better. Right? Because the one thing we hate more than anything is like, missionaries, right? And when promotion starts to feel like somebody's out on a mission, it gets a little weird. I don't like that kind of crap. But anyway, all of you being here is medicine back to me. Because to me, individual minds, especially if you've been locked away by autism for your entire childhood or whatever you want to call that, right? So everything to me is fascinating. And so you bring so much more to me than you could ever realize. One day, you will respect yourself as much as I do. But you'll remember who told you that. I hope.
Of course.
So let me just give you that spiel, and I so appreciate you. I can't even tell you. But don't make no mistake. Get absolutely stupid silly here too, because you got to. So this is the place to live. This is the place to be alive and well, right? For as long as I can manage to hold it up. So, and 99 more people with $27. We got it going on. I know this is difficult, but that you take this seriously is what's very touching to me. And Pan, that you brought Pan is exposing their actual mind to you. That's very intimate.
Oh, for sure. Like that's.
Sure, Alyssa. Yeah. But do you see why? And so that's rather extraordinary, in my opinion. And maybe you say I make too much of you, and I go, well, I'm fine. Yet that damn mouse is jumping like a kangaroo, and he's pissing me off. Oh, you're so teasing me. Okay, I got him. I got him now. I got the trap set. Huzzah!
Don't hurt him.
I have a bag of I got a bag of Frito-Lay chips. He can't resist. He's getting frustrated because the bag's upside down. So I'm gonna fix the bag, and then he's gonna take a little walk in his bag, and then we'll put him out in a field where mice are supposed to live.
Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah, I can't stand killing something anymore. What a wuss, huh? Some combat vet, right? I would not hurt a fly. I just can't stand it. All war taught me was compassion. Fine. I have something to share for you. This is a very compelling speech. And you want to hear the art of persuasion in a call to war? 1,000 years ago. Would you like to see what persuasion sounded like 1,000 years ago?
Let's see it.
Let's do it.
Okay. I will not tell you a thing about this. Most beloved brethren, urged by necessity, I, Urban, by the permission of God, chief and bishop and prelate over the whole world, have come in parts as an ambassador of divine admonition, you, the servants of God. Now, how do you respond to that? What if this guy showed up to you like that? What would you say?
That's a pretty audacious claim for the whole world as a servant of God. Wow. Think much of yourself?
You? What think? Ego much? Nurse, what do you think?
Pretty, I don't really know if that would be super persuasive for me in particular, but...
Uh-huh.
But that's just my 2 cents.
And Pan, what do you think?
I would be quite amused if they said this in a entertaining voice. I don't know if it would persuade me though.
And the reason is, the reason is, 1,000 years ago, these facts and claims were incontrovertible. They were God's own truth. Today, this content is clearly false. It does not matter how you say this. The best you could do is put on a funny voice and make someone laugh. So try to make a case in point. The validity of the content is what's doing it. The validity of the content is what's doing it. And if you're lying, you have to construct something valid, a false dilemma, in order to pull that wool over most people's eyes. So in context of this debate, this is a great example. He goes, now what does he call people? You are the servants of God. What do you suppose the servant of God is obligated to do?
To serve. Obey.
To serve. Now, in this myth, Urban, a pope, the very incarnation, right? The mediator, right? Appears before servants of God. So in this case, this message would only succeed if, in fact, it were delivered by someone as powerful as this. All he had to do was show up and deliver the message. It would not have worked if he hadn't been the one to do it. And he did it in person. He wrote the letter and then he personally went and proselytized it, if you will, or this announced this mission. Okay, he had to go on a campaign to get this done, right? What he's trying to do here, right? And so, again, the delivery, no, still doesn't matter. It's the context. In this case, the delivery is from the Pope in a world that believes God is real and that Pope is God's voice on earth. That anything the Pope does is God's will. Context. But in terms of actual delivery style, he says he's not bombastic, he's not draconic, he's not authoritarian. He quickly gets his credentials out of the way, and he says, I hoped to find you as faithful and as zealous in the service of God as I had supposed you to be. And then he does this. He is the Pope. If there is any in you, any deformed crookedness contrary to God's law, with divine help, I will do my best to remove it. Uh-oh. For God has put you as stewards over his family to minister to it. Happy indeed will you be if he finds you faithful in your stewardship. You are called shepherds. See that you do not act as hirelings, but be true shepherds with your crooks always in hands. Do not go to sleep, but guard on all sides the flocks committed to you. For if through your carelessness or negligence a wolf carries away one of your sheep, you will surely lose the reward for you with God. And after you have been bitterly scourged with remorse for your faults, you will be fiercely overwhelmed in hell, the abode of death. For according to the gospel, you are the salt of the earth, Matthew 5:13. But if you fall short in beauty, how, it may be asked, can it be salted? Oh, how great the need of salting! It is indeed necessary for you to correct with the salt of wisdom this foolish people, which is so devoted to the pleasures of this world, lest the Lord, when he may wish to speak to them, find them putrefied by their sins, unsalted and stinking. For if he shall find worms, that is sins, in them, because you have been negligent in your duty, he will command them as worthless to be thrown into the abyss of unclean things. And because you could not restore him his great loss, he will surely condemn you and drive you from his loving presence. But the man who applies this salt should be prudent, provident, modest, learned, peaceable, watchful, pious, just, equitable, and pure. For how can the ignorant teach others? How can the licentious make others modest? And how can the impure make others pure? If anyone hates peace, how can he make others peaceable? Or if anyone has soiled his hands with baseness, how can he cleanse the impurities of another? Also that if the blind lead blind, both will fall into the ditch, Matthew 15:14. But first correct yourselves in order that, free from blame, you may be able to correct those who are subject to you. If you wish to be the friends of God, gladly do the things which you know will please him. You must especially let all matters that pertain to the church be controlled by the law of the church. Oh, very clever that.
Well, to just clarify, this was given to preachers, priests, correct? This wasn't a general message.
No. It wasn't.
Yeah, it sounds like he's he's giving marching orders to his lieutenants.
Correct. All more Christians. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Now, how would you feel if you went to church on Sunday and you were all dressed up for your barbecue and the fucking Pope showed up? Oh
shit.
Okay. So I don't need to go on. He quotes Luke. You have seen for a long time the great disorder in the world caused by these crimes. He cites a few. It is so bad in some of your provinces, I am told, and you are so weak in the administration of justice that one can hardly go along the road by day or night without being attacked by robbers. I'm afraid he's talking to the kings. And all of their court. So, there's crime. I exhort and demand that you each try hard to have the truth kept in your diocese, that you follow the church. And once he's chastised them, all right, he says, once he's chastised them and reminded them who's in charge, and reminded them of their duty, and warned them about the consequences, you wear the mask or you get the hose, right? It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again. That's what's going on here, right? And he says, your brethren who live in the east are in urgent need of your help, and you must hasten to give them the aid which has often been promised them. For as the most of you have heard, the Turks and Arabs have attacked them and have conquered the territory of Romania, the Greek Empire, as far west as the shore of the Mediterranean and the Hellespont, which is called the Arm of St. George. They have occupied more and more of the lands of those Christians and have overcome them in 7 battles. They have killed and captured many and have destroyed the churches and devastated the empire. If you permit them to continue thus for a while with impurity, the faithful of God will be much more widely attacked by them. On this account I, or rather the Lord, beseech you as Christ's heralds to publish this everywhere and to persuade all people of whatever rank, foot soldiers and knights, poor and rich, to carry aid promptly to those Christians and to destroy that vile race from the lands of our friends. I say this to those who are present. It meant also for those who are absent. Moreover, Christ commands it. All who die by the way, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. This I grant them through the power of God, which with I am invested. So, what is Urban asking them to do? 1,000 years ago.
As he says, to take up arms against the vile race and to wipe them out.
He is telling them to organize the very first crusade. This was the speech that finally, after 7 battles and the loss of Romania, this was the speech that finally persuaded them.
Really?
Yeah. They had ignored it up until then. He persuades it by threatening them, then he gives them a reward.
Carrot and stick.
I was about to say
Carrot and
that.
stick. And he finally persuades them to go ahead and launch the first Holy War. This was 1094. Alexios Komnenos, the Byzantine emperor, sent to the Pope Urban II and asked for aid from the West against the Seljuk Turks, who had taken nearly all of Asia Minor from him. At the Council of Clermont, Urban addressed a great crowd and urged all to go to the aid of the Greeks and to recover Palestine from the rule of the Muslims. The acts of the council have not been preserved, but we have 5 accounts of the speech of Urban, which were written by men who were present and heard him. This is first-person eyewitness testimony. This is primary research, and this is what he said, and this was what, and it's very short, and this is what convinced them to launch the First Crusade. Persuaded them, I should say, because they could not be convinced up until now. And so the one thing is, what is it that you just suppose was in this that finally persuaded? In other words, persuasion is act on. Convinced is degree. Persuasion is act. Right? Now they agreed that the Seljuk Turks were a problem, but none of them did anything. What do you imagine is in this that persuaded them? Probably. He talks to people like this all the time. It wasn't like he cooked this. It's not like they weren't used to this shit, right? But what do you suppose it was that finally persuaded them?
Do we know if he had given speeches to this effect beforehand?
This is the way he talks.
Like a pope.
He's a pope. Yeah, he's a pope. That's exactly how he talks. He talks this way to everybody.
I guess to clarify my question is, had he made this direct plea to them or order to them before in a different way?
Yes, he said so, despite his constant pleas.
Oh, okay. I would be curious to compare the two. You know, the one speeches that didn't work versus the speech that did. You know what I'm saying?
Is it like?
So he said that he appealed to he pled with.
Yeah,
before.
like a
pled. He says here. What does he say here?
Like you're gonna
That's
burn
not his
it all.
language here. He's not pleading. He's not pleading anymore, is he?
No.
That's an
so
order.
What is persuade? He says, I beseech you, Christ commands it. He commands them. He is getting his lieutenants or order. He commands it. So how he delivers the message. This persuaded them. He chastises them. He reminds them that he can send them to hell. He reminds them that he could absolve them of their sins. He reminds them of his power. And then he says, I beseech you, Christ commands it. Which makes it sound like Christ commands it, I'm just his right-hand man.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you don't believe me, he said, you do believe the Lord. And if you're trying to tell me that you don't, we will revoke your right of kingship. So he pins them. They can't deny him. Now, it's a long-standing relationship that the Pope has agreed never to command the kings. Yeah, that was the deal. But they could exert a tremendous amount of pressure. Urban steps up and says, fine, I'm not commanding you. God is. You gonna argue with God? And he hit them with an inarguable, self-evident truth. You are offending God. Because they're attacking Christians, he says. Now, are you or are you not Christian? They're not going to go, yeah, Christian. Are you or are you not given divine right because the church gave it to you? Yeah, we got crowns because you said so. Do I or do I not have the power to condemn you to hell because of it? Yeah. How about I absolve your sins? Can I do that too? Yeah. Everything I said is just 100% true, therefore you will obey. He pinned them. There wasn't any could they refute any of this. He gave them he hit them with God. Right? He played the God card. And then he said, our Christian brothers, right? At first, they took Romania. And they're wiping out all those Christians. It's going to be us next. And so even though most of them only swore allegiance just to get status, they were totally not Christian, right? They knew better, right? And then they were kind of stuck. We pledged allegiance, and now we're like, oh, fuck, we got to go to this crusade. Most of the crusades failed. In fact, I think all of them did. And because nobody really wanted to fight this stupid war. This war, okay? But you had better do it, because then you would lose everything. Because the church would breached your covenant, that's it. They would come and take it all away from you. I mean, they totally could do that. That was the deal, right? So he went and played the God card and finally kicked him in the ass. And we had, 3 crusades? 4, 7, how many?
Not sure the exact number.
Several. Yeah. I think all of them were, most of them by and large were failures. One of them was an infamously epic failure.
The Children's Crusade or whatever, I think.
The Children's Crusade was a heinous, awful episode. But one of the worst was, not only was that just beyond tragic, but one of the worst was where one of the kings in the Holy Roman Empire there decided that, in fact, I think it was the famous Richard. It was either Richard or the guy that went after him. Decided that he had to win something. So he had his knights get plate mail. So they come to the Nile, right? Where the Egyptians were waiting for them in those paper boats. And they had these long poles with a sieve, for culling rice and reeds. Right? And so they waited for the knights stupidly, they brought horses. 6 inches, 8 inches of mud. Stupid as mud. Horses stuck, mired, breaking their legs. The knights got up, tried to cross, they didn't know, they saw the river reeds and the river crops that they would grow in the river, right? Thought, okay, it's solid land. So they walked into the river in plate mail. Of course, they drowned. And the guys on the boat simply paddled over. These are peasants, paddled over and with their scythes just sliced their heads off.
Well.
When anything anybody could do. Holy shit. Grotesque. Someone came down while it was happening and actually sketched a picture of it.
Nice.
And it literally, it's like a meme. It just says, "Oh Christ's glory, we are the righteous of the..." And then the peasants going, and kicking the head back and forth. It was a total meme. Popping them and drew the heads as if they were sort of gourds. It was quite a thing. Yeah. Incredible. So, yeah. Sometimes we don't, this is why we need to be critical about how we are being persuaded. And the Pope, at that time, was not lying, but he was doing what we would call today Kool-Aid, complete lie. What do you mean you're God's agent? Your immediate was, oh, wow. Seriously? Pan's like, well, if you said it in a funny voice, I might be amused. You become quite critical about people attempting to persuade you, making unsubstantiated claims. Okay, well, in his time, his power was indisputable, but not really, because they ignored him. They blew him off. They blew him off until he finally said, "You do realize you're only king because I'm Pope, right? And you do realize, right? But I'm asking you whether or not you're Christians. And if you say no, we're going to wipe you off the face of the earth." He pinned them. He figured it out. He figured out how to get them to comply by catching them in a bind, a double bind. He got them first to, yes, we're Christians. Yes, we're faithful servants. Of course we are. And then he said, good, now that we all agree, okay, there's something I need you to do. Or else. Oh. Brilliant. But stupid. Is Palestine liberated from the Muslims? Spoiler alert, no. So, EO brings us that, this is a brilliant study of persuasion, convention, content. And I thought, perfectly relevant for you and your debate. What do you think now about your own positions?
Well, in a very real way, both positions are wrong and right. Because context trumps it all in a very real sense. Because in some cases, in some contexts, the facts are the most important thing. But in other contexts, the facts don't matter whatsoever. That's my actual opinion.
There has to be a reason for that. And the thing is, there has to be a reason for that, right? Go ahead, Nurse.
I was just gonna say, actually, I was gonna mention this earlier, but I figured we'd get around to it. Is that my opinion actually did change quite a bit about my own argument, because like my brain was just going so towards like that one side, and just like, which I know is kind of the point of it. Where beforehand I almost like I was just kind of like, I'll pick a straw, like, we'll see what happens.
That's good. If you're learning, even as you're learning, then that's double good.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the best way to learn, is to find out. See, my thing is, you see circles and things all over this. I create a zone, right? You want to learn, right?
Yeah.
Good. I'm way over here.
Yeah.
In the 99th percentile of everything. Okay, you're over there in your percentile, and I need to close the gap between you and me. And then your job is to surpass me. That's how I know you're going, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, I have to start with what you can bring, and then set the little carrot just a little bit outside of your reach. Let you catch up, move that carrot a little inch further, and to find out how capable you are of reaching. When you've hit your limit, that stops. At that point, I step in, like I did, and model for you to see if you can follow me. If you can't follow me, then we stop, because that's quite enough. In fact, you're saturated at that point, right?
Yeah.
And that's the end of that. And then we just shift. We just step back off of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I find when I do that way, what happens is you are learning the instrument that whatever it is that I have that allows me to do this is beginning to transfer to you. You're not just learning the content, you're learning the very mechanism of learning. And you're able to do what we call meta critique. You are able to critique yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the proof that you're learning. Because you can't teach or critique anything that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And you now know something you didn't, and you are able to correct yourself all by yourself. So I don't need to keep shoving carrots at you.
Mm-hmm.
You got it. You're chewing away on your own carrot at that point. What you do with it after there. So that so I have no. Oh, good. I'm glad you got it. So just to let you know what this is a process that it's set up to do that, and as far as I can tell, it's working really well.
Mm-hmm.
You're exceeding your limits.
Yeah, and I'd love to do it like another round of just like learning in general. Like it doesn't have to be like just me for, whatever, because I know you guys have lives. But just another round whenever I am a little bit like
I have no life. I'm here every single day. So you just come on in and just say, hey, Goody, I need to learn something. Okay.
Yeah. But like
what do you want? No,
whenever
I'm serious. This is like a fast food place.
Yeah, like when I'm a little bit fresher, that way it's not like, and I know it's frustrating whenever you have to be like repeating a lot and being like, wow, she's still not getting it yet. Because, I mean, we've.
Yeah, but this is what I do, so I'm used to that. I have to work with people who are recovering from strokes or trauma, surgery, who have profound learning disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
I have to teach people whose IQ is 40.
Yeah, that's rough, man. That's
and it's nice to acknowledge that that it's frustrating. But if you're so self-conscious, see, that's not going to help, is it?
Yeah, it's mostly as more self-conscious today because, whenever you are tired and you're like, you get frustrated with yourself because you're like, I know, like, brain, I know you can do this. Like, what's, So I would like to have, like, I said, another go at some point whenever, at least that point I can critique, like, my, just myself and not have, like, an excuse in the back of my mind. I don't want to, have that per se and just be like,
the thing to do is to say, the thing to do is always to make better choices and develop a strategy for managing that.
Mm-hmm.
So that you maximized your potential for success.
Yeah. Here, let me let me take a little break here and stretch my legs, but I'll be listening.
Yep. Look, Mediocrities is bringing us the news of the next Prime panel. How'd it go? We already had one refugee. You're the second. So for a few minutes, get on the mic, man. Please do me a favor. Get on the mic and tell us all about it. This is Mediocrities. We have Socrates TV and Mediocrities. I think that's funny as hell.
Oh.
They say they need a fire hose colonic after that mess. I've got a word for that in Cree. Would you like to know what it's like to come off a Prime Kai panel where it all goes horribly wrong? Do you know we have a word for that in Cree?
What is the word?
All right. Pronounce after me. Meyi.
Meyi.
Wichiske.
Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske. Yeah.
Meyi Wichiske.
It means to have one's anus soiled with feces, which requires a fire hose colonic. Meyi, I'll spell it for you. Meyi. We have a word for that in Cree. We have a word for the bad Prime Kai panel, believe it or not. And it means it metaphorically too.
In military parlance, we call it a clusterfuck.
We don't have the word fuck. Which is why I try to not say it. Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske. So is that how you pronounce the CI but no with the ch? Okay.
No, it's my dialect.
Oh,
Other people say it differently, but that's how Meyi Wichiske.
Okie dokie.
Meyi Wichiske. We would say Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi Wichiske.
Alright, and the root is Meyi, and that means literally shit. It's all shit.
Now we're learning.
It means shit, literally and figuratively, shit. It's all for shit. Meyi. So, Meyi Wichiske.
Meyi.
Good. Wichiske. I know our language is hard to pronounce it, but Wichiske. Wichiske, yeah. Meyi which is like shitty. Wash your ass. Literally. Okay, so stored that. There you go. So mediocrities, can you get on voice chat for just like 5 minutes and tell us the news? I love it when people stop in after panels and tell me about the news. Because we don't dish, we just want to know all about it. Lavarse el culo. Yeah, okay, yeah. Lavarse el culo, wash your ass. What do you mean you still have mic issues? How do you know? Jump on and find out. Maybe you don't have mic issues. Maybe it magically went away.
That's what happens with me.
It might be, if you could do it via a phone, if you called in instead of, and that would knock me out of the voice chat, that wouldn't work. Well, try it in mine. I have a different kind of Discord. It might work. Anyway, try to pop in and let's see what happens. I'll give it a shot. Are you using the browser or the PC application? Okay, good. Do me a favor though. Let me try to troubleshoot. A lot of people are having problems, so at least do me this. Try to pop in. All right, we're in the queue. Click the little emote guy. If you land in the welcome, click the emote with glasses. Both channels open up, and sit in the waiting room. Let me try. I'd like to find out why this happens. I made this gigantic tub of tea. Look at this thing. Did you see that?
It's pretty huge.
It gave me that. It's Circle K on Veterans Day. Yeah, it's a in my D&D game. That's a Fenster tankard. It's a Tankies tankard. No, these ain't no big gulps. This motherfucker's like, I don't know how many ounces it is, but it's like an October. It's huge. It weighs like, it's 5 pounds, man. It's great for your, look, it's good exercise.
I've participated in a discussion before on Twitch about Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop role-playing games, let's say, in general, and how, best practices for running them and what works, what doesn't, etc. And since you run games, apparently, I think that might be an interesting topic one night to discuss is what methods you use, why they work, what problems your methodology may have, etc. I think that would be an interesting.
I wish somebody would interview me for a change. I interview everyone else. I'd love to talk about GMing. Yeah, well, I'm a theory, so I'm all theory. Everything I do is got a theoretical approach or a cultural approach. Yeah, correct. It's philosophical. Yeah,
I think it would be interesting to delve into that and to discover what your philosophy for running tabletop RPG is, especially since you use online to do so, and how that has, and even whether your approach differs from online to in person and things like that.
Yeah, I can talk about that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a very interesting thing if you ever wanted to have that. I don't know if tonight's appropriate or not, but
yeah, it's fine. I'm up. As long as I'm up, I'm gonna any kind of discourse. I'm fine. But let me see if mediocrities can do that.
Of course.
They might have come in and I didn't hear them. Does anybody see them sitting in there?
No, I haven't seen them pop up.
Yes! This poor thing was sitting in there just waiting and waiting and waiting for me. Okay. So, let's do this. That's it. And that's it. Okay. Okay, mediocre. Try talking. See if it'll pick him up. Go ahead, somebody say something.
Hello, mediocrities.
Hello.
We hear you.
Hey, yay.
Wait.
It's great to hear your voice.
Go ahead and talk. We know it might kick off in a minute, so go ahead now. Thank you, messenger, emissary.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly.
I need to fix my audio then. I'm not hearing you guys too well.
Okay, you probably turned us down very low. So all you have to do is right-click on our names and push the slider all the way up.
Making a nest.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Can you hear us now?
I've returned.
Try again.
Here we are.
Okay, can you hear us now?
I hear you pretty good, yeah.
Okay, so right-click on everybody's name, push the slider all the way up to 100% or 200%.
Doing it.
You should be able to hear each of us much better.
Thanks for your help.
Here, no problem. Now, Wick is unmuted. Nurse and Pans are both muted. All right, so it doesn't matter. I'm visually impaired. I didn't. It doesn't matter. Okay, so mediocre or mediocrities is. I just gave you a role, just us. That means you're part of the debate crew. So I can take it off when you leave if you don't want the notices. But if you're coming in to report on panels, I'd consider you a member of the team. Okay? So he's going to tell us, or they're going to tell us what happened on Prime Kai. So tell us all about why you feel you need a fire hose colonic. What happened?
I got there late too, but when I got there, they were discussing AI and consciousness and the mind, and
which is where they should have called me, because I'm the theory of consciousness person, right?
I thought about messaging you, but I didn't want to do that to you.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. People never want to bother me, and I'm like, I sit here all day and do nothing, waiting. Nobody calls. Next time, call me. No, but you can't join Royale. That's invitation only, right? But I could have sat in chat and totally tore up that physicist and the whole thing. But thank you for thinking of me. So it turned into sex robots or something, correct? And I got two refugees. They went, nope. So what happened from there?
I got there, they were already at open panel, and yes, they were at sex robots, but still consciousness, those sort of things. And I just said, hey, anybody here, including me, that thinks they understand mind and consciousness should probably call their nearest university and get in touch with a department that handles those issues.
You should have said Universal Discourse is a PhD.
Oh wait, I'm muted.
In quantum theory of consciousness.
Bath salts for one. Nice name.
Again, I would have felt like I would have been pushing you into a pigsty.
So I had a mock, like, not even, I wouldn't even call it anything near debate. Like, I was learning how to debate, and failing real hard, and, the topic was, whether the content of something or the, what, I want to make sure I tell you the right words. content versus delivery. And then it kind of went from delivery to persuasion and content to like factual. And I tried like drawing it back to content because content is a lot easier than trying to stick with like, oh, if it's true, then it's superior. And that like superior to persuasion. So yeah. No, but I did learn like a shit ton. Like an ultra shit ton. But it was just kind of like throwing that back and forth. What side were you on? Content. Yeah, content. Because, like, one slam dunk that we came up with, because it was kind of like a collective effort, was like, without content, what are you going to deliver? I feel like that belongs in a rap battle or something.
Oh no, you can't ignore me.
Where did you wander in from? I know that we just got somebody from a debate panel that just let out. So this is my first like political related anything. Oh, yeah, I want to make sure he's not talking to me.
I can't do it.
If I just, I remember that a Twitch streamer, Dr. K, healthy gamer, had popped up.
Oh, you're just drunk arguing with people? I'm a very good devil's advocate, though. Oh, that's cool. I think that drunk arguing is very underrated. I think I had a lot of people trying to like drunk argue with me while I was trying to like argue with this guy that's like a freaking black belt at arguing and getting my shit pushed in and
Twitch does not like experts, right?
Every so often I just like try to throw back some shit remarks that was like not good debate tactics whatsoever. Devil's advocate is nice though. That's a lot of fun. But if you want to yeah, debates about abstracts like what you said are hard. Yeah, I feel like
because they want the expertise.
Like I didn't even have an opinion really. I was like, sure, I'll go with the content, I guess. Like, who gives a shit? And now I kind of have an opinion about it somehow because I sat there and like had to think about it for a second, or for like half a second because you have to like kind of think on your feet and get the structure down. But have you ever been to Universal Discord's page? It's the guy on my screen.
Something I know, like honestly, call me.
Because if you're into debates, like
my whole community will support.
He straight up like teaches how to debate properly.
So, but anyway. So it got to a shit show. So we're trying to find out what went wrong.
I think if, again, not being there, if I had to guess, and I hope mediocrities will confirm or deny, but my instinct is that it's a bunch of people who have no idea what they were talking about.
You'll check it out?
As if they knew what they were talking about.
But that's what I have playing right now. And he loves it when people get on voice chat, if you're into voice chat stuff. But I'm not sure, like, how much patience he would have if you're, like, slurring your speech and, like, I just want to argue.
Yeah, if you're talking mediocrities.
Know what I mean?
You just remuted yourself and unmuted yourself.
There you go. Okay, so go ahead. Yeah, so you don't have to mute
You were
yourself
on
this.
high school and college
Nobody's mic is
debate
making
team.
noise at all.
So I'm pretty sure like what he taught us was pretty similar.
Okay, so you got in there and it went. Now what was?
It's kind of like you introduce yourself and then you
needed
like,
a colonic.
you know,
Who did what?
you
Who said
straight
what?
like state your
Who
like three
scratched whose
things.
sides out? I
I mean, I
love
wasn't
this.
on a debate thing, but I did have to take like a speech course. And it was like the worst thing that ever happened to me, but it was pretty similar. Like you have to introduce yourself, you have to state your three things, and you have to expound upon them. You have to stay within a certain time limit. But like I said, I like learning. But he'd probably get into like just kind of giving you like he gave me a ton of tips and even gave tips to the guy that I was up against. Well, up against.
Oh, right, because nobody had done it, was ready with research, right?
Even though he's like super duper experienced, it's I don't know, it's neat. And he doesn't just do like debates and stuff. I think that he does like
what's that girl's name? Tanya?
Some like D&D stuff. I mean, he's on here like every day. Super chill dude. Do you stream or anything?
Okay, those are hard hitters, guys. Okay. Kobe's on my debate team, so that's cool.
It was better than a couple nights ago. I'm not an expert on anything. I grew up playing music. I know a little bit about that.
I'm a musician, so you and me are on the same page all the time. Doesn't matter.
I've heard you got a wonderful voice.
Oh, really? I think I sound silly, but I don't care because I do it because it makes me feel good. So,
maybe a little bit about criminal justice and
both of my fields.
Specifically Christianity.
Well, if you're free Tuesday, we can do this.
Ooh.
And have a date you both can double team me if you like. Oh shit.
And that was a treat. Well, no, kid that I think a lot of his teachings come from Black Hebrew, Israelites. No understanding of textual criticism, the history of the Bible.
I understand you completely.
But everybody's willing to talk about it. I always find those.
No, I don't stream. Sorry, I went over to that channel. Oh no, you're good.
I just noticed
check them out.
These panels, because we have somebody from the debate community that kind of doesn't like me, and they come over here and lurk, and they take notes, and they take things that I introduce, or something like that, and I just noticed they try to get it, like they try to give it to Prime, and then he tries to hold these, and he consistently says, nobody here knows anything about this subject, we're just going to change the topic. And I'm like, all you had to do was ask me, and I come over, but they don't do it.
Ryan doesn't know anything about the subject.
No, his producer tells him what to host. If it doesn't work, and he just changes it because he's a good salesman, if you will. You know, I don't know, but he has a lot of people, and one of them really doesn't like me and comes over here, takes notes, lurks, and if I introduce a motion, I notice that the day before I schedule it, it's on the Prime Kai channel, and it's not his normal content, and I'm like, I hope this blows up right in your face. And I'm like, it's been doing it for the last 2 weeks or so. And I'm like, you know, so maybe he'll quit trying to hold things that he has no means of.
See how I feel that day?
He doesn't have anybody who's qualified.
So I might be doing some debatey shit on Tuesday.
AI consciousness, so what were their positions?
We'll see how
What were they really arguing? Like, can you make a machine conscious? And is it ethical? Yeah, my machine consciousness classic debate. That's what he's trying to do. Okay, right. So that was bad advice because nobody here is qualified to argue that.
Oh. It's okay if you stay over there. But I don't want to like not talk to you if you are over here.
Nothing. It was just incoherent from his end. And I'm no philosopher.
It fell apart.
Applying critical thinking skills to
That's not what a Twitch debate is for. Exactly. I hope that
identify problems in somebody else's argument. They don't apply that to themselves before they open their mouth.
Shoot, you missed my training. You would have seen a perfect example of how to do that. Nurse has never done this and sat down to go with Wick, who has no problem debating. And we knew Nurse was learning when all of a sudden she stopped and started to correct herself. And I went, oh, she's applying critical thinking. She's able to analyze her own process.
I tried so hard.
And you did it. And it takes about an hour and a half, and she's exhausted. And she was able to do it, and she has ADHD, and she was able to do it.
Yeah, and she did it well.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you accomplish, it's 100% success. There's no if, ands, or but. There's no kind of pregnant. You're either get it or you don't. And a panel like that does not leave you room for self-reflection. If you make a little mistake or you don't grab that floor, you're lost. And Pisco respects me very much. He wouldn't have allowed anybody to go out at me, because he dealt with me once and found out that, you're not gonna, you can dunk all you want, but in the end I'm gonna be right. So that would have been a cool one to have to make. But anyway, and so it evolved into, okay, so what was the best take that you can remember and the worst take? This is great, a late night interview. I love this shit. I'm very happy you're here. What was the best take you can remember and the worst take of the night?
Maybe the worst one, maybe 16, 17 cut speeds. Seems like genuinely curious kid, which is good. But at one point it sounded like he argued that for consciousness you must be born, which I can understand how a person can get there, but just to flat say that out of nowhere, probably not the best start. And then
He said, in order to be conscious, you must be born.
Yeah.
You have to be alive.
I took it to be born, as in life being born.
Born. You have to be a living. Yeah, he's thinking purely consciousness, human consciousness. So, in order to be conscious, you have to be born. You have to be alive. You have to be a living organism, which means, in our case, born. Correct. In other words, you can't be conscious after you're dead.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Maybe that's what it meant.
Yeah, that's what he meant. Yeah, but it sounds like he was, as they do, they just talk really fast and they just say stupid shit on the mic because they got to get to the next point really quickly. Right. You have to be born first. Okay, I would have accepted that, correct. And then, that was the worst take. That was the worst? That's not too bad. What was the best take?
Don't know his presentation of that. That's where he started.
Ah, see? Delivery matters, right? Oh, you got me one. There you go, Wick, you got one. That was tonight's debate. That delivery matters more than content. All you had to do, Wick, is point to any pie channel, and that would have defended you perfectly. Okay, and so he starts with, well, in order to be conscious, you have to be born of the flesh, all right? Which means machines are not born, which means machines can't be conscious. Good. Classic start opener. And then where did it go from there? Yes, of course, because everybody here wants to become a robot. That's why they show up as avatars.
It veered wildly from side to side, and then, as usual, especially with the communications, he likes to talk a lot. The others,
What's his name?
Geniuses that they are, they want to mentor him, all sorts of
Training.
horrible training. And
What's his name?
Cut Sleeves is the younger guy.
Cut Sleeves?
Yeah.
Is he Asian?
No, I think he's as far as I can tell, he's a black kid.
Does he know what cut sleeves means?
I've seen him before on the front case debate panels. He gives he gives wild hypotheticals, and he'll go on these stream of consciousness rants that make very little sense.
Okay. And is he, as you said, what did you say, Black, Hebrew? What philosophies does he draw from?
And I just say that I suspect that some of his teaching theologically was from Black Hebrew Israelites, because of a portion in the book of Revelation that speaks of Jesus having hair white as wool and skin that shined like bronze and eyes of fire.
What?
Sword in front of his mouth.
No.
Israelites use that to say this is the black man. And they leave out the parts about the eyes of fire and the sword from the mouth. But that was a different kid.
That's a whole different canon, so that's interesting that he would even know that. That's actually, that crap is brilliant. That's meta level shit. It's so way out there that...
Context.
Even to get your head around it, that is some very, what do you say, esoteric, mysticism, Coptic Christian, Essenic. That's way, way, way back. That is some deep ass shit, especially if you're African and any kind of African at all. That's core.
It takes some surgery to the text, like I said.
Correct. Yes.
The same portion also, like I said, speaks of the sword from the mouth and the fire from the eyes. And there's no linguistic reason to separate the two, but he said that's figurative and the other is literal.
Which is literal and which is figurative? Which is literal? Which one is
the
literal?
parts that support his contention.
No. I mean, actually, what did he say was literal?
Wool and skin like, or I believe it's...
Bronze skin and woolly hair.
Which means it's relatively...
If he had bronze skin and woolly white hair, that's because there's a lag.
Yes.
If you have bronze skin and woolly white hair...
Oops.
The hair is, well, I can look up the, if you like.
Yeah, and which Bible is it in?
It's in all of the English translations. They read it slightly different, but nothing's going to be doctrinally different and linguistically different. Let me look.
Well, I would be able to tell you that because I'm the linguist I spent 2 solid years doing nothing but studying every single document associated with every single version of the Bible and the Old Testament ever written. So the fact that anybody even brings this up, right, is like terribly exciting to me. Seriously, I got to give a lot of respect to anybody who would even try.
What, out of curiosity, what was the context that the color of Jesus' skin was even brought up in, though, in terms of consciousness and AI?
Right, true. That's a good question. Go ahead and find the passage, and then I want to know that too, exactly.
Because I'm struggling to see how they're connected, but maybe he makes a coherent argument.
He'll tell us in a minute, I think.
Incredibly inarticulate in explaining. That was a different panel. Same kid, a different panel.
Different panel. Oh, okay. So what was the passage?
I'm grabbing.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
See, I know a few things. I don't know everything, but what I do know, I know 100%. So, get all excited when I hear, oh, I know that, you know.
Water and milk. Oh. Water world.
I think I've seen cut sleeves before because I remember how.
Good luck hiding from me now.
Very, to me, almost Persian. Sort of, or maybe Arabic, I guess is the best way I can put it, the thinking. You know? Somebody is definitely a student of a school.
Yeah, but again, I need to be clear. That wasn't cut sleeve. That was another person, and I cannot remember his name.
Okay, but that kind of thing tells me, I saw cut sleeve though, doing that, where he, what do you say, just ridiculous hypotheticals. Yeah.
I believe the one that I recall was if aliens came down and enslaved people and started eating them, and it was to talk about veganism or some such, and it was just odd.
Yeah, but that's top tier philosophical debate. That's the kind of debates I have with my own colleagues, and they start with hypotheticals, zombies, devils, insane propositions.
It can be in the hands of an expert, yes, but in the hands of an amateur, it just doesn't come home.
It doesn't have to be an expert, you know. It's that these things are so, the whole free will thing starts with this ridiculous hypothetical. It just gets worse and worse the longer it goes. And so somebody is definitely a student of philosophy, for sure. And I know because he talked about the hard and soft problems of consciousness before. Most people don't bother to look that up. It's too much of an aneurysm. So he's starting off in the deep end of the ocean, trying to find his way to shore, you know?
Yeah, I do like that he's really curious. You know, he seems
Yes.
curious, and
yeah.
Like you said, he's not afraid to dive into the pool.
This is the problem with being self-taught. When you really need guidance, and either you can't find somebody, or you think you can do it yourself. But sometimes you need expertise. Sometimes you need guidance. Because you definitely could drown out there. Yeah.
I think that would be helpful if I just pointed him towards your channel.
Oh, I would love to talk with him. Actually, I think he might have come here and spoke with me late one night.
Sometimes he can.
And I mean, genuinely just have a conversation. I don't mean train, teach, senpai bullshit. I just want to hear I'd love to hear where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Where he wants to go.
Young man, he was referring to Revelation, and here's a pet peeve of mine. So many people say Revelations, and it's just not. The book is called Revelation, not Revelations. But it's chapter 1, and right around the main part, right around verse 12, I'll read a bit. And I turned to see the voice that spake with me, and this is King James, you can tell, spake. And being turned, I saw 7 candlesticks.
Right.
His head and hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet was on defined brass, as if they had burned in a furnace. And his voice sounded like many waters. And in his right hand were 7 spurs, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword. And his countenance was as the sun shineth in its strength. To do some Uri Geller magic with the words to bend them to say, that's just a black guy. I'm not buying all
True, because actually that figure that he saw is not Jesus or God. So that's King James writing it and altering it all.
Not sure about the claim of altering.
Oh yeah, it's altered for sure. It's completely altered.
What text
all of it's altered.
Out to show that it's been
the original description of that which is the dream, right? The name they give to that figure is Metatron.
Okay, I'm familiar
Megatron.
Yeah.
with the ideas of Metatron.
And so with King James, they get rid of all the other incidental mediators, okay, and they vest everything exclusively in God and Jesus. So poor Jesus has his identity constructed over and over and over again, so you can barely recognize him.
Well, I think it's hard to argue that that's King James because it's from the Greek text in this book, and as it's translated to different languages, it comes out the same. Do you understand what I mean? There's nothing.
Well, the Catholic Bible is what you're dealing with here. Every king had a responsibility to publish a version. Okay, by the time you get to King James, first of all, it's completely misconstrued in the first place. The books have been reordered, highly edited. They've added in a bunch of shit that simply isn't in the original text at all. It's definitively not Dead Sea Scrolls, for sure. So you get this sort of consolidation of Father and Son power. The Trinity of the Godhead, the feminine of the Godhead is absolutely edited out. By the time you get to King James, you have the scribe. First of all, he actually hated religion. All right, he was largely illiterate just because he didn't want to read and write. So, but he did hire the very best scribes that he could to make the Pope get off his ass. And he didn't convert until his deathbed. So it was very advanced in age. All right, so he was a character, but so the scribes do the very best that they could.
You mean translators, right?
The scribes, yeah. Translate. Well, they didn't call them translators, just say scribes, yeah, sure.
Nope.
They did the very best that they could, and something that was understandable and accessible to King James was Scotland, so accessible and understandable, and like a Twitch stream, very entertaining. It's the one we're most familiar with.
Well, thanks for the subs.
Storytelling.
Oh wow.
It did a lot of things that were very impressive. It's one of the most
Look at
famous
that.
versions ever written. Right? Dave Myers, an anonymous gifter, is gifting. Hey, anonymous gifter, I don't think I've ever had anybody gift tier subs. Wow. Thank you. Or they should thank you. Fabi, Mr. Deegan, Dave Myers. That's a nice name. Alesto, you got a tier 1 sub. Hey, Mediocrities, you got a tier 1 sub. From Anonymous. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Yay, thank you. Hey, you got the emote. You have the affinity emote. Some asshole tried to tell me it looks like a fucking swastika. Cancel them. I was like, bitch, that's a Hubble photograph of a spiral galaxy. Do you not know the difference? So I was giving you a hard time. I said, I know
Cancellation immediately.
I said, that's actually a Julia fractal. And I just realized a week ago that, yeah, that looks like a swastika. I'll give that to you, but that's unnecessary. And he apologized. He was nice to me after that.
Could I ask a couple questions about what you said about the translation?
Yeah, the translation for King James was one of the best for its time ever. Yeah. However, great liberties had been taken before these poor scribes ever got around to it.
Well, if I may just...
The Greek is not the Latin, and neither of them are Hebrew, and none of them are the Dead Sea Scrolls.
If I may just interject for a moment, that the books we have in the Bible were voted on in the 300s, the Council of Nicaea. They voted on which religious texts were considered canon. So that right there kind of, it shows how politicized the Bible is in my mind.
Well, I'm going to make everybody angry.
Go for it. I'm ready.
Okay, there's no primary shows that the Council of Nicaea voted on the canon of the Bible. That comes from Dan Brown books and maybe the movie Zeitgeist and just really, really bad authorship. There's just nothing there to show that. Next, on King James, and King James is what I pulled up, but other translations into English that consider other texts, some are known at the time of the King James translators. This all to be the same, and there's nothing showing
gonna freak
any
out for a second.
alterations. There's no earlier texts that show that passage to be something completely different, and say that that it is anybody else.
Well, they're all the same because they're all Western versions of the same story. None of them are the original. They've already been altered, so all of the texts are more or less going to match. More or less.
No, there's this gets into the field of textual criticism, and there are
which is my area of expertise. So yeah, it's one of them.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay, so you want to know what the Book of Revelation in the original is what you're thinking of.
Correct. And Dead Sea Scrolls doesn't have anything to do with this.
All right. Now, a lot of these were preserved, otherwise known as the Apocalypse. It's the only apocalyptic book in the New Testament canon. Okay.
Oh, I see.
All right. John to John. All right, so this was addressed to the 7 Christian churches of Asia Minor. So they're already, first of all, already you have Christian churches, right? So let's look at, the 7 signs and stuff. So, okay, just a second. Oh, there it is. Apocryphon. It's part of the Apocryphon.
Okay, what do you said addressed to the 7 Christian churches?
Yeah, in Asia Minor. So it was a letter addressed to the 7 Christian churches.
Where do you find that from the text?
You just look them up. Which churches were established and it was addressed to them.
Yes, they were.
Because you got to remember the New Testament is a series of letters, right? You know that, right? Apostles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were written to people establishing churches they were developing their canon because Christianity, of course, is basically a new religion to them. Yeah.
Not exactly.
Let me.
Look, I figured it out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Hey, good job.
You got it? Okay. So let me.
Can I push that?
Okay. New Christian character to decidedly Jewish complexion. Yeah, they definitely do read that way. Let me find a good source for the original non-Christian Jews. Christians did not write the Revelation. Okay, yeah, that's pretty well accepted. However, this original version, much more coherent than the final one, very likely written in Greek, so that's how it came to be translated. 70 or 71 AD, Syrian Antioch, by an ex-priest named John. Okay.
What source?
It is an explanation for the Holocaust of 70 CE with the destruction of Jerusalem and its temple. Jesus. At the hands of the Romans. Oh my God. So this is the first Holocaust. God. Oh.
Can I interject a couple things and then ask a question?
I'm trying to find a good source for this. Somebody that you can actually look it up. Okay, here you go. You might find it interesting. You wanted to say what was the original of this?
I do have a nice, easy, boring text.
Let's see what this looks like.
The original Jewish version without comments. If you'd like this is historical Jesus. This is another translator that did this. Anyway, you can see what the original looked like.
Are you okay? I see.
It's in the chat. Yeah, that's just for if you're interested in it. I don't believe they're terribly different. What I'm saying is, this came from this Bible in the first place was written just 1,000 years ago. It was Latin translated from Greek, right? It's so altered from the original source documents. It's first of all the New Testament. Like there's a breach between this is the Jewish canon, the Old Testament, and the Christian canon.
What is the original document?
So we get the quote Bible because for Christianity, we don't get the Bible for any other reason. All right, Bible is Christian. All right, the Jewish people do not have the Bible. Okay, so the Bible is Christian. Okay, we get the church established 450 more or less AD. We get the first real Bible put out about 1,000 years ago. Okay, so
Bible is just an Anglicized word for book. Jewish.
No, there is no Jewish Bible. The Jewish do not have a Bible. The Bible is for Christians. It was created for Christians.
Can I ask a question, Mediocrities?
Sure.
So, just so I can understand where you're coming from, and if this is too personal and you don't want to answer, that's okay. So please don't feel obligated. But I am curious as to your religious persuasion. Do you believe that is the word of God as dictated to the authors? In other words, do you mean like do you understand the Bible to be exactly as God wanted it said, word for word? Or do you believe it more of a history?
Boy, this gets into a topic of different views of inspiration.
Yes, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at and understand. If you believe that it was direct inspiration, word for word, or if it was more of a
no.
No,
he's talked about translations. He knows how this book was created, that it's a living document. He knows translate. He even knows which translations he's read all the versions, right? So he knows that these are translations.
I meant more the original.
Translations that just English, and I kind of have friends that are Greek Orthodox that can tell me what the Greek text.
They can read in Greek,
so good.
The original Greek. Yeah.
Well, no, that what we have today is not Koine Greek. It's
correct. Not Koine Greek, right? It's where we get
I'm
Apocalyptica
learning.
from. Correct.
I'm learning how to do this stuff.
But yes, I believe that it inspired. You could call me a believer.
Then that's fine. That's fine.
But
what I want to know is, do you have a passage in your version you're looking at? You're still looking at it?
I can pull it up real quick.
Okay, could you?
And different versions.
Okay.
Sure. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. So I suspect that the original Jewish, which was originally in Jewish Hebrew, might the what do we call them? Sections, stanzas, lines might be in a different order from how they ended up. Okay.
Oh, it wasn't done until I think the 15th century, as far as
we don't know. But let me ask you where you find. Do you have something in your book that says? Okay. Well, first of all, does your version of this section?
I don't have a.
Does it start off with the revelation which God gave to show His servants, things which must shortly take place?
Anybody have any idea why?
I'm looking at the King James.
Yeah.
Would be in Discord, but not on the stream.
Want me to pull up New King James?
I just want you to see if yours says, does it start off that way?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, Does it then say, "Blessed is he who reads, and those who hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written in it, for the time is near"?
Yes.
And then, okay, good. In 8th line is the very famous, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty."
Yep.
Now, then it says, John hears the voice of a great voice as of a trumpet, saying, "What you see, write in a book."
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's in there? Okay. "I looked, and behold, a door standing open in heaven, and a voice saying, 'Come up here, and I will show you things which must take place.' And immediately I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne set in heaven, and one sat on the throne."
Sure.
All right. The next line should be the description of this person. Is that true? Or is that correct on your version?
Yeah, well, it goes into the 7 candlesticks and one onto the onto the Son of Man, and as you say, well, 14, hair like wool, eyes as flame. So on. Okay.
Okay. So in the original, it says, "And he who sat there was like a jasper and a sardius stone in appearance. There was a rainbow around the throne, in appearance like an emerald. Around the throne were 24 thrones, and on the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting, clothed in white robes, and they had crowns of gold on their heads. And from the throne proceeded lightning, thundering, and voices. 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. Before the throne there was a sea of glass like crystal, and in the midst of the throne and around the throne were 4 living creatures, full of eyes in front and in back." Do you have that passage?
Yeah, I've got to move some things around here. I just had that short portion pulled up, so I'm gonna have to pull up the entire chapter to keep up with here.
Okay, this comes after 4:1.
Boy, I'm such a boomer.
No, you're not. It's fine.
Oh, I am. Unrepentant. And irredeemable boomer.
All will be forgiven. It's fine. I accept thoughts and prayers. It's not easy, is it?
I just go over to my bookcase and
pop it open.
Get the hard copy out and go from it. But I feel like when past, so as I'm fumbling around.
No, I'm just trying to. You wanted to know what the original said. Now I sent the link into chat. I just thought it might be convenient while you were looking, because I suspect that from the original to King James, that these things, as I said, the order was changed for one, and I suspect that the order of these statements, which is how I have always read this, might have been altered somewhat. First of all, so I can't tell where in your King James the description is exactly, because obviously it's not going to match this one.
Okay, I guess we can narrow it down to, it might help if, are we doing Oxford or Cambridge King James?
It doesn't matter which version. I have the original.
And does it matter if we're in King James?
Nope.
Okay.
So let's try this. Is the description, before these creatures, the 4 creatures are described, or is it after?
Did we move to chapter 4? I cannot get this thing to scroll.
If you have a scroll bar on the right side of your window. This is also a course that we taught when we did textual analysis and cultural analysis, especially for semiotics. We did a cross-comparative analysis of every document that we could and every version it ended up in. So I tell people not to dismiss the Bible because the history of it is what should be fascinating to everybody.
Can I ask a meta question at this point?
Yeah.
Does it matter what color Jesus was, or if he was black or white?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
that's
why?
Very culturally charged.
So my question would be why it would matter.
Well, maybe to you it doesn't. But
okay, fair.
It is tremendous significance.
Okay. I'm sorry. What's your name that asked the question?
Whit. Yeah. Hi.
Okay. Apologies.
No worries.
Was that to me also?
To the group, to everyone, anyone who wants to answer, because I personally.
Why would it matter? It's a good question, but trust me, it does.
Okay, for me, it makes no difference. I am of the mind that Jesus, being a Jew of that time, probably looked like a lot of Semitic people of that area.
Correct.
Of that time.
Correct.
But as far as this text goes, one would have to, you'd really have a hard time looking at the text in context and saying this is a physical description of Jesus in human form. There's a whole lot more going on than,
correct.
Like I said, eyes of fire,
a sword and stars, correct?
Yeah, there's a little more meat to it than that, and so my issue is anybody that would say, "Hey, this proves him in the flesh." It's nonsensical. It's incoherent. It's bad. And what I have here on my bookcase is NIV. I would have to.
Oh, good. NIV's good. No, NIV's great. So let's. But you and I both like textual analysis. So let's see.
Well, I like
I could help you compare the originals. So,
linguistic. I'm not a Greek scholar.
You don't have to be. Let's see if we can compare the original to the NIV, for instance, in the same section.
What do you mean original?
The actual original passage in Hebrew, in the Jewish.
Well, it's
a Jewish document. It's actually original passage was 70 AD, written, recorded in Hebrew and in Greek.
It was all the evidence that we have in hand is Greek. There's some theories that it might have been written in Hebrew and translated to Greek, but there's those are theories.
What I'm telling you is I'm looking at it right now.
In Hebrew?
It was written in Hebrew and in Greek, and then translated in English. Many times. So what I'm trying to see is, I just want to compare the two descriptions. Because that's what's interesting. And I'm trying to figure out where your description comes in at I'm going to try to identify the same description here in this document.
Okay.
Because you said it just doesn't seem plausible, right? And I said, I bet that the original is going to give you a different description. So let's just see. Let's just see if it does. And where does the description of him appear in your document? Does it happen before the animals are described or after?
Let me go look again. Or I haven't spent any time in this book lately.
Right.
And okay, what verse are you at if you were to...
Well, the verses, that's the problem. The verses aren't going to match. That's the problem.
Okay.
So I have to do it by where it appears. So you said that 7 lamps of fire, right? Burning before the throne?
Are you talking about the physical description?
No, I'm just asking you where in your document is this description? It starts off with 7 lamps of fire, and then it describes this guy with a sword out of his mouth.
Okay, yeah, in this NIV, it's 7 gold lampstands, which is legitimate. Among the lampstands was someone like the Son of Man, dressed in a robe.
Dressed in a robe?
Yeah. Reaching down to his feet with golden sash around his head. Hair were like wool as white as snow. His eyes were like blazing fire. His feet were like bronze glowing in furnace. His voice was like the sound of rushing winds. His right hand was 7 stars. Out of his mouth a sword. His face shone like the sun. When I saw him, I fell down as though dead. Then he placed his right hand. Do not be afraid. I am the first, the last. NIV, I am the living one. I was dead, and now I'm alive.
Alpha and Omega.
Yes, yes. Because
very, very different.
Greek text is literally Alpha and Omega. But NIV, being a paraphrase, understands that linguistically they're saying is that the first and the last. The Alpha and Omega is the first.
That's how it's translated. Alpha and Omega.
23. I saw him, he was still dead.
This is my favorite section of the whole document, no matter what version.
Right, once you've seen, okay. And
yeah.
What do you want me to see next?
So, no, just, well, okay. The original is so very, very different.
Okay, this is a paraphrase. Do you want me to go get the King James? I have one. It's just another room.
No, the point is taken that it's implausible because, as I said, that it was highly, highly edited and altered by the time it hit King James. The original lacks all of these details. All of it. It's you can see the difference. Okay. So the link is there in chat for you to go ahead and look at it, just for your own, because this is what you're interested in. And I'm still looking away. Still looking. No. Yeah, it's as I suspected. So it's implausible because let's just put it this way: it's some sort of say literary device or construct. I don't know where it came from. So this guy talking about this, as you said, he didn't seem to have any knowledge of the whole history of the Bible.
Or even I'm going to sound rude, or even the English language, because
well.
Yes.
You're right, and that's what I was trying to see. Is what sort of corpus or was he referencing? And he's clearly referencing the version that you're reading right now. Okay, so okay.
Well, again,
and then says that describes a black man. I think that's what the point is. So clearly, that's a black man. He's bronze and he's got woolly white hair. Yeah, that's a black man. Is what he says, right? So.
And what I said, and I need to be clear because I don't want to mislead people, is that I became aware of that line of thought and doctrine with black Hebrew Israelites. There may be others, and somebody he was exposed to that taught him that.
No, but that's when you said that, I went, well, let's take a look. Yep, that's exactly what that is. Correct. Especially the stars in the hand. It's very interesting because it's very interesting. So he's getting into sort of like a deep kind of esoteric, kind of mystical, thing. Yeah. Because that belongs to that school of thought, if you will, all of that, and that everything, that whole philosophy.
Yeah, I would call that Uri Geller theology.
No, well, it's mysticism. And there's a long, ancient mystic tradition and a Coptic tradition.
No.
And so he's in a very specific sort of school of thought.
Yeah, Coptics would not represented that way.
Well, that's why they're different. Yeah.
No, they would reject that.
Yeah, that's what I just said. They're different. There are many traditions. Mystic, Coptic, Essenic, Hasidic, etc., and then Latin. Yeah, exactly.
Essenes are outside. They're not Christian, or they were not Christian.
Well, there wasn't a Christ when the Essenes. They couldn't have been Christian. Nothing in the Old Testament was Christian.
Boy, maybe
you didn't have Christ until you had Christ, you didn't have Christianity.
Okay.
Well,
just Messianic, if you will, then, or.
Oh, okay. Well, no, you could be, but I'm just saying that's what Christian means. You have a mediator of Jesus.
I understand. In a lot of Christian doctrines, however, they view the Old Testament as a testament of Jesus Christ, and that was the whole point of it, was the prophecies to show that one day there would be a Messiah, and that the Old Testament prophesied of the Messiah, and here's why, blah, 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 blah.
I wanted to clear up some things. One, Christ, Messiah, two different words, anointed one, of the time and before, but at that time, the concept of Messiah, to say that there's no Messiah and no belief in Messiah pre-Jesus, it just leaves out so much Jewish history. The concept.
Okay, first of all, Messiah is not a person. A Messiah is an age. So there had been a Messiah and there was another Messiah. It's a messianic age. In the Jewish, or we would say Judea, they rejected an individual as a prophet, a Messiah, because they'd already pulled the prophets apart, and the Sadducees and Pharisees didn't recognize any prophets. John the Baptist himself was executed for basically acting like a prophet. Okay, so a Messiah is an age. It's like the jihad.
This is ahistorical. Now, there can be people that would have that view, but to say that there was no concept of individual Messiah in Judaism at that time and before, it's just ahistorical, and it's also.
No, it's not ahistorical. Go to a rabbi. They'll tell you straight up, a Messiah means an age. There's often a person that comes that heralds a Messiah, that becomes associated as a prophet. But at that time, they removed the function of prophet from the temple.
Prophet was not a temple function.
The prophet they used to be led by a prophet. They had a prophet hierarchy: a prophet, Sadducees, Pharisees, another class rabbi. Right.
Well, Sadducees and Pharisees weren't exactly an office. They were more of a school of thought. It's like a liberal
argue with
and
me
a
about
conservative.
the word. There was a function, okay? The prophet no longer, you didn't have a prophet over top of everybody, okay? You just had these priests that were running it.
Boy, this is a lot of time compression, a lot of
yeah. So in that era, that they used to have prophets. Yeah.
Later.
You can look up the hierarchy of the temple, basically, if you want to, or their judicial system, if you want to put it, their governments, if you want to put it that way. At one time, they had a prophet, and then they removed this as an office, if you will, function. They removed it.
Okay, Messiah.
So a prophet was no longer necessary. Yeah.
Try to address. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting anyone. Please forgive me. I hate to be rude.
Yeah, no, you just you might have the history of the Jewish government, church, temple, synagogue. The way it was structured changed several times radically. At one time, you're correct. They absolutely had a prophet, Moses. Now he heralded in an entire new age. Right? And so what happened with this character of Jesus, this figure of Jesus, is that his status is that kind of herald, prophet, if you will. The Sadducees and Pharisees of his time utterly rejected him, as well as they rejected John the Baptist. So they were like, no more prophets. And so the idea of the Messiah, even linguistically, it means the age, this new age.
Oh, no. Now it can, depending
so
on...
So every Exodus was a Messiah.
And the grammar around it. You can't...
Just like Pharaoh does not mean it says big house. It talks about, that's the way the language is constructed. So that the Messiah can be led by a figure considered to be a prophet. So therefore, in the language, you don't say a Messiah, it's the Messiah. It's a referential practice that's innate, it's embedded in the Hebrew. You don't say a Pharaoh, you just say the Pharaoh. And what you're talking about is the entire house. It means big house, Pharaoh.
No. It means anointed is the root.
No, it doesn't. It means big house. Pharaoh, big house.
I think he was referring to Messiah, not Pharaoh.
Oh, Messiah, yeah. But it was taboo to directly refer to somebody of that power. So you had to call them a the something.
Well,
right?
Generally in Hebrew, I'm not a linguist, especially ancient Hebrew.
Right. Also, you got to remember,
if you say that,
language conventions for these people change radically as they sort of as their history changed, their status changed, their location changed. So language conventions in Hebrew change radically. They have to.
Okay, let me ask you this. What source would you point me to say that first century and before Jews, that the common consensus was Messiah meant an age?
Go to a rabbi and ask him what Messiah means. You actually go to a rabbi and ask them to explain why Messiah is a change in age and how the term the Messiah came to be. He'll tell you exactly. He'll show you. He'll show it to you.
The same question I asked you.
Yeah, just ask. Go to a rabbi is the best source. You don't need me, and you don't need to Google it. Just go to the source.
Yeah.
They're happy to sit with you.
And a rabbi would tell me that at that time and before the concept.
Well, we don't know what a rabbi would tell you, right? You can go and find out. And so linguistically, no. Messiah.
It's
right?
Anointed.
Means
the root of it is
a change of age.
No,
it's an era.
Nothing in That's not either. Now or.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have to go to a rabbi for that, but they'll be happy to answer that for you.
No, I don't. I know rabbis.
Okay, just
we
ask them.
understand these things.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
go and
find
ask them to talk to you about that.
boy,
Meaning, and you'll know, and they'll have lots of actual direct sources for you instead of translations that might not be valid.
Okay, a rabbi is not going to tell me that automobile means chocolate cake. In English, those are two different words.
Well, you want the source, don't you? And you want the actual, they can actually show you how that word has been used in their own culture and language throughout ages.
Yes.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
So I would say rather talk directly to them, because if you get any other translation, and you're rejecting all linguistic information. So if you get any other translation or version, it could be completely wrong.
Boy,
and then you junk.
I hate to do Google.
And I just say go directly to the source. If
Okay.
you want to know, and then you'll have.
I'm feeling rested now.
What source? What is your source?
But if
You're saying a rabbi, and I know rabbis.
If what you were saying is correct, people can see me on their stream. I can't see myself on their stream though. So would the people on Universal Discourse's stream think that we see you on your stream? Oh no. So what I was saying is so on my Discord it is just your emblem. Really? So yeah.
Trying to help. I'm not the one who's confused.
See?
So I know that there are two different interpretations.
And I'm muted.
In fact, that is the difference between Judaism and Christianity. Is the Messiah a person, or is it an age?
Okay, we're talking.
That's very, very old. Yeah, that's.
Then why the hell is it so tiny? What happened?
Jesus, yeah, the Sadducees and Pharisees in the time of Jesus rejected him as a Messiah.
To explain that.
Yes.
He's not the one, that's for sure. They rejected John the Baptist.
Yeah, I have two cameras.
Sort of mentor for Jesus. John the Baptist baptized Jesus. So he was a heretic.
Is that good or bad?
That status as a
I couldn't get my this camera to work.
Which is okay, essentially how he ended up being executed for a crime he didn't commit. Okay? Right. And it had everything to do with how
I tried switching between the two of them, and it was just like, nope.
Ever since there are two, you could say there are two schools of thought. Right?
So I just using the camera on my laptop.
The other one is that it's an age. It's a chain. It's like the jihad.
I will say this. I have never.
It works. I use a virtual
I don't know if it has been. I've heard of the
camera
Messianic age,
and mirror.
as in when they
Mirror my camera so I can use the same camera as many times as I can.
That might be my
Ooh. How hard is that to set up?
Which is, in other words, the time of
the Messiah. Yes.
This sort of liberation or enlightenment that this prophet Moses is going to come. You have the Messiah.
I be so low
the next thing. I don't use any of that as a source, but
you can follow the links on the wiki.
If I show you, take 5 seconds, but if I tell you over text 3 days or more.
So,
would it help to do the screen share thing with you?
I did take the time to study this whole entire thing. I'm very familiar with it already. So I don't need Wikipedia.
Did you run them off? Probably. They had FUPA business to do. They had to go shit on keyboards.
This is perplexing. Is the Messiah a man or is it an age? And I have gone.
Yeah, I can screen share my screen and show you where I'm off. Cool. How do I accept a screen share? Go to the Discord and click on something.
They give wonderful conversations. Probably, I mean, you're going to get some that go, oh yeah, it's a person. Other ones, no, it's an error. You're going to hear.
We're talking
you can
about
get them to talk to you. You're going to hear
the meaning of a word. And
yeah. Goodness.
Boy, I hope I can help.
It's through Discord. Just click on your profile.
But we understand the meaning of a word. I'm not the one who needs the help. We're trying to help you find good sources because that's what you asked for. So,
if I can find it, everything's really tiny. Is this where I need to like Control Plus or something? Because I had this happen the other day and this looked completely normal earlier.
Defends your position.
Those sort of connotations, and contextually, and for the time, it referred to.
We can worry about it later, yeah. I thought it might be an easy fix. On my day off, we can do that. It's just frustrating because you see what I'm saying? It's like I have like the camera turned on and everything, and like on Discord I do, but then on the actual stream it's like, wait.
I said that the Sadducees and Pharisees.
See, that says turn off camera for some reason. I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening.
And there was a political reason for doing that. And so you have now two schools of thought.
Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend. Okay.
At that time, they had a concept of.
But you said that I'd have to download something in order to see it? Either way?
I'd like to talk to Will and did that.
Yeah, they had a prophet. I just said that. Yeah, they used to have a prophet, which was the same thing. You're supposed to guide people sort of forward into, whatever. And then they actually struck that. So it was just the priest left and the rabbis.
If I'm being really inarticulate, is there not mediate, but is there something that I'm not getting clearly across, or that I'm just so?
No, it's just that you absolutely reject everything I was saying, even though I am an expert in this. So I'm no good to you. If I'm not a valid source, then no one is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah, dictionaries in the language reject that. In the word itself, I'm not saying that there aren't people that believe in a messianic age, sans Messiah, a single person or God. But I will say again that the idea of a Messiah, a person, or there's also evidence in ancient writings that God himself would come, God among us, from Isaiah, if you will. These concepts were not foreign to Judaism. That they rejected Jesus is clear.
Well, I never said they were foreign to Judaism.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, is that
okay, we'll see if I can catch up with what they're talking about. I probably will not be able to.
Specifically, all right, Mashiach refers to a future king, someone who's going to be a king to lead the Jewish people.
Great.
A king. Okay.
Yeah.
So often, as they use the word pharaoh, big house, to refer to the ruler, they use this. What's it called? Not a euphemism, but they never
when is
said
your
the
day
name
off?
directly. They have this thing that stood in for his name directly because you didn't refer to him directly. Okay.
We have kind of a.
They've lost you totally? Okay, good. I feel much better.
Also the context of the time, because yes, the king. And so the Pharisees and Sadducees, one of the reasons
your next day is never.
Jesus was because they felt that their Messiah their Messiah would liberate them.
I almost feel like the proper thing to do at this point would be for me to like excuse myself from the from the situation.
I did say the reason the Sadducees and
Ultimate
Pharisees were sort of
turmoil.
this sort of prophets
No.
that they used to have in their hierarchy. Okay, they took that down.
It's like being Satan's right hand man.
They rejected Jesus as
That's not bad.
or the Messiah for sure.
Satan's a good guy.
The king of the Jews, which was Herod's accusation.
And when they crucified him in mockery, the Romans wrote the King of the Jews and toasted him up. It is mockery. And again, it all comes down to context, because in the context of that time period, the Jews at that time were looking for a warlord almost, someone who would come, raise their armies, fight, and drive back the Romans and produce this kingdom on earth and restore them to their rightful place.
The whole Jerusalem. And they wanted someone they could control.
Yes.
But yes. What I said was Messiah heralds an age. Every leader, right, ushers in a new regime. Right? So the word Messiah for the person becomes conflated with the function of that person. The identity and function collapse. And so you have the school of thought that says, no, it's not the person himself. It's the sort of era that it refers to.
Satan promised me cookies and I'm yet to get any. That's real sad. So what do you think? I might be able to, I might be feeling a little bit of Pokemon cards, but they're like deep all up in this conversation, so I really don't want to like be like, hey, bye.
So it wasn't just an arbitrary title. You didn't put a crown on his head and go, dub, dub, Messiah. So what I said was that in the time of Jesus, the Sadducees and Pharisees utterly rejected him as a or the Messiah completely. Same as John the Baptist, they didn't want him taking that crown either. No. Okay, and I said that there were political reasons and there were cultural reasons for that, and that's what you see in the etymology of this.
And that is title. You hear, we have kingdoms. Yes, all.
I mean, just say, hey, I appreciate the convo. This conversation is way above my head, and I have lots of things to talk and think about, and say goodbye. That's so nice, man.
I misunderstood you to say.
But I would like to start kind of winding down soon, either way.
Linguistically, the use of that, the term for that, for doing that, is escaping me at the moment. But it's where you substitute, rather than refer to a person directly. Okay, we say, when we mean the president, often we say the White House. Sure. We actually mean the president. Okay?
Yeah, I think I'm going for it.
If you mean prison and you say the big house, the workhouse, right? If you say, the justice, when you actually mean Judge Hayward, okay, that's substitution, that kind of thing. So Messiah is like that. The Messiah is just, because the word, Pharaoh, as the Hebrews used it, they used it that way to avoid a personal reference, a direct reference to somebody who was so divine or powerful that you couldn't even say his name.
Oh, how did I cut my pinky toe? It's annoying more than painful. Oh, God. Like walking around barefoot or something?
And the trouble with that is when you find every instance of the Messiah, you're never sure exactly who they're talking about. Because the convention of the time was not to name somebody directly like that. Once you titled them that, they're sort of holy. You don't go around, you don't take the Lord's name in vain for that reason. It's the same tradition.
Okay.
You would just say the Lord. You wouldn't go around. Yeah, you wouldn't go, hey Jay, how you doing? That's not cool.
Hey, guys.
And you don't say God's name out loud.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Hi. I was just gonna let you guys know that I'm gonna start winding down for the night. But I seriously like appreciate everything you guys taught me and all the time you spent dealing with the learning process.
I enjoyed it. Thank you. I'd love to do it again sometime.
For sure.
Hello and goodbye.
Okay, anytime. Yeah, we do this. And sometimes we're up all night with these fascinating conversations.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But thank you. I'll see you guys.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see you again. I hope you get rest.
Yes. Bye.
Okay. So for the record, the
I did it. I done did it. I think. Hopefully. Said you worked till... Oh. I was sleeping. Don't ask me how I cut my toe. You were sleeping. Are you saying don't ask you how you cut your toe because you don't know how you cut your toe? Are you ashamed of how you cut your toe? There we go. See, girly, you gotta grow these massive balls. I know you have, and pull out that comment voice and tell them you're seriously leaving. I really don't have a clue how I cut my toe. Hey, I did tell him I was leaving. I just didn't want to be like, hey, bitch. I know you spent like, 2 fucking hours like being super patient with me, but I'm gonna be like abrupt as hell right now. I'd be upset. Like, probably the worst injury I've ever gotten was a splinter. Not like a bad splinter, but the ones that are too tiny that you can't like get rid of them. They just are there. Like a little piece of glass or something. That's like some of the worst experiences I've ever had in my life. Delicious claw sheet. So, I have any abrasions on the tip of my toe and to the bottom, almost to the second to the left toe. You've had total facial reconstruction. Yeah, but that's nothing in comparison to like having a piece of glass stuck in your foot. Like a little one though. Like I'm not talking about like a big piece of glass, just like a little one. A little microscopic one that every time you step it's like ow. Sounds like you got drunk and like fucked your foot up or something. So let's see. What do I want to do? I'm gonna turn this down really far. Ooh, Magic the Gathering or Pokemon. 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 Oh, I wish I got drunk. Worked the last 3 days. Ugh. Actually haven't had any alcohol in some time. Dude, I hate that. I know that, like, I think it's good for the soul. Like, I know it's not the best thing for you to have excessively, but Maybe whenever you get a day off. I'm kind of feeling, Pokemon. Generally, I work Monday through, or you have Monday through Wednesday off. So that's why you were Tuesdaying it earlier. Oops. My super secret cam here got all jacked up. It's frozen. It's frozen. Redo that. Oh wait, oh no, I like to be able to, like, I almost need, like, I'd like to have 2 screens or something where I can see what everybody else sees, because it's very eye-opening. And not just being like, oh, everything's lined up fucking perfect. I'm so good at this. You know, I have 3 binders full of first edition laminated Pokemon cards, right? Ooh. You got any of them rare ones? You got any holographic Charizard cards? Well, if you want, give me a price point and I can build you a computer, but you have to set up 2 Halo binders. Ooh, cool. So, I mean, it's honestly just an issue of, like, me being lazy as fuck. Like, right now, I could just as easily, like, I'm on my laptop and I have it hooked up to my TV. And, I mean, couldn't I just do this? Like a display thing? The most expensive card is worth 10K. Oh. I need to look up how much mine are worth, like, because I kept all of mine from my childhood and stuff. It's worth saving, until prices go up, then I'll sell for college. Like, did you ever see the Pokemon movie where they gave you the messed up, like, Mew card? I have, like, a couple of those. Because I made my parents take me, like, multiple times until they ran out of cards. I was like, I need more of these. Okay, so displays. Project? No. Because I'm already attached to the screen here. Connect? I feel like it would just be display. Am I losing my fucking mind? There we go. I've just barely fooled around with it before. So typically what I do is I barely fool around with stuff and then it doesn't work and I get frustrated and then I quit. Yeah, you do have some of those? That's cool. Well, it depends on condition. My cards are mint cards. Ooh, fancy fucking pants over here. So, but I need to identify them, right? So that, like, yeah? Wait. Oh, detect. Oh, never mind. Fancy and bought, and what can I say? I know I spelled the B word wrong. Bougie. Yeah, like trying to learn how to read Twitch chat is like kind of like learning how to read, like, for most people, like if you were to just be like reading text speech out loud where everybody's just like auto correcting the hell out of their shit the wrong way. So I'm surprised like that it didn't detect a different screen since I'm connected to a different screen. Advanced display settings? That makes me nervous. Setting up multiple monitors. Man, I wish our friend was still here so he could help me since he's Geek Squad. Multiple displays. So it's under system. Display. Multiple displays. Multiple displays. Alright, let's see what that looks like. I mean, like, watching me do stuff for people that know, like, actually know computer stuff really well has got to be just completely maddening. Wait, where was it? So the same place. Multiple displays. Show only on one. Extend these displays. Revert to previous display settings. Oh, I'm nervous. Oh, shit. There it goes. Cool. So now I got 2 displays up in here. Everybody proud of me? Honestly, I'm not watching, just listening while I pay attention to these monitors. Are you monitor teching it right now? Or are you trucking it tonight? Monitor tech is actually like kind of neat because you can kind of sit there and just be like super obsessive about it and like learn a shit ton about like the different EKG stuff. I don't know. I get into it. Cool. Would you look at that? I did something. Now this is just gonna mess my stream thing up really bad, basically. So we'll see how this works. Oh yeah, it's not gonna like that one bit. Better idea. What are your thoughts on the rise of Jewish supremacy and how Jews are killing millions with the vaccine? Jewish supremacy. And they're killing millions with the vaccine? With the COVID vaccine, I took a 2-year course on EKGs. I can interpret and diagnose under the ER doc suite. Yeah, allegedly I can do that too. 3 major CEOs of the vaccines are Jewish. Oh yeah, don't Jewish people like rule the planet or something? Or like they're, I don't know, what is it that people say? The Jewish people are like all, I don't know. I don't even remember. They're like real bad. It includes 4 lead, 12 lead, 18 lead. Man, I'm not seeing an 18 lead in forever. They killed 16 million Europeans in the 3 Holodomors. Wikipedia lies. Wikipedia is like 100% like unlike what we learned in elementary school. Yeah. Wait, what? Held a message for these reasons? Oh. Oh, cool. One of my friends actually set up an auto mod, I guess. Sure, I'll allow it. I don't give a fuck. Regularly deal with an 18 lead because 18 lead can show most of the heart besides just about 10%. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like, you never really get like a posterior or anything like that, which if they're having an MI, like you're not gonna tell like just from sticking a couple of things on the front of their chest. So, they did 9/11 and blamed it on Muslims, resulting in 3 million Muslims dead. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. That's cool, man. Like, the more you know. The more you know. I mean, you're pretty like in the know. It would seem. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to move this up here. And this up here. And how do I do that? I mean, did everybody else know? I just didn't know. But like, I refuse to listen to Wikipedia not being a good source, because it is the best source. Like, actually, that's like the first thing I've said that is not like being facetious. It's 5. So down here. Ooh, this is confusing because like which screen will it be? It looks like it's still streaming the bottom one. So what happens if I pull it up here? I think my fucking computer is gonna blow up. Everybody likes to come in here and watch me struggle. Little boomer over here. Goodness, 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 goodness. Why is this so gigantic? What the fuck? Okay. Holy shit, it's still huge. That's what she said. Okay, so that didn't help a whole lot. So how do I switch which one is on top and on the bottom? It depends when with an 18 lead, I can see where most MIs are. Also, you can tell MI position based off of the ischemic area. If it is in the posterior, there is an increase to the anterior side, and the cardiac levels and vice versa. Hell yeah, you better dork out. I mean, that's that kind of stuff I do have a memory for, like the only thing, because there's something in my brain at least that kind of triggers with like, oh, this is important information because it might actually save somebody's life, and so that seems relevant. Oh. Why is that one so... Okay. Select a display below to change the settings for it. Press and hold, or select a display, then drag it. Select a display below. Change the size. I want it to be like a normal fucking size. Got it. Why didn't it fix it? Change the size. Okay. So this one's gonna be 125. They're both gonna be 300, I think. Did it work? Did I do it correctly? Hmm. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have made all that stuff so tiny. Oh, there's something else I was gonna do. This. So that should that do anything, actually? Huh. Oh, I had to hit apply. Did that work? Uh-oh. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's not how my brain works. I thought that was gonna do something totally different. You know, some of my streams where I'm just struggling with this shit, I end up having a bunch of views on them, and I think there needs to be a category for like people just struggling. I think that there's like some sick fucks that really get into it. Oh, it's up here. Fuck, it's down up here. Okay, I'm fixing this immediately. That was a mistake. Uh-oh. That was a mistake. Apply that. Identify and detect. What does this do? Ooh. Uh-oh. Wait, were you calling me a dork? What if I misinterpreted that and you were just being a rude ass? I wouldn't even know. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oh, I should make one my, like, main display. Make this my main display. Wait. That one my main display, I think. Right? Okay. So that should change everything, right? Yeah, like jack it up real good, because I'm actually... Okay, cool, I figured it... Oh, I'm... So much learning today, it's overwhelming. Why did you assume I called you a dork? Because I'm doing dork moves right now. Look, don't pull a knot like this on me. Because I feel like, as a millennial, this should not be as hard as it is. At all. So I need to get off this YouTube one, and I need to get on this... Got this. I wonder what that will look like. Oh, I can know what it looks like, because I have a second screen right here. Because I learned how to do it. Ooh. Didn't look good on the phone, that's for fucking sure. My right hand is so cold. Stop! There's more! I wish Fupa was here just to shit on my keyboard. Yeah, it looks like fucking garbage. Oh, let's go down here. Mm-hmm. So that is not where... No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. But oh no, it needs to be much smaller, exponentially smaller. Oh, options, and then I'll go to video. Oh, it is. It is set to that. That looks a little bit better. Not really. Not like this. Feels bad, man. Feels real bad. Okay, how about 1 by 1? Oh, that's so tiny. Wow, but that's basically it right there. Huh. Okay. This is okay, right? This is fine. Okay. And it's really not, though. If not, like... Oops. I'll fix you, boy. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. 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 There we go. Phew, phew. I know what I must do. Theoretically, that will look better. A little bit better. Theoretically. I always feel a little bit huge. A little bit ginormous. That's okay. Because I can put that behind there. Learning is occurring. Learning is occurring. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Wait. Why is it? Oh, it thinks that's my chat. Oh, it is my chat, but it thinks that it's for this thing. Which it soon will be. Mm-hmm. And then I will go right here and put, I'm playing Pokemon. And it probably isn't politics anymore. It's probably Pokemon. Pokemon, Oops. Yeah, that one. Okay. Everybody ready? Did we scare away Oive? They know? Am I gonna get a bunch of debate lords up in here now? Is this what my reality is? I knew it. I knew I shouldn't do it. And this is awesome. I should have done this so long ago. And then sound and on. Ready. Lightning Pokemon can attack the opponent's bench. I feel like I already beat him. That's alright. I'll do it again. So how much longer do you have in your shifts? Sure. Boop. Oh yeah, self-destruct deck. Great. Diglett. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Well. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, BG. Nice. Coffee. Hmm. Oh. I should have put a Mankey out there. Hmm? Yeah, let's put him out there. Cool. That way I can peek around town. This one is like sacrifice 2 cards. Already 1 card. Dude, what is up with these fucking coughings? I didn't know I had him. What's he like? Ooh. Dick, dick, trio. I wonder how many of my debate bros followed me over to Pokemon, or if I lost the radical debate bro. Easy clap. Cute Pikachu. Cool. I think I got all of them. Oh, cool. I did. 6 prizes. Locked and loaded here, guys. Lightning Club Master Isaac. Zapping self-destruct deck. Ooh, this music slaps. gonna lose real hard. We'll see. Green and a switcheroonie. Choose a Pokemon on the bench, shuffle it down. Trio. And a switch. Sure. Oh. Russian Diglett. Probably at least put one full heal in my deck, I guess. Hehe, beach. It's gonna give it to you. Going all in, boys. Oh. I think that was, yeah. Perfect. I knew it all along. I knew it. Name the meat. I'd like to both. Fine. What does this one do again? Trade one of the basic Pokemon or evolution cards in your hand for one of the basic Pokemon. I think after this one I'll probably turn it in, yeah. Not that I have like 1 million hours left though. Right? Yeah, that's what he needed. Right. Wait, excuse me. More attack, but then... Pokemon Trader. Fuck you, bitch. Tickle tick, tickle tick. We may have too many Diglett. Might be sore. Uh-oh. Okay. Hang the fan. Gonna lose it. This is okay. This. Sorry. Take that, you little bitch. Now then, there's 30. All these useless motherfuckers. Jigglypuff, Eevee, Caterpie. I love this thing. Shit's about to explode. He's gonna blow up. Nuh-uh. Ugh. Oh, I just won. A perfect victory. I did it. Thank you. Oh, another double colorless. Thank you. For each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, flip a coin. If heads, this attack does 20 damage to that Pokemon. Don't apply weakness and resistance. That bench Pokemon then zap does 10 damage times the number of tails to itself. That was kind of shit. Never mind. Ooh, another double colorless. Ooh, shit. Ram an attack over here. Right on does 20 damage to itself. If your opponent has any bench Pokemon, he or she chooses one of them and switches it with the defending Pokemon. Cute Pikachu. I did it, guys. Un momento. I'm gonna look for Pokemon trading card game and see who's on. If there is anybody on there, probably won't be. Not playing the game. Somebody on here playing Call of Duty. Call of Dookie. How's about Pokemon Red or Blue? There's one. Oh, he looks friendly. Alright, we're gonna go check out who this guy is. It'll be a lot of fun.
you for the raid, Nursomancer. Yeah, we're just we're surfing south of Fuchsia City. We might be heading to the power plant soon. Yeah, thanks so much. We have recently defeated Koga, and we're just grinding to prepare for Sabrina. So I'm just raising some of my Pokemon's levels, because it seems like Sabrina might be pretty tough. I think we will head to the power plant pretty soon. I was playing the Game Boy Color trading card game and wasn't able to find anyone in that category, so I came here. Nice. I've rated a few other Pokemon Red and Blue channels when I've been playing before. When I finished up, I rated some other people who were also playing. I wish I understood how the trading card game actually worked, but I really did just collect the cards for the art as a kid. I have no idea. I could not figure out how it was supposed to work. I tried. The game will definitely teach you. Yeah, I should try it sometime for real, but right now I'm in the middle, with my Twitch channel, I'm in the middle of a Pokemon marathon through all the main games, and this self-imposed marathon is going to be so massive that I don't really have time for the trading card game quite yet, but I'm definitely curious. I might check it out at some point. I like how his arms are crossed. I know, it'll... When I say marathon, I don't mean like, done in a couple days or weeks. I mean extended series. Yeah, I love Sassy Tentacool. Yeah, this marathon might take me over a year, but I've really been in the Pokemon mood lately, and I really have wanted to play through all the games and be able to compare them, because I played them at such different times in my life, and some of them I never played. Like, I never played Blue as a kid, but I did play Leaf Green. So I think we'll just see if we can find any new wild Pokemon here, and then head to the power plant. Seems like surf encounter rate is pretty low. There's definitely a lot of broken and glitchy parts with this game, but I'm impressed how well it holds up. Like, the region is really good. I really like Black and White and Black and 2 and White 2. I think those are some of my favorites. Gen 3 and Gen 5 might be my favorite, followed by Gen 4. But I did start with Gen 3, so hopefully playing through these earlier games will help give me more perspective. Yeah, I mean, the generations all have different pros and cons, but I liked a lot of the style and the flow and the plot of Generation 5. Even the designs, while some of them are not great, the design problem is like way exaggerated. It's really not so bad. I actually think Gen 8 has some of my least favorite designs. Interesting. Gen 3 and Gen 5 are my favorite. I've already said that. Ah, thanks for the follow, Nursomancer. I don't know if you've ever played Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, one of the spin-offs, but my follower alert that I made myself is taken from that. That song is from Pokemon XD. I like Sun and Moon more than X and Y, but Gen 6 and 7 are definitely my least favorite. But I have the least experience with Gen 1 and 2. Yeah, a lot of people really like my follow alert. Surf encounter rate is really low, so I think I will just head to the power plant rather than try to find a bunch of new Pokemon quite just yet. I do not currently have plans to get it. I'm curious about it. I need to see more of the trailers and stuff. I might get it for myself to play. Maybe I'll put it on my Christmas wish list, but this marathon will be just the main games that focus on battling, like these games, the remakes, Stadium, Coliseum, Battle Revolution, but Snap won't be part of this marathon, so maybe I'll play it on my own, but I'm not sure yet. I've played a little bit of the original. It didn't super grab me, but I definitely want to revisit it. I do like the idea. What I always thought would be the best thing to do for a new Pokemon Snap is, I mean, I think the photography aspect is cool, but personally, I think it would be cool to do other things as well. So what I would
Pacifico is a crisp golden lager, brewed for those who know. It's what's behind a label that matters.
Documentary series as a kid, and I always wanted them to make a version of that with Pokemon. In my young mind, that would have been the coolest thing to ever exist. A wildlife documentary. Curious about the Diamond and Pearl remakes, though, and Arceus Legends. I'll probably grab those. Especially interested in Arceus Legends, because Diamond and Pearl is near to my heart, so a remake would be cool, but Arceus is what I'm really curious about, because it really seems to be pushing something new. Can you not surf here? I will be doing Let's Go Pikachu, but way later. I'm gonna be going in like release order, so that won't be until I get to like Gen 8. Or is it Gen 7? I'm not sure. I guess it would be after like Sun and Moon. I think this is where the power plant is, if I'm not mistaken. I'm very curious about the Let's Go games. I never played them because they seemed very watered down for the Go crowd. But who knows, maybe I will enjoy them. After experiencing this game, I think you'll gain an appreciation for it. Okay. We'll see. Maybe I will enjoy it a lot, but I've just been wary of it. As a kid, this song always gave me anxiety. Something about it is just weird. Or he'll take him out himself. for the time. Yeah, it's been really impressive, the soundtrack on this. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. Let's try licking. Hopefully that doesn't kill it. And it's automatically paralyzed. Oh, I forgot to get more Ultra Balls. If we can get far enough to find where Zapdos is, we should maybe do that. Well, in terms of really taking streaming seriously, I would say summer of 2019, even though I took a hiatus in 2020. But I first started when I was in high school in 2012 and 2013, I think, just goofing around, just going live with whatever I was playing, just having fun, not taking it too seriously. But like after 2013, 2014, I didn't do it again for like 5 years. And then in 2020, I didn't do any streaming, which in retrospect is a little odd because I had been getting interested in it, but yeah. January of this year is when I really took seriously to do it, like on a weekly and then twice a week basis. Looks like we've got a chance to catch Pikachu now. So we finally caught the Pikachu we can never find in Viridian Forest. How do you like being affiliated now? I'm trying to decide whether I want to be or not. If I were you, I would just go ahead and do it, because being able to make a little money doing this seems like a nice thing. I haven't hit a payout yet. I haven't qualified yet, but I've been racking up a little income. I've been racking up a little, so you know, I think why not go for it if you can. But like for me, I don't take it super seriously. I mainly stream to socialize with my friends and play games and have fun. But you know, if I can do that, I think, you know, might as well. But that's just my perspective. I would go for it. I mean, what have you to lose, you know? It's not, I think like affiliate is pretty guaranteed you'll get it when you qualify. It's not like partner, I don't think. I mean, especially if you don't want commercialization to ruin, you know, the passion of just streaming or doing. Oh, geez, he's level 40. You know, I get it on that front, maybe. But in my head, I see it as if you can make a little money off of it, why not?
I guess I'm gonna hit the socialism.
And I mean, if you don't qualify for affiliate, you can also do like what I've done with Streamlabs and set up a donation link. Yeah, I mean, it's like for me, I see it as like it's a potential. It just opens up a possibility. You know, you don't have to focus around it, but you know, a few bucks. And something else I've done is if people want to donate directly, I have a Streamlabs. So like you can see down there at the bottom, I put a donation goal. Help me get a wireless mouse. I kept it small to start off because I haven't gotten a ton of donations. But like if people would rather donate to me directly rather than through bits or whatever, then they can do that. And also, I'm planning on helping reward to sort of give thanks back to the people who support. The people who support the most with cheering and gifts and donations for certain game playthroughs, I will give them the ability to nominate potential future streams. That probably won't be the next streams I get to, but I'll add them to the queue. So like one of the viewers who cheered the most during one of my stream series, I gave him the ability to choose, and he picked Pokemon Platinum, which is going to be part of this marathon. So I was like, oh, all right, when we get to Pokemon Platinum, I'll let you pick my starter and stuff. Okay, now Jinx is level 43. So now, let's put Jolteon in front. Yeah, I have the suggestion box. I don't think anyone's used it yet, but I hope if people do have feedback they want to give me on what I can do better, that they'll let me know. Well, that's pretty weaker than me. Let's just do quick attack. I might steal it. Go ahead. If it suits you well. Ooh, Electrode. Oh, goddamn, level 43 already. Oh, god damn it. I guess there's only one chance to catch those. Alright, time to revive. It's interesting how higher level those Voltorbs and Electrodes are to these wild Pokemon. I assume you can't use your bicycle here, can you? No. Isn't that the cutest version of Pikachu, though? I really like that version of Pikachu. It's not even as chubby as some of Pikachu's renditions are. It's a nice mix. miss Pikachu sometimes. Am I just going backwards? Okay, I gotta unparalyze you. I should probably be getting more full heals. Alright, it's been... Okay, I should probably run some more ads. So let me quickly do that. But just a reminder to our new viewers that subscribers should not receive any ads. So feel free to subscribe if you want to avoid them, or just keep watching and it'll be done soon.
PPP loans help small businesses get back on their feet. But did you know they also help independent contractors? Like the driver who told Linda.
Oh, a PPP loan? Yeah, I use one.
Or the self-employed, like her friend who stayed in business and
paid myself a PPP.
Or online sellers like Stacy's brother.
And he needs mittens for kittens.
Which made her realize she shouldn't give up on her homemade jewelry business. Thankfully, Wobbly makes PPP easy, so apply now.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. It's Lucia. I'm a Twitch ambassador and I just hit 10,000 subscribers on Twitch. A lot of people tune in to see the emotes being used. Yay! I didn't have anyone to do my emotes and then I found Jinko.
Sometimes finding the perfect job can be difficult. As a designer, I'm always trying to up-level my work, and this was a great opportunity to do that.
I'm so lucky that Jinko and I connected because I really don't think I would have this type of
I don't know how much more I can do. This is gonna be tied for one of my longest streams. 8 hours. That is a great Pikachu sprite, isn't it? Universal Discourse. Let's try Universal Discourse.
He's playing with us. No.
Oh no, hello. There we go. And not quite right, still. Hello. Who is visiting us? We're doing weird things right now. Gelatart? Who is Gelatart? Hello. Hello, Gelatart. Yeah, no, it is. I'm trying to make it look trippy. Hey, hello, how are you? Bowie! Bowie! Oh, you brought some friends. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still up. I guess I can't sleep. I'm gonna stress. I'll collapse later. I'm doing trippy stuff on stream. That looks freaking cool. Come on in. Gelatart. Gelatart. Fake Pokemon Gelatart. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. Gelatart. That's a cute name. Bowie. Well, you walked into a very Bowie world. Look at that. Doesn't that look like something, you know, out of Labyrinth? Welcome to this stream, and now you're watching the stream. I think that's cool. And look how it makes this little niche, like it's pointing out somewhere. Yeah, I'm doing stream design here. Wow, so what, I saw you guys over there playing the Pokemon. What you up to? Are you up, or did you just get up, or are you trying to go to bed? Nurse is still awake. What are you doing awake still? What were you guys doing? You're in bed. You're in bed, but you're not asleep. Okay. Super tard. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock in the morning there. It's 7 in the morning here. 7:11. Hush, I have issues. Yeah, me too. Too many issues and not enough tissues. Oh, neat. Kind of funnel rated. Yeah, I was thinking of raiding over there to you, but we kept going with the guy who was over here arguing about biblical translations or whatever. And I'm like, oh no, here we go. You're gonna argue with me, okay. You know. So Wick stepped in to like, oh, you know what? My advice to you probably should just drop it. I was like, yeah, you should, because can't help you. Yeah, the guy was kind of, I don't know, he was sort of, well, that conversation ended really well, very positive. So, because I'm just like, I'm not gonna argue with you. Yeah, that's definitely doctrine. Yeah. No, it's that he kind of was like a layman, a sort of linguist, if you will. There were some things about linguistics he did not understand. No, because anytime I said, well, no, it's like this, he would just disagree. I said, you're actually arguing against facts, which is so funny because that was the whole debate practice, was delivery versus content. And I was just like, well, okay. If I have to stand out here and whip out credentials and go, look, dude, you're arguing, you're asking a person for knowledge of X, and when they give it to you, you reject it. So at this point, there's nothing, I cannot help you. And he didn't know what a rabbi was, or what a rabbi does. And I went, then you're around some really bad rabbis. And I'm like, it's pointless, because you'd have to have a real finite understanding of linguistics. And he didn't have that. He had what do we call a colloquial understanding. And I'm like, ooh. I don't have 5 years to teach you linguistics. What my friend said was different. And I'm like, I don't give a shit what your friend said, right? Does your friend have a PhD in evolutionary linguistics and 4 years of biblical scholarship? No. I don't think so. I'm like, okay. Alrighty. You know what? Wenditique, whatever you say. But it says right there, never start an argument. Right there, line 3. Read the rules. Never start an argument. 4 words. Boom. Boom. Black and white, there's the proof. Right there. No, not at all. And he didn't read the rules. So, but yeah, I know what he's talking about, because that is a point of contention. It's a real hot, controversial. Actually, that word he was talking about started the whole split between Judaism and Christianity in the first place. It was all over the word. The whole thing started over because of that word. And I'm like, But then everything I said later on toward the end, he confirmed every single thing I said. I said, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So he did know. He did know a lot of the history and stuff, but he just doesn't understand linguistics. And all of his references were Western references, and I'm like, oh dear. And then when he tried to say, can you translate this? I was like, yeah, and this is how I would do it. You didn't answer my question. Actually, I just explained the entire process of translation. So yeah, I think I answered your question. Yeah, but it's a yes or no. Yeah, it's a no. This is how it's done. And then I said, are you asking me to translate something for you? Are you asking me if I can do it? Or are you asking me, would you do this for me? And then he dropped it. And I'm like, oh, well, okay. Because, you know, I was kind of getting excited that he had something he wanted me to translate. And he's like, no, but then you said a bunch of unrelated things. I said, no, I'm describing the process of translation to you. I said, if you gave me something to translate, this is what I would do with it. Look at that, do that, blah, blah, blah. Can you translate an ancient letter? Are you fucking kidding me? You know? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, right? Yeah, all 26 of them actually. Why? Which one? What do you want? You want me to read your root? What do you want? You know? You want to know what this means? That's Aleph. That's what that says. Aleph. But no, he didn't have the understanding. He just didn't understand linguistics. But you know, he wasn't. I think he shouldn't have gone into linguistics. He should have avoided that because that's not his strong suit. You know, and he just sort of didn't hear that he was sitting in front of a professor of linguistics. I was like, well, so that means nothing to you. Okay, you just don't have a context. You know. And that's why, you know, expertise is not appreciated on Twitch. But he did think of me when they started talking about quantum consciousness. I was like, oh, that was cool. But anyway, I think he hangs around and lurks around here for a while. So he should have known me. But I thought he kind of backed down and made a few concessions. And I was like, yeah, just, you know, you want to try to, you know, I will not argue with you. I'm not going to debate anything that has to do with religion at all. Period. Not happening. I don't care. I'm just going to say Wenditigwe, whatever you say, you know? So, because I'm just not going to do that. Mediocrities, just like mediocre and Socrates. Very cool. No, I said anybody else, the moderators normally at this point would have asked you to leave, but I see you as genuine and sincere, in good faith, essentially. But it's my house, it's my rules. And if I say don't come in here and argue, don't come in here and start a debate or start an argument, and you persist, then I'm afraid you've broken the rules and disrespected me. So I don't know what to do with you now. But you know, then he kind of like, oh, you know. And then Wick sort of said, well, you know, is it possible that you're coming at this with a bias, right? And I'm like, okay. Well, I know that is a bias, but I would never call somebody out for that. You know what I mean? But then he was like, what, you want to tell me something else I think? And I was like, no, I'm going to repeat what you told us you think. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Right? And the thing is, like a visual person, he didn't recognize his own words when they were repeated back to him. He denied that he said anything. And I went, wow, you should have run for president, you know? That's a pretty bad cognitive flaw right there to do that. It's that you don't recognize your own words when they're repeated back to you, you know? And I'm like, this person is arguing, first of all, which means no matter what you say, you're wrong. It doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter what you say. And I'm like, well, you've made up your own mind. I can't help you at this point. You know, but if there is something that I know that you think is useful to you, then I'm happy to give that to you. Or if there's some other accessible source that you're willing to look at, you know. But, you know, I can't help you at this point. Just, you've made up your mind. That's it. You know, it's pointless. It's pointless to argue with somebody who's made up their mind. You know, you're like, change the subject, or what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? But I bet, you know, when he goes to panel or something, I don't know, I would think a lot of people on Twitch would try to give that guy a really hard time. And I'm gonna imagine that his combative style might be a result of that, you know? But, you know, there's no need to insult somebody, but he was quite insulting, you know? Very, very combative, very, very caustic and antagonistic. And he goes, maybe I didn't make myself clear. And I go, okay, fair enough. That's possible, but let's find out what's really... I was kind of saying, what is your real problem here? What's your concern? You did pick up quite a few debate bros and trollers last night. Oh, did you? You picked them up? What do you mean picked up? Oh, in your chat? Yeah, they're all over the place, I guess. But I leave my stream open because I know the refugees are going to come in, and I like that, you know? I enjoy that. I just have my rules. Do not start an argument in here. And most of all, do not come onto my stream on my mic, on my camera, and attempt to argue with me. I don't care if you think it's arrogant or not. That's the rules. Because I'm going to bend over backwards to make concessions for you. And if you don't get it, that I'm being gracious, and you don't respect that, you just shouldn't be here. You're killing the vibe. It's a simple rule. I don't care what you think about that rule. It's my house, my rules. That's it. You know? Because pissing me off isn't going to score you any points. You know? But I've had two people that came in confrontational and combative like that, right? And the mods just was like, I'm just going to sit here and wait for you to quit arguing with her because it's not going to work. And then one guy finally said, oh, you're trying to get me into an intellectual dialogue. And I went, yeah, oh. But he realized what I was doing. This poor guy didn't realize what I was doing. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to be really gentle here. Yeah, do not kill the vibe. I'm going to use my sword. Correct, yeah. But Wick stepped up and says, you know what, I think what you better do is you probably just better drop it. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. So I'm glad he was sitting here, because if somebody had caught me at 3 in the morning and tried to pull that shit on me, oh, holy shit. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm just going to sign off. I'm going to catch you later. You know. But no, I mean, you gotta kind of like, some people will be that way, and you gotta kind of say, well, there's something very interesting about you. You know, and we're struggling to get where he's coming from. And when he finally goes, oh, you're trying to see my paradigm, I was like, there you go. That's a good word for it. What is your paradigm? I don't want to know his paradigm. I just want to know why is he so concerned with this word? What is bothering him? You know, what is he trying to get? What is your purpose? What are you trying to get out of this? You know, and why would you find somebody with that level of expertise, ask them questions, and then reject every single thing they say? Okay, You're an argumentative person. You're starting an argument. I mean, I'm like, gosh, get a clue, wake up, look hello. I don't understand that. Usually you would just, what do linguists think about this issue? Oh, let me tell you about that issue. And then oh, wow, that's what I expect people to do. But he just kind of skipped, ignored that. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. Do you have a source? Oh, well, me, for one, my uncle, two, my entire department, and half my life. I don't know. How do you want me to reference this? Really? Seriously? I was like, why don't you just look it up yourself? Except try not using Wikipedia. And maybe it was, he said he was boomer, so maybe it was that he didn't know how to look it up. That's too difficult. I mean, if there had been shit. Oh, if he had 10 years, he could do it up, look it up. So then, if anybody was listening to it, no, baby, that's true. That's why experts don't really. A lot of political Twitch doesn't like really expertise. It's funny because they reference experts, but they don't want expertise on a panel because of that. All right. Once you get in there, you tend to end the conversation. And then cite your sources. I am the source, dumbass. I am the researcher. Okay? I contributed this translation to that. I mean, what the fuck? So, anyway. But the word he's talking about is very contentious and it's fascinating. In fact, a whole field of study is devoted just to that. It's so controversial. And what I couldn't get him to understand is that he was using an English translation of the basically the Bible, okay? The Bible is not the fucking Torah. All right? The entire Old Testament comes from the fucking Torah. The whole thing. Right? And so its source documents are completely different. All right? From the ones that the, quote, Bible used. Anything's a Bible. I don't think so. No. Now you're refusing to acknowledge that the Bible is not of the Bible? Is that what you're trying to say? That it's the same as the Torah and the Quran? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Oh, yeah. And I'm like, woo! No, this guy is an actual, of that generation. And I'm like, oh my God. And this equivocation, this false equivocation, boo, hiss. So this word, Mashiach, right? No, that doesn't work. That's in English, in Western translations. I'm trying to tell him that the only valid source is the original. That everything else is edited and altered. Everything else. You're not going to easily find the Dead Sea Scrolls transliteration and translation. And when you do look it up, I dare you to cross-reference it and come out with an interpretation. There is no, he doesn't understand that document can't be translated. It has to be interpreted. He's fucking totally could not understand that because he's never done that. He's thinking purely in Western languages. So I'll just change it from French to German. Greek is a Western language. Right? It is not Aramaic. Definitively. All right? And the documents that the Greek authors used were about 100 years displaced from when the last document was written. There were 2 apocalypses. You didn't know that. You had Antioch and then the one in 70 AD, which is where the fucking Revelation was written. Yeah, you have to be trained in linguistics you have to be trained in linguistics to understand how something like the Bible came to be interpreted. And it has to be transposed from an Eastern culture into a Western culture. Can you imagine? There are words and concepts in Hebrew that just don't exist. Neither in the Greek or in English. Or in Latin either. The Greeks and Latins did not have these concepts. They weren't mystics. He rejects mystics. And I'm like, you're wrong, but let's move on. You don't know what a fucking mystic is. You got that because you Wikipedia'd it. Or God knows what source you read. But this word, Mashiach, right? And he was very proud to say, I found this in, what was it, Daniel? And I went, and I'm going to stop right now. I'm no longer going with you, but just for the chat's purpose. The way he approached the situation is very typical, all right, of a very well-read person who yet still lacks training. They do not understand that linguistics requires brain-busting training and years of it. Because he didn't know that translation does not guarantee interpretation. All right? So I want chat to do something with me, and I'll give you an exercise, and I'm going to tell you the secret of Mashiach, okay? And why what he said doesn't make sense. It was futile. It was pointless. It's basic grammar is the problem. I'm not getting into it, okay? So here we go. Here is... Okay, so in Cree, yeah, you can join voice chat, but I'm going to teach you something. I'd like you guys to see what a tiny little taste of what happens. Okay. All right. So this phrase, mon nanto. Okay, in Cree, right? So I hope you guys pay attention. While I'm killing myself staying up. Baby, I'm so stressed out. I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack. Yeah. So I might as well just. I'm serious. It's bad. It's getting worse. So no, I don't want to talk about it. But I'm just telling you that's how it is for me right now. It's bad. It's already. I mean, I'm already getting like palpitations. So this is mon nanto. So if I said tansi to you, how are you? You'd say not bad. Mon nanto, not mon. Bad. Now the whole actual word is this, nanito, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you translate mon nanto, right? Mm-hmm. This is the word, excuse me. Mona, it's actually mona, sorry. Mona, not, and then this word, nanito, all right. Not all right. That's what happens if you translate Cree. Mon nanto means it is interpreted, it means not bad. Mm-hmm. Translated, it means not all right.
Oh yeah, even if like an easier example of that, to Dutch to English, we have a lot of words that if you would translate it means something totally different than interpretation. And those are languages that are so similar, so close together, and even there, translation and interpretation are so much different.
Yeah, correct. So now this is the other one. Again, So you're a linguist, and you're going, Mona, okay, that means not. I got that. And then you got nanito. Okay, that means all right. Okay, not all right. Oh, I'm not doing well. Monato. Nope, it means it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. All right? Not bad is what it means. Now, however, then you encounter this namoya nanito. And that means it's all right. So does anybody here want to tell me how you would encounter that as a linguist? Yeah. So case in point, Mashiach. Let's just call it this. Mashiach. All right? This is the word you know as Messiah. Messiah. Now, how it came to be spelled Messiah, nobody knows. But Mashiach is the word. Sometimes it's got a mile. Mashiach. Mashiach. All right? So this guy's very pleased to say, I have this in Daniel. Yes. There's one instance of this word showing up in Daniel. I was trying to tell him that the translation of this word simply means anoint. Anointed. For the purpose of serving someone, all right? Or being used. You can anoint a candle. All right. So when something is anointed, okay, all right, in English, anointed lamb, right? Okay, so I hope you know English. What part of speech is anointed in that sentence? Anointed in front of a noun. What part of speech is that? Oh. So who knows English well enough? Who remembers 8th grade English, 6th grade English? No, what part of speech is, anoint, okay. All right, what part of, yes, it's an adjective. Thank you, Fabi. Now, the only instance where this word occurs in the Old Testament, the actual Torah, the Tanakh, all right, the first and third sections or first and third sections of the Tanakh is where it shows up, right? In between the Torah and the I always forget the other one. There's another book. Oh my. Anyways, there's three parts. Anyway, it's the one in between. Okay, so in other words, no, the Bible does not start with the apocalypse. It should not start with an apocalypse. Okay, that comes after the. Oh no, it's actually the third section. Right. It's the your instruction, and then it's what's the other one called? Obligations, and then you have this thing, which means letters or writings. Okay. All right. So it's sort of more or less supporting documents, actually. So anyway, so this shows up. Now, Daniel is not a prophet. That only happens in the Bible. All right. Yeah. So in the original, Daniel is not categorized with prophets. Period. Ever. He has his dream that he reports. Right. All right. Also, his version was written 196, not 70 AD. And his version comes out with Antioch, with the destruction of the temple by Antioch. Oh, absolutely fucking different, all right? It's rather new. I mean, because the rest of the documents are they're pre-AD, right? Anyway, so Mashiach. Okay, now where this term shows up is Mashiach Prince. And he says that it will be 7 weeks and 7 days or something like that between the calling to build the temple and the appearance of this Mashiach anointed prince. Right? Okay, which utterly doesn't make sense, because in 196 AD, Jesus already died. Okay, he's not talking about Jesus. Furthermore, the word Messiah is an adjective. That doesn't indicate an individual. It just says anointed. Right, so massive flaw, right? Massive flaw, right? Daniel is in fact in the Old Testament, which meant before Jesus. So what is this doing showing up in 70 or 196 AD? I'm like, all right, no, something's really fucking wrong with Daniel, right? Then the other one he cited was 70 AD. So, which was Paul? I forgot which one. Anyway,
Paul.
I can't remember. So the point is, I was like the term Messiah, as you know it, Messiah. It isn't in there, right? Oh yes, it is. And I was like, no, it isn't, because Messiah is a noun, dumbass. This is an adjective.
740.
Right? That does not mean the Messiah. That means anointed something else. And an anointed one is just a human and is in the service of. And as I described, the big argument started when someone said, Jesus is God. Well, he can't be, because he can't be the Messiah if he's God. So he's either the Messiah or he's God. In other words, he's either a man or a prophet, or he's God. He can't be both.
Yeah.
Because he would be serving himself. That's retarded, like as they would say. That's ridiculous, right? This is completely lacking in this makes no sense. And this begins the breach away from Judaism that becomes Christianity, is over this. Christians followed Christ. They did not follow the priests. They were heretics, right? And it all started over the use of this one goddamn word, Mashiach.
Mm-hmm.
You can Mashiach anything. So he didn't understand that the translation is irrelevant. It's the interpretation. How is that used? The Mashiach Prince is not Jesus. Jesus already died. He's already gone. When that term was used, it was for somebody in the future that hadn't arrived, not Jesus. And he was talking about rebuilding an actual temple that was physically destroyed, rebuilding it. Once the call for rebuilding the temple, because they were waiting to see, once that happens, it's going to be the anointed prince is going to show up in this much time, right? Okay, so Jesus is already dead, right? So the call to rebuild the temple, I say, came when? When did they get the call to rebuild? It was rebuilt more than twice, several times. All right. Several times. Okay. Jesus definitively did not appear the third time around. That never happened. No, because that just did not happen. Right? Jesus did not appear. Boom. Here I am. Nope. That wasn't what he was talking about. And you have to understand linguistics, basic linguistics, grammar, to understand that obviously what was intended was not Jesus was the Messiah, because they would have used a noun, right? Correct? Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Right? They would have used that substitute. They would have just said, it's synecdoche is what that's called. Synecdoche. Synecdotal reference, where you take a part of something and use it to represent the whole. So a synecdoche. So Matsya, prince, right, then becomes just Masya, Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody called anybody a Messiah. It was Peter that calls Jesus the Messiah. He the anointed Lord.
As I've been taught in like religion class, or like the only reason why he's ever called anointed is because
he was anointed.
Kings. Because all princes and kings were in those times were anointed. So that was the reason why he was called so.
He went to the temple and he had the oil poured on his head and his feet, and he was anointed by John the Baptist, who was executed for doing it.
Yeah. Because that was only place for kings and royal and other important figures.
No, it wasn't. Anything could be a dog turd. You could messiah a dog turd. It makes no difference. The rabbis would tell you that. That means nothing, they say. Means nothing. You could paint your toenails with holy oil. Boom. Messiah toenails. Boom. You know, let my toenails be in the service of the Lord. Boom. There it is. They're anointed now. There you go. Right. You can messiah anything. It's a verb. Typical of Hebrew, like Cree. It's a verb, it's an adjective, it's a noun. You cannot translate from Hebrew. You have to interpret it. And the only way you can interpret it is by looking at the part of speech that it is. Because it's going to be identical. You can only interpret it in context grammatically and then culturally. And then you got to figure out who used that word, who translated that word. When the Greek took it from Messiah to Christos, they concretized it. They're the ones that turned everything Messiah into Christ. You get it?
Yeah.
Applied backwards in translation, and then every instance of Messiah in the Old Testament by the English people, Westerners, therefore then became Christ. So all of a sudden Christ is showing up in the Old Testament. No, he wasn't in the Old Testament. He had to die, and they waited 30 years before they started the New Testament. So, I mean, come on. Come on. God Almighty, how wrong could you be? Yeah.
I don't know much about the Old Testament. I've read most of the New Testament through because I was bored once, and I was like, oh, why not read like 2 or 3 different types of the New Testament?
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard like if all the funky stuff is in the Old Testament, so like all the wrong translations and metaphors being changed, that kind of stuff all happens in the Old Testament. Well, the New Testament is kind of boring because it was
letters. The New Testament was actual letters. Written in Latin, very clear, very precise. Although Latin's grammar, there's no syntax in Latin. The words are juggled around like jigsaw puzzle pieces.
Oh, yeah.
So it's disputable. And look how far away the Latin translation is from anything that resembles anything, really. Like Garden of Eden. There's no Garden of Eden in the scrolls. Where the hell did they get that from? Right? What? Right. Another thing. What the hell else is in there? Wait a minute. The chronology's messed up. Backwards. They put the apocalypse in the end, right? It goes in the beginning. It already happened. It was an account of something that already happened. The temple was destroyed. And they were waiting to rebuild it. It was the end of the world for them. So apocalyptic is what the Greek called it. Revelation. Yeah. So this belongs in the Apocrypha, right? It comes at the beginning. Everything that follows after is as a result of the temples, the destruction of these temples, the Holocaust, as they call it, which it was. It was an actual Holocaust. So 3 or more. Anyway, So the Bible just takes liberties at rearranging sections in the way they thought told a better story, a Western story. They shouldn't have done that.
And like,
yeah.
There's also been told in like religion class was that around like Roman times, there were just all the like major figures just came around because they didn't know what you actually needed to believe as a Christian. They were just not sure.
Because it was a new religion.
So they were and that's where the interpretation started. And they were like, oh yes, because people were coming to them, okay, how can I be a Christian? And how do I believe in being a Christian? And they just didn't know. So there's a lot of like wrong interpretation of text and where some metaphor, and there's where the split of some of the things that probably were metaphors were changed in things that actually happened, and some things that actually happened were changed in metaphors.
Well, the whole point is when I said Coptic Christians, and he didn't quite, he was like, oh no, that's not real Christians. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's the original Christians. Whoops. And then there are the mystics, where they're not the originals, this or that. Yeah, they predated that. Yeah, actually they are. So, you know, and I'm like, just a minute. The people that were followers of Christ, Coptics, they took the first sacrament, right? And they were in Rome, and these are the Christians that Nero killed in the arena with lions.
Yeah.
Okay, these are the actual Christians, right? They were occupying an area, very charitable, never fought, complied fully with the laws, would give you the shirt off their back. They were pacifists. And they did not build a temple because Jesus told them not to. And they said don't worship out loud, so they didn't do that either. So they lived in these sort of alleys. And they had these little sort of, they were just peaceful, quiet.
They were hippies.
No, they were not hippies. Fuck that. That's an insult. All right. The hippies were so far away from Christ-like. All right. And so they just lived kind of like in the alleys, kind of off the streets, out of the way. But they would offer you medicine, shelter. And the trouble is they were sheltering sort of tax refugees and criminals because they didn't judge. And you could find, shelter with them. All right. And so Nero, who was insane, decided that, well, he'd had just about enough. Evidently, the guy before him tolerated, well, I told you we make people affiliate. So anyway, the guy before him tolerated them and thought no harm of them. Nero was nuts. He hated them. And he was heavy on the tax. And goodness, And he didn't want them there because they didn't generate any income. He couldn't tax them. They gave whatever they could whenever they were asked to, right? Whatever it was, but they didn't have any money. So he didn't want them there, all right? And then he rounded them up. Oh, God, the public outcry of his assault on them was unprecedented. Right? Everybody rushed to rescue them. It was like us trying to save immigrants at the border. Right? And it was a public spectacle. And they just knew this monster that was it. So this turns sympathy toward this strange religion and these peaceful people, correct? Eventually, you have Constantine, it's Constantine, who decides to co-opt this religion and declared it the national religion of Rome, and boom, you have the Catholic Church, the first Western Christians. They were no longer Jewish from that moment on. How about that? The West co-opts the religion, turns it into feeling guilty for having executed Christ, because actually this is like the Germans feeling guilty about the Holocaust. So the Romans feel guilty about this execution, and hang this horrible bleeding crucifix, oh my God, and immediately use it to persecute their own people. Unfucking believable.
Yeah, and that's also where like a lot of like pagan traditions were co-opted by those new Christians to like, because they were like, yes, you're not going to be a Christian, okay, but we won't be sure that you stay Christian, so all your holidays are now Christian holidays, so now you're Christian. That's how it works.
That Rome just rewrote everything, including the calendar.